Welcome back, everybody, to the Quake Pro League Week 3. I am 40 Lines, joined by the one and only Lethal. Lethal, it's been a minute. How are you?
It has been a minute. 6 months is a lot of minutes, I think, in my opinion, if
That's
maths
true.
works correctly. But yeah, it's good to be back. Look forward to the games, and we've definitely got some shenanigans to behold.
We absolutely do. It's Take Your Daughter to Work Day, as you can see. Nix is joining me right now, and we have a little bit of a modification to the schedule. Unfortunately, Razy versus CNZ will not be played today. Internet issues, postponed, will be uploaded to YouTube ASAP as we take a quick look at the schedule. So, sorry to dash your hope dreams. That's what I do. Still an action-packed day. If you take a look at it, Lethal, it's going to be a good one.
It certainly is. We've got some great matches like Cypher versus Zeneku to start off the day. We can't really complain in that department, but if you see the last two series in particular, Rafa versus Avid, that's going to be a close one for sure. Wenger versus Base, and see how Base does against Wenger's aggression and his agility across the map. And map picks going to be very vital, especially to see how that comes later on. But, you know, can't complain. Can't complain.
Can't complain at all, and just a reminder, we're worldwide, so that's why we're going to see Rafa versus Avik, you know, almost a grand finals match in and of itself, crossplay the whole season, so it's going to be action all day long, Lethal. But, as we always like to do, and since there was a bit of a break, again, it's 2 weeks of QPL, 1 week of Challengers, repeat, we should probably look at what happened technically 2 weeks ago for week 2 of QPL, maybe a little refresher, see where everyone's sitting, and how everything kind of went down.
Yeah, and the shout out to everyone who competed in challenges, because we had 80 entrants in the end, and just shows how much everyone wants that spot at QuakeCon. But yeah, going back to these matches with Zeneku versus Avik, I think we expected a little bit more of a closer affair. I think Avik did win that 3-0 in the end, and Avik definitely ready to play last week, and I'm sure he's going to try and continue that against Rafa later on.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see how that plays out. But a fantastic performance from both players, but Avik just showing the world why he's so good, so damn consistent, Lethal.
And you've got to remember as well, CNZ versus Nosfer. This is one I was very surprised about. People may say, is Nosfer not playing that well? Is CNZ playing out of his mind? I think it's just a little bit of both. CNZ really put on a strong performance. Nosfer hasn't had the best of series for the last 2 weeks, but hopefully he can change all that later on today.
Definitely has the opportunity to. And wow, that combination always gets me. Isn't it? It's just such a big bummer when you're about to pick up an item and you get absolutely decimated. Here we see the review of Dramus versus Razy. Dramus kind of showing the world like, hey, did you forget that I'm amazing at this game with this performance?
He certainly did. It was a day of upsets, really. You know, not only that last series, but with CNZ making some huge improvements. For Dramus to take down Razy, no one would have expected that. Yeah, sure, fair enough. Okay, Dramus has made a considerable amount of improvements over the last few months, and we've definitely recognized that to a certain degree. But Razy losing that series, definitely not something anyone would have predicted. But Wenger versus Chain, another close affair indeed, but Wenger just scraping by.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about the kind of fall off from Chain, which feels a little unfair, especially because he can play at a super high level, pushing Wenger to the limits, not quite able to take it, but still showing us again and again that, like, he can be there. It's just these minor adjustments it seems like he needs to make.
He certainly does, as you saw there, Sparty taking down Psychic 2-1. I don't think any of us were sure how it was going to play out. It was very situational from both these players, but Sparty in the end did take that 2-1. And Sparty, again, just putting on a great showing indeed. We know that he's quite slow on the mark in terms of making an impact here in the Quake Pro League, especially back when it was just the EU region only. But it's nice to see Sparty get on the board.
Yeah, Sparty just, I don't know, that performance was kind of like, hey, respect me. Cypher Kilson, we're going to see Cypher shortly here. This matchup was absolutely phenomenal, as we expected, and Kilson just barely taking it.
Yeah, it was some close matches, but again, like Kilson just showing what he does and how he does it in his best form. Indeed, Kilson just causing absolute chaos and mayhem here for you. And not really too much of a surprise, Kilson can be very hit and miss against certain opponents, especially against a player who can adapt heavily. But speaking of adaptation, for Base, it was a real struggle for him. For someone to defeat Base, again, you need strong adaptation, you need to be quick on the mark, and really try and suffocate Base as much as you can. Rafa is just a clear example of how he can do that.
Yeah, look up adaptation in the dictionary. Maybe you'll see Rafa here as he took this one 3-0. We're going to see him a little bit later. And also for those playing the home version, technically he's playing out of the EU as he is in the Liquid facilities. So if that hedges your predictions at all and changes things, there you go. There's the insider information from your old friend 40.
I didn't know that, so I'm glad you told me that, mate. Thanks for that.
Always here to support you, Lethal.
I know you are, and as you can see, these were all the scores. It was I would say a day of upsets because there was a few matches definitely no one predicted. I think the Razy Dramus matchup was definitely one of the biggest upsets. CNZ taking down NOS. Okay, fair enough. You know, I think most people would have said 2-1 either way, but a 3-0 for CNZ, that's huge for him to start his Quake Pro League season off.
Yeah, just taking a quick look again, Killstone over Cypher. It was closer than it appeared, but Cypher probably wants to bounce back from that. He's going to go up against Zanaku here shortly, and after that performance, he might take out some of the aggression on Zanaku. So interested to see how it goes down. Zanaku, kind of same boat. Both players coming off losses. Probably hurtful losses. 3-0 never helps. No money in your pocket, no nothing. So should be a bloodbath right from the start, Lethal. I hope.
I hope so. I'm praying that it does at some stage. But I think this is the great way to start things off in today's games anyway, between the likes of Cypher and Zanaku. We know Zanaku fell to Avic 3-0. He wants to try and at least redeem himself in some way. But you've got to remember at the same time, so is Cypher. He also fell 3-0 to Kilson a couple weeks ago. So both of them want to try and at least recuperate from their losses.
Absolutely. And I think if we can, why don't we take a look at the pick bands? Paint a better picture of what might go down between Cypher and Zanaku. Lethal, please do me the honors.
Of course, mate, of course. And see, the Athena banned straight away will be the Ranger versus Destruct, which is interesting. You know, we don't see any Doom, any Kill, or anything like that. So not something we normally see every day. And we've got the Sorag coming up for Zanaku. We know that he used to love his beefy boys here, 40 in terms of the heavy champions, and it's going to be against the Anarchy. So Cypher is going to be dishing away the rails and just try and play that range game. It's going to be a little bit difficult for him to try and contest the items and also try and survive on spawn, but you know, he always has a get out of jail free card, so have to see what he can do there. But of course you can see he's also banned for Doom in that second map, and the last map being the Eisen versus the Galena. And you can see that the Scale Bear's actually been banned, but for the Eisen, we know how strong he can be, especially when it comes to contesting heavy with that turret. So we'll have to see how it goes. It could be quite a passive stance into how that matchup goes on Ruins.
Yeah, it might be a very defensive playstyle on Ruins there. Eisen versus Galena, kind of setting up home bases wherever you want, as you mentioned. Big Sad's not going to see Insomnia in this set, but it's going to be more of the classic lineup here. And very, very excited. How would you break this down if you had to, Lethal? If I had to push you up against the wall and whisper, pick a side, who would you pick to take this one?
Well, if I'm forced into it, I think a lot of people would agree that Cypher should be the one to try and edge this out. I don't think it's going to be a 3-0. It should be a 2-1 in favour of Cypher, considering, you know, using that Strog for the Pika, especially on Deep Embrace, but he's going to have to be quick on the mark to determine how he wants to try and make an impact with it. I feel like for Cypher, it's going to be a bit of a struggle with the Anarchy, especially against the Sorlag. It's going to be a lot of range game, especially with the rails in particular. It's going to struggle a little bit trying to contest the items, but we'll see. We'll see how things go. That's why I kind of feel like Zanaku may take that second map. It is one of his best maps, of course, as well, but the third one is going to be the decider. But yeah, I do feel like Cypher may take this one as well, depending on the circumstances on how Zanaku plays that Eisen out.
I think 2-1 is more than fair. I'm going to go with Zanaku 2-1 on this one. Again, both players trying to bounce back from... well, you just got to keep it balanced on the show, Lethal, as much as I love you. I'm going to say 2-1 Zanaku. Again, both players trying to bounce back from an 0-3 defeat, which never feels good. So they got a little something to prove, and you know what better way to do it than right here, right now.
Yeah, they certainly do, as both these players had a great start in the first week. Second week, both players did lose 3-0 to, you know, players. Their opponents were very, very strong, so it's kind of understandable as to how and why. But this time around, they're not trying to edge themselves up a little bit higher up on the leaderboard. And I do believe Zanaku actually came second in the Americas region last season, so he wants to try and at least, I think his goal is probably at minimum top 4, top 6 to try in terms of achievements to make his way onto Quake, to have the best seeding possible. But Cypher's also looking to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, I mean, Zanaku's been streaming a lot. He's very open with his goals. He's been hitting his goals. We saw him at Iron Fist kind of break into the top 4 that he wanted. And so as he gets better and better and starts hitting these goals, you got to think that number 1 is the only option. And that's always kind of what it's been. But can he prove this season that he will be number 1 week by week is what it takes. Cypher right now coming off, an 0-3, being able to come back and beat Cypher would be huge. Very interested to see it. I hear us loading up, Lethal. We're going to find out shortly if Zanaku can take it. We're split on the decision. I have no idea what chat thinks, but it should be a fantastic game. Hopefully it goes all 3 just to decide who takes it. But, any given Saturday with Quake Pro League.
You're only splitting in the decision for you because you just want to do the opposite of what I'm doing.
That's true. That's true. I'm just trying to keep it balanced here. Yin and yang, Lethal. Yin and yang.
That is true. That is true. And you're right, both your players have come off a 0-3 loss, so we want to try and recuperate, like I mentioned earlier on. And no reason why Zanaku can't take down Cypher, so you're right, like in terms of the prediction, like there's no reason why he shouldn't be able to. But Cypher, we know, again, going back to the adaptation, it's a little bit stronger. With that dueling experience he has, it's where Zanaku could falter in some way. But the second map, he looks to be, pretty good in terms of champion picks, but I'm just worried about how he's going to deal with the pressure, especially on Cypher's end with contesting those items. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see in a little bit.
We'll see. If Zen can pop off with the rails that he's done before, maybe it'll open up the game for him. But Cypher, just those rockets, pretty nuts. I mean, all of Cypher's games, just a mechanical lord at Quake. But I think I kicked the power cable out again, didn't I? I did. We're actually back in the lobby, Lethal. It was never going to be a smooth start, okay? Just bear with me. I'm trying my best here, Lethal. I am. I promise.
Okay. We'll just believe you on that one, shall we?
Yeah. So it's been a while. Okay. How are you? You look great.
Stop it, you. I told you to not make me blush on the stream. I told you to stop it, but it's been annoying.
It's just the beginning, too. It's very early, so. Exactly.
The 6 month gap, I've been excited to, come back and actually cast some games. And, the fact that we're starting off with this one, can't complain, can't complain at all, because it is going to be very difficult. I think a lot of people are going to be also undecided on how this is going to work, especially, map by map. But it's still the last map I'm intrigued with, with the Galena versus the Eisen as well. It's definitely going to be something we'll have to be discussing a lot before that third map gets underway, as right now we're just waiting for the servers to restart before, make sure everyone's happy. It's Larry, making sure they can all go in perfectly fine. And I still wonder with the Eisen versus Galena pick on the Winners matchup as well. The reason why I think it's going to be quite a passive matchup, because, I talked about the Eisen, how much the turret can be a real nuisance, especially for that heavy grab. And it's a matter of how Cypher wants to try and approach it, really. If he wants to leave him to it, if he wants to try and get a few rails in before he makes that push. But then again, with the turret, it's very difficult. And of course, the position of it. We've seen that Zanaku in the past has been very unorthodox with the Eisen, especially with the position of the turret on that heavy area. So have to see what he can do there. He may have to give up Mega for free on the odd occasion. But again, at the same time, Eisen, especially on Zanaku's side, he needs to be on his toes to take out those totems and don't give him that overstack. And if he does, then it's going to give more reason for Cypher to be very aggressive on that heavy push.
I agree completely. I think map number 3 on
mate.
Ruins, Eisen versus... yeah, see, we're not always split, but I think the first spawn is going to be huge. I mean, it's critical on any map, but Eisen versus Galena, getting position on the heavy, being able to set up either your Timmy or your totems, I think that may set the pace for the game on map number 3. But we still have 2 maps before that, Lethal. We loaded into the first one, I think, so we should be seeing a little bit of Deep Embrace, which is what I wish I could give you right now. But once we get into the game, we'll start flowing. Hopefully things will go smoothly, and I'll stop kicking things. I can't. I'm just always antsy. I'm always antsy, Lethal, especially around you and your dashingly good looks.
Oh, stop. I keep saying to stop. You just keep giving me these compliments.
And I'll never
You're
stop.
A good boy. You're
and
a good
the
boy.
show doesn't stop as we are live now. Cypher versus Zanaku live on map number 1, Deep Embrace.
Here we go. First series of the day. We're going to see how Cypher is going to do with his Strog. We talked about how this pick up play is going to be huge, but manages to pick up the heavy in the end, does back away. And Fernando just trying to get position here just to see exactly on the whereabouts of Zanaku. We'll find him just through that murder hole, but Zanaku has backed away. Still hasn't picked up the light as of yet, just delaying it a fair tad as the Megas come up in the next couple of seconds, but Zanaku's having absolutely none of it. Just standing his ground, just waiting for Cypher to approach him, and that's going to be a free Mega for Cypher.
Free Mega, good patience on the light as well, and he gets back for the heavy, and Zanaku in a bad way right off the bat. Going up the jump pad, takes a rail, and this is the Cypher show right now. Takes a little bit of tri-bolt damage, but he's got complete control, and he might be able to close this one. First frag early here. Good rail from Zanaku, but here comes the peeker play.
Okay, so he managed to pick up the light. The orb misses the first rail. That's not going to do dividends at all here for Cypher, but he does pick up the Mega anyway. So Xenoku does back away, but gets a little bit of Tribot damage there. Good LG from Cypher down to a fair amount of health, just over 50 HP. Cypher, though, could take this if he wants to. Beautiful rocket. What a way to start things off here for you.
Just fantastic play from Cypher, knowing exactly where Xenoku is and using the environment to get that splash damage, knowing he's weak. Big rockets as well into a little tickle. Cypher goes up 2-0 early.
Waiting to approach that rail spawn. Xenoku just manages to get away barely as the Mega has been given to Cypher once again. And the items are heavily segregated once more. So it gives Cypher room to grab both if he can, or at least contest both. But if you want enough information with that peek to know exactly the whereabouts of Xenoku. Xenoku probably could have pushed that. It did a fair amount of damage to Cypher from that orb earlier on, but seems like Cypher does manage to bag it once again as Mega's up in the next 5 seconds. Xenoku now to see if he can get an angle from the LGs, going back up to top mid. But it looks like he is have to back away once again, sadly. Even though Cypher doesn't hit that rail, he's still got a nice enough stack to make the contestation of the heavy again.
Yeah, fancy footwork there from Cypher to dodge at least one rail. A little bit of Tri-Bolt splash, not a big deal. Nice little rocket there, and he's going to push in on this, and the rocket just goes through the grate. Unfortunately, that could have been big damage. Xenoku able to steal away the heavy, but still kind of weak. A little bit of LG won't connect. The rails from Cypher also missing now as he picks up the light, and Xenoku has the advantage now. Also, Dire Orb in hand.
Good strafe there earlier on from Xenoku, trying to dodge those rails off Cypher, just trying to be as unpredictable as possible to not take too much damage. If he did, then with a little bit of a struggle to approach that Mega, hits a direct. That could give him a way out to try and scatter away, and he does manage to. Yeah, but the Tri-Bolt, that was beautiful. Every shot here and high amount of damage in to make sure that he's taken down. Trying to clean up here on the LG. Cypher's so weak. Still going to try and go for the Mega anyway. It's the first one. Will he be able to hit the second? He's just going to go for the LG just for extra insurance here, just in case he misses it and gives him a free Mega. But in the end, though, backs away. Cypher's so weak once more. And things, the turnaround has been ridiculous in the last 30 seconds, going from 2-0 down, up 3-2, and now fully prepared for this heavy.
Just a really good turnaround from Xenoku there. Really patient, really smart with this play, able to take the lead and gain the heavy as well. And a good rail to open, but Cypher hits his own. Just a little bit weaker, though. Needs to be careful. No armor, a little bit of Tri-Bolt. Another rail from Xenoku, and he should be able to finish this with literally anything else, but he goes for the rail and just misses. Follows up with a shot to land it as the 225s are taken. So 4-2 for Xenoku, and he's heating up right now, Lethal.
Yeah, I'm surprised Cypher went towards the murder hole in order to pick up his 2 health bubbles, but maybe he's just hoping with the fact that he can. It's an easy mistake to make, but Xenoku now still on the warpath here. 4 minutes in, as there's been a huge role reversal with Xenoku now up 5-2, but Cypher's still got plenty of time here to try and make this comeback happen. The stacks are fairly even as Xenoku now still trying to come from behind, and will it be able to? Oh, good first rocket. Doesn't hit the second, but the direct's going to be more than enough, but Cypher retaliates with a nice amount of damage of his own, and Xenoku just trying to keep the high ground. He isn't, oh sorry, no, he is raidable, but has to get up that heavy, sadly.
Yeah, and Xenoku can't really fight for anything, had to give up position, and now Cypher again for a move control, looking for some damage. LG on LG. Xenoku doesn't want to take that fight, drops down. Cypher almost read him with a decent rocket through the murder hole there. A little more LG to force him down, but Dire Orb back in, and Cypher actually ready for it with the rockets, takes that frag.
I don't think I've seen one bad orb from Xenoku at the moment. He's really using it to its full effect, and you know, if it's just to pick up the light or one of the items to doing a huge amount of damage, he's doing everything he can to make Ranger work, and he has done for the entirety of this matchup. The problem is now, stacks aren't even. 5 minutes in, is Cypher now looking to see if he can try and get a bit of damage done before he can contest for one of his items, but good amount of LG trying to look for the rail as Xenoku tries to approach the light, which he does manage to in the end. And Cypher's looking to see if he's going to go towards rockets, which he does not. But we're still not going to get a gentleman's agreement for the items as of yet. It's looking like Xenoku wanting to try and do a little bit more on towards the heavy, but the problem is he may have to give up the Mega at the same time, which he has done. It's a little bit unfortunate there.
Really good rocket and rail after the pickup, though. Zen fighting for it. Rails exchange, both players so extremely weak. Next rail will win as Cypher picks up a 25, but still railable. They're looking for it. Both players missing the shot. Cypher playing very passive. Hits a rail, and Xenoku is hanging by a thread. And there's the shot. What a lineup by Cypher.
Been waiting for that shot for quite a while, and he manages to pick up the heavy. This is brilliant stuff. Items are segregated enough for him to contest both. Mega is up, but Cypher looking for the kill rather than the contention at the moment. But Jobs down, gets hit by the first rail. Zenaku's was a little bit tempted by it, but decided to back away in the end, but gets hit by another rail. This is the Cypher we wanted to see from the get-go, and we did see it from the start. It's of a glimmer of hope, but another great rail again from Cypher, and Zenaku now wondering what to do next. It's all tied up, but remember, 69 HP is actually all behind him here, 40. That was beautiful stuff there from Zenaku.
That was a gorgeous counterplay from Zenaku, mitigating the peeker, orbing around, getting the damage, while Cypher is absolutely vulnerable and going back up by 1. Well played from Zenaku there on that one.
A few missed rockets there. I kind of felt like he should have done at least a little bit of damage, but of course Cypher just outside that blast radius and coming out with the LG again. Cypher though trying to find a way out and trying to back away, or at least contest a heavy one way or another, but nothing's going to work here as beautiful stuff again from Zenaku. But Zenaku now does up the heavy. Mega's going back in the next 10 seconds in a great spot, holding top mid, misses the first rail, but it doesn't matter. The damage has already been done. But the problem is, even though he's got the angle, will Cypher be able to try and get this Mega? Good peak of damage as well to boot, and he does pick. Oh, he hasn't picked up the Mega as of yet, but he will do now. Took a little bit of time, but the first rail, second rail now for Zenaku. Will he go for the third and leave the heavy behind? Yes, he does. 3 in a row here, 40, and that's going to extend this lead 8-5.
Zen starting to pop off with the rail, 53%, 54 for Cypher, so both players hitting great rails, but Zen able to chain his together. 3 frag lead with time ticking down. Could it be enough? Cypher with great LG, eating a lot of rocket damage, pushing Zenaku back, but enough stack to casually line that one up and add to the body count right now, Lethal.
Certainly has done. Heavy's up in the next 5 seconds as Zenaku's going to try and make the approach for it. And actually decided to drop down instead and take down Cypher. That was a great play. I don't think Cypher expected that at all. I suppose he expected him just to rocket jump up to the heavy and just hold position, but decides not to. Definitely threw Cypher off a tad. Great rail again as Zenaku now almost able to secure this first map victory. There's another 1:30 left, but the only thing we can say for Cypher is at least he has the mobility of the Strog in order to make a comeback, but just not going to happen, especially with the Mega being picked up straight afterwards. And I think it's going to be a map 1 victory here for Zenaku.
And just really good reads from Zenaku after he gets the frag. That's the second time he's cut off Cypher at that light armor to get extra damage before the heavy. Almost converts it Cypher with massive damage of his own. The heavy will go to Zenaku and he snipes him at the rocket. What a shot from Zenaku.
Shot after shot. We saw that with both players, their rails were a bit hit and miss, a little bit inaccurate here and there, more due to the strafing of both players at the start, but both of them are starting to feel it. Again, Zenaku, just more rails to add to the tally here. 14-5, a great way to kick things off. And we mentioned earlier, well, I mentioned anyway, but it's probably more Zenaku was going to probably take map number 2 and then maybe lose 2-1, we'll see. But it's looking like the complete opposite. You could be right here, Foy. Could be right.
It could be Zenaku's day, a strong showing on map number 1. And again, I can't help but think the cutoff from after the Mega pickup to the light armor, that gave him about 2-3 frags, lots of damage, and Cypher a bit predictable on that one as rockets flying past Zenaku here. He's able to pick up the Mega, 15 seconds. This one is about in the books, 14-5, maybe another frag for either player, but Lethal, strong showing from Zenaku on this map number 1.
Certainly was indeed. 14-5 as Cypher now's going to have to pull out the bag. He wants to win back-to-back maps in maps 2 and 3, but right now Zenaku will take the first map. And definitely not something I expected, but I think at the same time, if we talk about things a little bit deeper, there's a few mistakes there from Cypher's side, but at the same time, it's the cutoff points, you know, the key points you made there, Faulty, with how Zenaku was playing in terms of what he wanted to do. Like, instead of, we know a lot of the players who normally will prioritize the kill rather than some of the items anyway to throw him off, but in some of the positions he did it in, it's not something you would normally see every day. And of course, from Cypher's end, in terms of how he's trying to recover, it was kind of paths which you would assume someone would take, you know, going to the murder hole rather than going maybe on the outskirts to get health bubbles elsewhere instead. But maybe he was hoping that Zenaku may expect that, but at the same time may second guess himself. But Zenaku didn't second guess himself. He made sort of check every common area which Cypher could try and recover from and just took him out every single time. Great showing from Zenaku, and we have to see now how Cypher's going to try and play this next map out, because it is going to be an Awoken, one of Zenaku's best maps in my opinion, especially from a statistical standpoint. And I think for Cypher to try and bring this back, it's going to be tough for him. It's going to be tough. But we really saw a glimmer of hope in that matchup. And he had such a good start as well. So a little bit of a shame.
Yeah, I mean, Cypher played pretty well. The lineups, the use of the environment for Rocket Splash we saw early on, it was just really, really well played from Cypher. But Zanaku seemed to maximize his after frag kind of runs a little bit more than Cypher. Again, getting the frag near Mega, going immediately up the jump pad, cutting off that light armor, getting that extra damage, and I think that paired with the rail play that we saw from Zanaku really just sent him over the edge 14-5. Again, map number 1 going to Zanaku, and I don't know, my prediction's looking possible, Lethal. I'm not far off. I'm close.
Yeah, you're getting there. You're getting there. You know, you're already halfway there now already. We'll have to see how the next 2 maps go. But you know, we were talking about how Cypher will have to play more of a rail-heavy matchup in the second map, of course, with the Sorlag versus the Anarchy. But the problem is, Zenaku's just looking so good. Yeah, sure, fair enough. Both of them had the same hit percentage, but the problem is, Zenaku fired a lot more shots. He was a lot more consistent, and we have to worry about how Cypher's going to play this out. I'm sure, in terms of the standpoint from Zenaku's point of view, he knows what to expect. He knows how Cypher's going to play this next matchup, especially going into Awoken. And, you know, he can't really fall back on mobility, especially on Cypher's side, because Sorlag pretty much has the same amount. So it depends on how he's going to try and approach this. And one small minor error or mistake, it's going to cost him dearly on a number of occasions, depending on how he plays this.
Definitely going to be interesting to see how this goes. Again, we got Anarchy versus Sorlag, Anarchy for Cypher, Sorlag for Zanaku. Going on to Awoken, as you said, one of Zanaku's better maps, maybe best map, I think you said.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
We'll see how it goes. Hopefully Cypher has something a little bit left in the tank to tie this and send it to the third as the decider for the series. But Zanaku looking strong. If you're a Zanaku fan, you're rooting for him to take this 2-0, maybe even 3-0. What world is this, Lethal?
I don't know. I don't know what we're living in right now. This is ridiculous. I just didn't expect Zenaku to come out like that with a 9 frag lead. Like, because Cypher was looking so good. His accuracy was on point. He always held top mid. Always had positional advantage one way or another. And in terms of the item control, it was fabulous. It really was, like, for the first few minutes. And it just went all downhill from there. And, you know, it's a shame because Cypher, the routes he was taking in terms of his recovery process, just wasn't the best of routes to take. And I think he's probably realised that. But we'll see how things turn out on this second map and see how Cypher can fare on Awoken now. But already, you know, Cypher just dilly-dallying around, managed to pick up the rockets and the shoddy. Still has the inject, which he uses straight away. Just not really mucking around at all here. For we've done a fair amount of damage. Could definitely try and approach this up, misses the rail, and during that time, he took a lot of LG damage.
Yeah, just starting off with big dunks that Cypher is known for, but not quite able to get that rail to potentially frag off the bat here, as about even items traded here. Cypher trying to push in and grab that LG, and he does, and also has inject back up. Might see that mitigate the spit damage a lot in this matchup, Lethal. Cypher just waiting patiently here. Zanaku close to the Mega. Items are about synced, so Cypher's trying to figure out exactly where Zanaku could be. I think he heard him around the corner. There's the LG. Rocket's not really landing, but there's the push in big Rockets. The inject comes out, 20 HP for Cypher. Hanging by a thread. Can he read it properly? Trying to go to the Mega. Zen with a great cutoff. Grabs the frag and the Mega.
Oh, that inject saved him, but he saved him a little bit of time. Didn't really help at all, so he's not going to inject for a while. Good round, good spin as well. We'll clean them up here. And that's going to be 2-0 in favour of Zenaku. And you're right there, you made a really good valid point as well with the spit. It's the fact that if he's around Mega, then of course he can use the spit to keep him back from top mid. He can use that especially on the choke point from rail. So there's a lot he can do here. Cypher just in a world of trouble. As Zenaku again takes him down, picks up the Mega. Cypher was a little bit early, but he just wanted to make some early preparations in order to try and finish things up. But if he takes him out here, 5-0, hasn't even been 2 minutes yet for he picks up heavy. And this is the problem with the Anarchy as well, as the light champion. 6-0 6-0 here for he.
Yeah, this is bad, and Cypher needs to slow this down somehow. A little bit of a tickle there from Zanaku, but I really love the patience, the weapon switching Zanaku's doing. He's not going for 3 or 4 rails in a row. He gets the damage, he knows he's weak, and he finishes with LG, machine gun, things like this, while still controlling the map, doing a really good job. There's the spit. Good LG damage from Cypher as he drops, but again, the spit damage does enough for Zanaku to clean that up with an LG. Able to run the map as well, control firmly in his grasp. Zanaku is looking so good right now, Lethal.
The problem is, Fully, from your opinion, what can what can Cypher do at this stage? Because, I mentioned a game plan which could work, but the problem is he can't go playing passive and playing a rail game because Zeneku would probably want him to do that, if anything, just to waste a lot more time on the clock. And the item control from Zeneku has been absolutely phenomenal. Just using a lot of LG here. Will he take him down? Yes, he does. Great tracking as well. Just recovering again and again and again. 10-0 now, and it's just barely on that 3-minute mark. Picks up the light, looking to continue to recover here. And I like the route Seneku's taking as well, as we're trying to figure out exactly what Cypher can do, can try and make a comeback if he can at this stage.
Oh, and Cypher's able to put himself on the board, but again, with his dying breath, Zanaku takes that frag. This is a glimmer of hope for Cypher, but he's got such a mountain of frags, and it's only been 3 minutes, as you said. And now Cypher's stuck in this odd position where he's played so aggressive so far that he has to keep playing aggressive to try and overcome this frag deficit that's been created. The only, I guess, silver lining is that he did it so fast, he has a lot of time to work with, but Zanaku has the stack, can play defensive if he wants, and this is just going to be a huge task to try and overcome here. Cypher pushing in, trying to make the comeback start right now, but Mega to Zanaku's back, he's able to take it mid-fight, and Cypher is just left with nothing again.
Yeah, the reason for this scoreline is basically Cypher, I wouldn't say he was being overly aggressive, he was just trying to at least show some map dominance in order to try and trade out. But the amount of times he tried to trade out, he just couldn't. Cypher literally is going to say bye-bye as he was trying to pick up the light as well, just to make the situation even worse than what it already is. But going back to what I was saying, there was just a number of occasions Cypher was just trying to trade out Zeneku. And I think there was the other occasion where, Zeneku's had way too much of a stack to even compete with. 14-1 here for we. We expected this to be a much closer affair, but yeah, it's been a lot more one-sided than we anticipated.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal. Again, Cypher trying to make something happen. He doesn't really have a choice at this point. Playing defensive, playing slow isn't going to be in your favor, especially with this deficit. And Zanaku just starting to hit everything. And even still with this, he's still using the right weapons, switching, being patient, fully in control. I'm going to start calling him Zen Stefani because there's no doubt, Lethal, that Zen is taking this map number 2. And it's just something none of us expected. Not like this. 17-1, 5 minutes in.
Yeah, I think Zeneca is kind of writing an esports fan fiction at the moment where he creates this scoreline and he's definitely living in the moment at the moment. So we're only just at the halfway stage. This is a kind of, don't get me wrong, we know Awoken can go a little bit crazy sometimes with the scorelines, but this early on it's just ridiculous. It's something you don't normally see every day. And how many times have we seen Zeneku, by the skin of his teeth, survive by very few HP? It's definitely at least a few times here, but will he be able to trade that? No, he can't, as he's going to be left on 12 HP again. And Zeneku continuing to do a great job contesting the item straight afterwards and just on that recovery track. Here's literally Cypher just going for broke at the moment. And to be fair, can you blame him? Not really, because there's not really much he can do here. 20-2. He could at least 30 bomb possibly.
Just brutal right now. And Cypher, he kind of, I think, knows that this one is probably over, and unfortunate because if he does go back and look through the VODs, he will see, I would say, at least 12, 13 times that he's gotten Zen to 25 or less, and a little bit of frustration coming out from Cypher. But again, at this point, you kind of know the story's been told. At this point, you just want to go into map number 3. But Zanaku still just buckshotting away at Cypher 21-1, and this is the arena sometimes, Lethal. Sometimes it's painful for one of the players.
It certainly is, but not like this. I don't think anyone would have made this kind of prediction or assumption. We certainly didn't. And, I did actually mention that this is going to be a struggle for Cypher on this map in particular, just due to the champion picks, but I didn't think the scoreline would be this big. But it's like I said before, people need to understand that Cypher at the beginning of this matchup was looking to try and trade and just try and keep it as chaotic as possible. But against a heavy champion, especially on spawn, it's tough. It really is tough. And I say on spawn, as though Zeneku's died a few times. He died only once.
Yeah, pretty brutal. I mean, technically twice, but Cypher took out Cypher. But I mean, who's counting Lethal? Yeah. Because it doesn't matter. At this point, I mean, Zanaku might go down, and again, he doesn't. He's barely hanging by a thread, and it's just been happening time and time again. Just that stack advantage firmly in his favor. He's able to moonwalk his way past the Mega a little bit too early. Cypher gets picked out of the sky What a shot from Zanaku. And yeah, highlight reel. This is kind of the territory we're in, as we're essentially in the waiting room for map number 3.
Yeah, we're just on standby at the moment, aren't we? Just waiting for him to just clean up his mess. He's got 2 minutes and 20 left on the clock, 24-1. I just didn't think it'd be against someone like Cypher either, where, considering the way he was playing. But, these things happen, and that's the problem. He dug himself a hole. Like, at the start, he gave him such a huge score lead due to the fact that he was trying to prep for the items early, and at the same time, he was trying to make sure to try and trade things out. And the problem is, because due to the 10 frag deficit at the time, it meant he had to continue the aggression because he had no choice. He can't play that passive rail setup, which I spoke about before, against a heavy champion, especially against the likes of Anarchy. And he has no choice in that. He just have to, live through this horror which we're watching, or this nightmare at this stage, 25-0, and he's still got 1:40 left. Like I said, it could be hitting the 30 mark, depending on how Zanaku wants to continue this apocalypse, you could say, for Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it doesn't even matter, right? Zanaku still chaining them together, not even giving up the items. This is just aim training for both players right now. But the scoreline is just going to be brutal. Somebody's going to look back a couple weeks and say, what in the hell happened to map number 2 between Zen and Cypher? Because this is something you do not see happen to Cypher often, if at all. But it is what it is. Any given Saturday, again, starting out early, and you could tell just Cypher, this is done. He doesn't really care about this map. Just give me into map number 3. Let me try and get some pocket money. It all went wrong. Whether it was gambling, trying to trade early, it didn't go in his favor because of the stack. It's just, when the game plan doesn't work, Lethal, sometimes it's just so frustrating. And I think that's a lot of what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, even at the time when it was 11-1 in favour of Zanaku, Cypher still had a window, but it was a small window of opportunity here, and he knew the only way to do it was to continue the aggression, and yeah, you saw from there's nothing he could have done. I kind of feel like I've said the word barely like at least 10 times this game, because he barely did survive at least 5 different instances, and it will cause, a lot of frustration here. And Cypher, yeah, he's just having a bit of a giggle at the moment. He knows there's nothing much you can do here. 20 seconds left, 28 to -1. And you're right, though, Fully. People are going to look at this and go, yeah, this is just... Yeah, people will watch this back and go, what on earth happened? But I think the first 2 minutes was, the story, really, wasn't it? And then people could be like, oh, okay, right. He'd continue aggression to try and make something work, and it didn't. And then that was it. Job done. All said and done here. 29 to -1. And Zanaku's accuracy with the rail was just a joke. It was just absolute madness. Against the hitbox of an Anarchy, 55%, 1,540 damage. And damage overall still did about 540 odd, something like that. And you can see from the item control, he had 32 items and 30 lights as well. He was eating away, 40.
Yeah, I mean, welcome to Jurassic Park. Cypher, from the beginning, about 2-3 minutes in, you could see his heart didn't seem to be into it. The game plan didn't work. Came out of the gate, punched in the face, got to be frustrated, but whatever it was, that wasn't Cypher. So that's a wash. I mean, it firmly goes into Zanaku's hands. He played fantastic. 2-0 to take the set as we load into map number 3. But for map number 3, I think we might see a refreshed Cypher. It's going to be different because this was not the display that we see from Cypher. This was not a situation where it's like, oh my God, what happened to Cypher? It's like, oh my God, get us out of here. Let's go to the 3rd map, because it's just a murder scene. Lethal is what it was.
It definitely was. We didn't see that spark or magic from Cypher, probably because of the fact that it's like I said before. When it was 11-1, he had a window of opportunity, but the chances was like 10-20%, if that, considering, the fact that with the Sorlag's starting stack, it's going to be very, very difficult for Cypher to play how he wants to play. And these things happen, sometimes the first few minutes of certain maps in Quake does not only dictate the pace, but can also dictate how things are going to go in terms of the end scoreline. And there you have it, 29 to -1. Not something you normally see every day, especially against the likes of Cypher, but it's definitely going to boost the confidence of Zanaku. But we knew by the 15 frag mark, Cypher's like, yeah, okay, let's just go to map 3. I think he was thinking that probably around the 3-4 minute margin, something like that. But hopefully this one should be a completely different situation. It should be a much closer affair, considering the champion picks we've got here. Like as mentioned before, we've got the eyes from the turret and how he's going to contest the heavy. We're obviously the totems with the Galena, which is going to definitely keep the likes of Zanaku on his toes to make sure to keep him in check. Also at the same time, help to contest the Mega especially. But I don't know now, of course, we know that Zanaku's already won this series outright. And if you guys don't know at home, for each map win, it's 150, and for the map lots, it's a 50. So it's very, very important, especially with the the high caliber skill from all these players. Every map's going to count. We've seen it time and time again, every single series. But 40, yeah, for Cypher, not too good.
I think in the back of my head, I'm thinking that's Cypher's way of being like, if anyone does look at the scoreline, they're going to know that my heart wasn't in it. That's why I went to the negatives. Because he's like, if I have 4 or 5 frags, people might think I was, really like close and trying. I don't know. But I know that we're going into map 3 shortly. We're loaded in. It's going to be Eisen versus Galena on Ruins. And again, hopefully Cypher has something left in the tank to try and take this 2-1, put himself on the board. But yeah, map number 2 there's just nothing to be said, really. It's the Zanaku highlight reel. Cypher was not Cypher on this one. Hopefully we'll see a resurgence from one of the best mechanically skilled players in the league. Map number 3 is live, and we are going to start off on Cypher.
Yeah, let's see if Cypher can pick himself up from these last 2 maps, because let's be honest,
it's a lie, Lethal. We're starting off on Zanaku. Sorry. Just had to point that out because I'm a fibber. There we go.
I
hit the wrong button again.
Complete brutality, but 25 seconds in, and by now normally Zanaku has about 10 frags to his name, but it looks like it's not going to be the case here. Things have stabilized. A gentleman's agreement here for these items. This Cypher's not going to delay the item or do anything to really change things up a tad. He's just going to wait for Zanaku to approach him. And this is good from Cypher, because we've seen players like Base use these totems to protect himself for the heavy. And I remember Base did stay down here for a very long time, just waiting for their opponent just to approach him and just trying to bait them in. But we'll see if he does anything like that, because it will give him a good opportunity to try and at least get an overstack. But Zanaku, even though he gets a bit of damage with the rockets, he does decide to back away again, knowing the heavy's going to come up any second now, and he will be able to recover from that last totem.
Yeah, I mean, the strategy in and of itself of setting up your totem kind of fortress down by heavy is fantastic, because you have a pocket mega, you have the heavy, you're playing for that cycle. If they dare approach, potentially big damage coming out down the stairs or from the jump pad. But it is a defense that can be broken here, as we see Zanaku already approaching, trying to lay claim to the territory here. Down goes Timmy the turret. Good LG work from Cypher, just going right past him, protecting that heavy. Does need to take care of Timmy, but he does with 2 rockets easily. So well done. Good defense from Cypher here, making sure that Zanaku doesn't get cheeky and steal any items away.
Yeah, this is much, much better from Cypher. Night and day difference compared to what we saw earlier on. And the fact that he's getting to the heavy beforehand, way before Zanaku, sorry. This is going to be looking much better for him, as Cypher now just to keep doing what he's doing, and eventually those opportunities will come, as the heavy's going to be up in the next second. The items are segregated enough for him to rocket jump up, but the problem is, in terms of ammo management, Cypher hasn't got any rockets at all, and you see that Zanaku got a lot of damage with the nails and looking to see if he could do any more, but Zanaku does get away and actually drops down, so doesn't pick up the mega, but Zanaku's going to take the risk and actually manages to pull it off in the end, looking for the spawn frag. Will he be able to do it? Misses the second, but the damage has been done. Just needs to finish things off if he can, and will he be able to? Oh no, he does not, which does mean that Cypher can pick up that heavy as he sees fit, but actually leaves him with it.
Oh no, just a mistiming by Cypher. He gives up the heavy after all of that. Now he's stuck out in the courtyard. Zanaku on the hunt right now. Good rail from Cypher, needs one more, can't hit it. And he does, but Zanaku just has the stack. Wow, and this is not dire necessarily yet, but Zanaku is heating up, and that's the last thing you want. Good return rail from Cypher there. He's going to gamble with 81 HP, trying to go for another one here. Does use a little bit of healing from the totem. Timmy has a distraction. Another totem goes down. Good rail from Cypher, and this is just all the Cypher show as Zanaku takes out Zanaku. Cypher putting out massive amounts of damage in that rocket splash. Not kind to Zen, as we're back down to a 1-frag game, Lethal.
Yeah, it could have been a 1-frag game a little bit earlier, but sadly, Cypher did mistime that heavy. Must have been by about a second, something measly like that. But still though, still looking a lot better from Cypher. Zanaku now looking to see if he can try and adapt to how Cypher's playing at the moment. Just trying to get all the weapons in his arsenal in order to show a little bit of a spark here, bring a bit of flair onto the server. But the problem is Cypher's got a huge stack to work with, can easily contest his mega as he sees fit, but got the turret behind him as well. Is taking so much damage, but Cypher still takes him down, and he's got the heavy to boot as well. just to make matters worse for Xenoku. But we'll be dropping down soon to pick up the heavy. Decides to at least do a little bit of damage on the Xenoku before taking down, but didn't do any in the end. Is railable, but it doesn't matter. Picks up the heavy, does get away, stacks almost even as we're all tied up.
Here's a chase from Cypher. Great rocket placement there with a big pop going around the corner. LG on LG gets melted as Xenoku just gets positioned earlier, able to just force him to come through that doorway and eat a ton of LG. Unfortunate for Xenoku earlier at the mega fight, that turret positioning was fantastic, but didn't engage quick enough. Gave Cypher that ability to snag that. But up one still is Zen. Cypher looking a lot stronger than map number 2, as we can tell. Close game so far, Lethal. I mean, what adjustments would you make if you're Cypher to really try and get the momentum on your side?
Well, what he was doing at the beginning with the Galena, just using those totems to try and protect himself around the heavy, was a great way to start things off. You know, it's the fact that you could say you could bait Xenoku into approaching him from down below, and he's still got the totems there. But at the same time, even though Cypher's down there and he can fully recuperate at any time, shape, or form, the problem is he can't create himself opportunities. He can't just stay down there all the time, and this is the issue which he can have. But it does back away again, and Cypher probably just needs to change a couple of pavings in terms of how he wants to do things. Play a little bit more of a rail-heavy game to see exactly how Xenoku's going to put, just to knock Xenoku's confidence off a tad. But will he be able to do that, though? This is going to be the next question. The Xenoku's rail is actually coming a little bit off now, and it's actually missed the second one here, so that's going to give Cypher room to breathe. Going to be able to pick up that Mega. That Rocket's actually messed him up just a tad here, but we'll find him. And Xenoku now hitting his rails again. Got the stack to take this fight as he sees fit. Hits the heavy, and Cypher, fair play to him, did try and contest the heavy, but just could not grab it. Just did not do enough damage at all in order to try and put up a better fight.
And just really uncharacteristic. Cypher got no damage out of that skirmish down at the heavy. Good rail return, but now he's down to 4 HP. Has to heal up off a totem. Still railable even after a 25, but a big rocket. Or was that a totem? I don't even know. But either way, big 75 damage there as Timmy goes down again to try and push in on this heavy. And push he will as Xenoku wants it, and he's going to get it. There's the frag, and there's the heavy for his efforts. Up 2 now.
Yeah, nice little flick with the rocket there. Takes the first rail. Here's railable, and Cypher's going to go 2 for 2 in that. So now he can actually have the opportunity to pick up the weapons in his arsenal and also at the same time go for the Mega. So being very proactive at the moment. Still has a totem in his back pocket to use. He does get into a little bit of trouble, but it seems to be okay. Items are segregated once again in favour of Cypher, and it's just a matter of how he wants to try and go about this. And you can see for Cypher, he's not really putting the totems in, you know, unpredictable locations at all. It's just literally straight up just going, right, I'm just going to put it here. And if you go for it, great. If not, then we'll see what happens. But that totem placement you just saw, just Sven, is just in case he approaches from Mega from down below towards the rail. And that totem is going to be quite hard to find, but it just depends if he comes from that angle. So you can see Cypher did take a fair amount of damage, but doesn't matter. Has picked up the Mega, but it's got no armor to his name now, as Cypher again just picking away at him here and there, just doing small chunks just to add things up. But again, Cypher stacks almost equal, but at the same time, the turret doing a little bit of damage in order to give Xenoku a chance to get away here as he's going to try and contest the Mega. But Xenoku's just doing a great job, just being here, there, and absolutely everywhere.
Just missing out on that rail. Cypher, 98 HP, needs to be very careful with his next moves. There comes Timmy for a little bit of insurance, and such a fantastic rail from Xenoku. Up 2 again with a just well-calculated push.
Certainly is. Xenoku now backing away again. Got a huge stack, and yeah, this could be curtains for Cypher. Massive stack, 2 minutes left. Hasn't got really the mobility at all, so it's just a matter of how Xenoku and what routes he's going to take. But the thing is, though, Cypher knows that he needs to make this push work, and if he does not, then that's going to be it. Yeah, that is literally 3 frag difference now between the two, and it's just a matter of how Xenoku's going to just keep Cypher at bay. And he knows that Cypher's going to be all-out aggression, Turret's going to take him out, and yeah, this is surely done.
And it looks that way. A minute 30 left, Xenoku up 4. And yeah, you want to say that it was the Xenoku show and he played fantastic because he did, but it's also, I feel like, just the absence of the Cypher that we know and love. Fantastic shots here and there, good chain of rocket rails and such, but this is just not prime Cypher right now. And it's unfortunate to see, as a minute 10 on the board. But hats to Xenoku, 3-0. Always a fantastic scoreline to have, especially coming off a 0-3. Quite the bounce back for the Dire Wolves player.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Zeneku played really well, but at the same time, Cypher wasn't bringing his A game. I don't think this is the peak Cypher. Nowhere near compared to what we normally see. And those first two maps were definitely good examples of it. But 45 seconds left, just waiting for this to finish up, as Zeneku will be taking the first series off today 3-0. I think a lot of people are going to look at the graphic and go, yeah, we've got the scores mixed up. We absolutely didn't, as Zeneku, it's like I said, played well. Well, to be fair, he played really well, but Cypher wasn't really showing what he can truly do either.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the positioning with the totems was more, I need health, I'm going to throw this down during a fight. It wasn't necessarily, I'm going to set up a totem economy and try and take over the heavy room and have my things hidden so I can get an overstack. It was like, I need this, I'm going to put this in a position where I'm fighting and I can fall back to it. Easily cleaned up from Zanaku, and just a little bit better play there from Zanaku. Across the board, really. So 7-2 is going to be the final score on map number 3. Zanaku goes up 3-0 over Cypher in Week 3 of Quake Pro League, and it's official in the books. And quite the set to start us off, Lethal. I don't think it went the way most people maybe would have thought, or at least to the links that it went. But, you know, again, I can't help but think that that was shades of Cypher, and it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it was like the shadow of his former self, really, wasn't it? It was not something we normally see, and you saw from there the damage with the rail compared to what Cypher was doing. I think it was 1,638 damage for Zeneku did in the end. He just played a very, very rail-heavy matchup in all 3 maps, and it's something Cypher really should have done, especially in the second map in particular. But we know how hard it is on Awoken, where if you want to try and play that defensive style when you're a light versus heavy champion, one missed shot can cost you a frag, and we've seen it time and time again. But it was instead just all-out aggression, nothing much you could have done. And yeah, it was a shame, but you're right, though. It was a shadow of his former self, but hopefully we'll see him come back even better, hopefully next week or the week after. But congratulations to Zeneku. I think some of the scorelines were definitely not we even anticipated at all in the slightest. Was it 14-5? It was 28 or 29 to -1, but by then Cypher knew he was done. And then 7-2 here. Much closer affair, but again, it doesn't change the fact that it's going to be a 3-0 series scoreline here for you.
Yep, well done to Zanaku. Quite the series to start us off. Again, if you're tuning in a little late, first of all, shame on you. How dare you? But Razy versus CNZ was postponed due to internet issues. That will be uploaded on YouTube eventually whenever they can, you know, collaborate and find a time to play that, so that match is not going to happen. This was the first match of the day, but first, before we go real quick, a reminder, Dramas Nosfa coming up, so don't go anywhere. Let's go to a break, Lethal. I'm just absolutely exhausted from standing because I'm chubby, but we'll be right back with more Quake Pro League action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League Week 3 action. I am 40 Lions, joined by Lethal. We just saw quite the set to start today. Not the one that you may have thought. Again, Razy CNZ has been postponed because of internet issues. That will be uploaded to YouTube as soon as they figure out a time and a place where they could play the game, and then it will be uploaded. But we saw Zanaku over Cypher. Lethal, welcome back. Quite the set again. Not the Cypher we're used to seeing. I'm sure there's plenty of reasons for it. But right now we're going to go into Dramas Nosfa, and Dramas is on a tear. I mean, taking down Razy, like, this kid's on fire.
He certainly is. And yeah, with Cypher, yeah, we won't go too into it, but yeah, it's a shadow of his former self. But Zanaku did play out of his mind at the same time. So like, what can we do at that stage, especially for Cypher? But yeah, going back to this matchup, you're right though, Dramas has been looking flawless, isn't he? He's been looking really, really solid. And I think, especially from the land back in November, we definitely saw, peak version of Dramas. And it's nice to see him continue putting on such a great performance. But the problem is, for Nosfa, is the fact that he hasn't had the best of starts, has he, Forty, let's be honest. And the fact that he really needs to get going and really show what he's made of against the likes of Dramas, he's a lot more scarier than what we would have thought maybe like, a year ago. Yeah,
definitely. You'd want to see Nosfa kind of get that kind of glimmer that he had before. I mean, lightning in a bottle, it hasn't been shown yet, but it could strike at any given moment, and maybe this is the week. But Dramas is just, I can't get over how strong he's looking. Again, a lot of people didn't think he could take Razy. He took Razy. He's been proving himself over and over again, hitting everybody out there with the classic. I don't know. I feel like this might go Dramas' way, but you hope Nosfa bounces back. But as always, the best way to dive into it and kind of see what we're going to get into is, of course, picks and bans, map choices. We'll see what we have laid in front of us. Lethal, if you could please run me through it.
Of course it will, mate. Of course it will. As we're going to see the Ranger versus the Strog straight off the bat. We have the Athena band, and for Runes we have the Sorlag versus the Slash, and that's going to be very dicey. Definitely going to be a very, very aggressive match. And of course, Dramas going to have to play that rail heavy game against the Sorlag, especially with what he can do. He's very, very good for the Slash. We know he's quite known for the Slash, especially back in the days of Molten Falls. But for Ruins, he can equally do as well. And then going to the last remaining match, it's going to be the Galena, course, against the Death Knight. Kill has been banned, and we're not going to see any Eisen either on the Veil, which is going to be quite interesting. But at the same time, Kill being banned makes sense because, let's be honest, there's quite a lot of narrow corridors there, which I'm sure Nosfa does not want to deal with at all in the slightest. But this first one definitely going to be one of the main talking points. But that second map, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it, mate.
Extremely disappointed in the Keel ban, although it makes complete sense. I think Keel should be first pick on every set. But yeah, Woken, Bruins, Veil, I like the matchups. It's going to be interesting to see Dramas on the Slash, again, known for the Quake 4 movement. Very, very interesting indeed, but that stack is so scary, as we saw in the first set from today. You could chunk away at somebody, and they could walk away with 30 HP time and time again, Lethal. So that could come back to haunt Dramas. But we'll see. Overall in this set, again, I'm going to put the fire to your feet here. Who do you think is going to take this one?
If it was a year ago, I would have said Nosfa, 3-0. Maybe Dramas can scrape a map if he's lucky, but I actually think Dramas can take this one. I think it's going to be more on the ends of 2-1, but we need to see Nosfa bring something to the table here, don't we? Because the fact that he's already lost to CNZ, and that was a huge upset. That was 3-0 early on. And then he's also lost to Sparty 2-1. So not really looking too good. Definitely not hitting his peak as kind of what we saw with Cypher in the last series. But he's had a couple of weeks now to kind of gather his thoughts and decide exactly how he wants to go about this. And, going back to the map picks again, no one's liking the scale on Ruins, are they? The scale has been banned, but I don't think it's more particulate for Ruins this time round. He probably saw Veil was appearing as the third map, and he was like, yeah, don't want any of that.
I think Wheat had something to do with that lobbying in the background to ban Scale from the league. Yeah. But, he's doing his own thing now that he's unemployed. It's just he's off the – I don't know. He's off on doing his own thing. But I think Dramas might be able to take this one 3-0. I'm going to be crazy. Lethal. I'm going to say 3-0 for Dramas. And the only reason I say that is because I know both of these players are able to play calculated, good Quake, but I just want to see them come out plus forward into each other's just faces. And I know that they're capable of that too, and I am hoping that we just see a bloodbath across all the maps. That's all I want because I'm selfish. So hopefully we get that.
It was a bloodbath last series, but it was just more one-sided.
That was a one-sided. Yeah, it was a little bit. Yeah, I just want a battle, really, just a bruiser battle, please.
We're gonna get that. I'm pretty sure of it. Considering the way Dramus has been playing, we've got, you know, two players here. You've got one where Nosfer's gonna have to gather his thoughts and correct all the mistakes he's made over the last 2 weeks, and you've got Dramus who's just been, you know, highly consistent across the board, really showing that, you know, all the improvements they've made have now become intuition and actually becoming consistent now, and we're going to see if he can continue doing that as we're going to start off from Dramus's POV.
Well, starting off, we'll see how wrong I am because I have been most of my life. Dramus with the Strogg Peeker already deployed and used, but no real damage here. As Nosfa is absolutely monstrous at Awoken. We've seen countless overtimes that go 3-4 minutes in and Nosfa pulls it out. So right off the bat, I could be wrong here as the game from both players very slow, but there's the perfect combination from Nosfa. Absolutely explosive to get the first frag.
This is the style of play we expected from Nosfer for a while now, and it looks like he's bringing it to the table straight away. Down below at the moment, just see if he can get a rail as he goes across Mega. Doesn't hit it, but as you can see, items perfectly timed, so could potentially be a gentleman's agreement, depending on how Dramus wants to try and approach it, but he knows that Nosfer's just standing by, holding top mid. He's actually decided to go for the heavy anyway, so it looks like they're going to go back and forth, and you can see already Dramus, oh, that rocket just barely missed him, but that one will hit, will do a little bit of damage, and again, Nosfer just having to back away. That hit rail would have made dividends if he was able to hit it off, but sadly does not. But the stacks are going to be equal. Dramus with that top mid position hits the Ranger. Standing still a little bit here. I think a little bit of a shaky moment. Hits the first rail, but Dramus does come out on top in that little scuffle. Strange.
Something went horribly wrong, and I'm not sure what it was, but I'm sure that Dramus is very happy about it as he uses that to his advantage to tie it 1-1. The boomstick for Nosfa not quite landing the damage from far away. Able to chunk down Dramus a little bit. He goes back for more, but Dramus is ready with the rail going up 2-1.
I do agree with Dramus's weapon selection, having that with a shotgun, but had to try and get enough damage. He was close enough range to be able to take him down, but sadly he could not finish him off. But just one of those things, still got plenty more opportunities here. Good first rocket, good rail to boot straight afterwards, and Dramus now increases lead 3-1.
And just unfortunate circumstance for Nosfa on that flub in the T-Con area. Whatever happened, that's costed him, and now he's slowing it down, trying to get back into it. As we were all even before that here. Grabbing a railgun, now he might play a little bit more passive, try and chip away from a distance as he is missing out on the items, trying to line it up. Almost had a great idea of where he is. Rockets now as Dramus has the superior positioning on top of the stairs. 2 rockets takes him out. Dramus firmly on top by 3.
I love that from Dramus as well. He could have gone for the light just to eat up the armors, but instead he left it there just to make Nosfer think he wasn't even anywhere near that area at all, but we know how strong top mid can be as he's going to try and orb onto it, but does get taken down again. Dramus up 5-1, picks up the Mega. Going to pick up the light shortly as well on the LG. Realises it's not there, so he's just going to be on standby again. Picks up the light from top mid, and Heavy's going to be up in the next 7 seconds. Just trying to get information on where Nosfer could be. Realises where he is now, but he's in a good spot to try and fight this if he can. But because of that missed rail, that could cost Nosfer here, and it has done 6-1. And it's just been past the 3-minute mark.
So much damage off the spawn. Here comes the push with the LG swap to Rocket, and the shotgun to end it 7-1 in favor of Dramus. And yeah, it's all gone horribly wrong after that T-Con issue here. Lethal has 6 frags for Dramus. Ooh, misses the jump, and actually that's fortunate. He would have ate a whole bunch of rocket damage, and he still might as Nosfa goes in, no fear, and he's able to take that frag, and that's the aggression I want to see. More of that. 7-2 from Nosfa as he's fighting back.
Yeah, we saw that right at the very beginning, and it's like you said, we need to see a little bit more from Nosfa if we can. 4 minutes about to pass. Mega is up, will be collected, and this is the time for Nosfa to get full map control and try and establish that as soon as possible, and he will do once this Heavy appears as he goes to contest it. 4 seconds left though, as he needs to try and push that Heavy as soon as possible, but the problem is he's now even up the stacks. That was a great rocket to rail there from Dramus, left on 19 HP. Doesn't get the Heavy, does manage to burn it, but it does mean for Dramus though, gives him time to try and get that top mid control and decide how Nosfer's going to go about going for the Mega. Just going to dive straight in with the LG. Gets a little bit of damage done, but Nosfer does not go for the bait for those rockets. Dramus needs to get himself out of it, and will he be able to though? Looks like he does for the time being.
Nosfa almost executed that perfectly, waiting to pick up the Mega middle of the fight, but just couldn't get the damage he needed. But now, after all of that, he's evened it out. He should be able to get this heavy, but at what cost? As Dramus goes in, but he's running on his head, and he gets a buckshot up the butt. Lethal, 8-3. Nosfa still fighting back, a little bit hurt here, as he makes his way back to the LG to re-up on cells, and just misses out on Dramus. But 5 minutes in, down 5, I mean, Nosfa's not out of this one yet, not by a long shot, Lethal.
No, with his style of play, definitely isn't at all. A little bit unfortunate just dancing around on his head for those last couple of seconds before getting cleaned up there. You could tell he wasn't really expecting it, and to be fair, who would at that point? 9 HP, Nosfa needs to try and just do what he can, but he's actually decides to drop down. He's actually done a lot. Surely he can't win this. No, he does not, but that was really close.
And the boy almost made magic out of that, Lethal. That was very, very close. And again, these are the glimpses of Nosfa where you're like, oh, 6 frags? It could totally happen. Dramus coming in like a wrecking ball, taking a lot of machine gun damage. Good rail on the way out to make it a little bit worth it. Now Nosfa stuck! Goes for that armor, and it was an oasis as Dramus plants him with a railgun shot. 10-3. Dramus firmly in the lead now. Good rocket from Nosfa. The follow-up, fantastic! 2 big ones, Lethal.
Nosfa's rocket game has definitely been strong, but the problem is the scoreline doesn't change that at all. 10-4, good job taking down a peak in an instant. It's now Nosfa now just trying to calm things down a little bit here. 4 minutes left, but he can't really afford to be doing it at all in the slightest. He needs to get full item control and just try and be careful with these defensive rockets of Dramus as Dramus just dive down, decides to get away. But can he take him down? Yes, he does. Great rail from Nosfa, and now he's going to be able to try and do a little bit more to Dramus if he can. But the problem is he has left that heavy sitting there. But we have to understand it from Nosfa's point of view is the fact that, you know, going to the LG room, he's going to be perfectly fine. He can pick up heavy straight afterwards. Anyway, LG battle comes out. Nosfa needs to win that, decides not to carry it through. Pika comes out. Yes, he misses it, and Dramus is going to take him down just like that and gets the Mega to boot.
Oh, poor Nosfa. He just wanted to slap the peeker away, but it ended up in his face, and Dramus with a big play right there. Both players were so extremely weak, and Nosfa couldn't get away. Just missing out on that rail through the telly. That would have been big here. 6 frag deficit. And again, I still believe. I know that I predicted a 3-0 for Dramus, but just watching Nosfa play, you're like, he could just explode at any minute and go on a rampage here. And we're just waiting for it. There's a great rail around the corner here, forcing Dramus out of the LG area. Dramus trying to make his move, sliding around with that Strog and just trying to avoid more damage. And there's a great play from Nosfa. Good cutoff, and just can't get it. How is Dramus alive?
This is what I'm talking about, man. Like, literally, his defensive rockets have been top-notch so far. This is a good example of it again, but a little bit more aggression coming out. Nosfa does get the rail. 2 minutes 20 left. Needs to find 5 frags. But the problem for Nosfa now is the fact that once he's get full item control and a great stack, he can't really take too much damage after each engagement if he wants to keep Dramus on the spot.
Big rail from Nosfa there. And yeah, I mean, Dramus at the very least doing enough damage to make sure that Nosfa doesn't go on a bit of a run, which is exactly what he needs with 2 minutes. A little bit of rocket damage. Going up the jump pad is going to be a death sentence, so he opts not to do it, instead giving up the Mega. Hits a rail, but it was previous to the pickup, so not a big deal for Dramus as he's looking good to potentially close this out. Less than 2 minutes, 5 frags. It's going to take a miracle, but maybe Nosfa is the man for the job.
He could be. The only problem is for him is Dramus's mobility, having to get away as he sees fit and just to try and to delay things further in order to secure his first map victory. And he slid out of that one, but will he be able to do any more? No, he does not. He hasn't got any rockets either, so he's going to have to stick with the LG and the rail to see if he can try and clean this up. But again, the defensive rails, the defensive rockets just doing absolute work to make sure Nosfa doesn't have any chance or any hope to come back in this matchup, and it's looking that way at the moment. 5 frags in a minute 10. It's not as doable as we once thought here, 40, but in the end, no, Nosfa trying to do a great job of a comeback, but once more, the mobility of the Dramus is going to be a bit too much here for Nosfa.
Nosfa, you haven't had rockets in like a minute and a half, please. He just keeps switching to the rocket launcher and making me aggressively nervous. There's a good railgun, and no, he dire orbs into the floor. He misses with the follow-up railgun up close, trying to end it with the shotgun, and he does. 7 HP, hanging by a thread. Still no rockets. Nosfa, please, I beg of you.
He's taken a leaf out of Maxter's book. Maxter always had a huge issue with ammo management, especially against Rafa quite a while ago, but yeah, that's not something you want to try and mimic at all in the slightest, but Nosfer's just going to try and charge in and challenge, and do you know what, why not? There's not really anything he can do here. 20 seconds left, picks up the Mega, and it's just pretty much a matter of time here, as Dramus is going to be pretty pleased with himself with his first map victory, and he had a commanding start as well, considering the way he was playing this out. But we'll win it by 3 frags, as Nosfer now needs to try and bring it back in these next 2 games. But it's going to be tough though for him. It really is. I don't think Nosfer wants another series loss. It will be his 3rd loss in the row here in the Quake Pro League if he does lose this next one.
A little bit rough near the end. I think Nosfa was just like, you know what, I don't care about these rockets, but he just kept switching to the rocket launcher and clicking, and it hurts my heart ever since Talks. We miss him all, but those clicks just hurt Lethal. But yeah, Drama's able to take map number 1. I still feel like it was close. Even the scoreline, even the way that it ended, I still feel like Nosfa has something in the tank, especially for map 2 and 3. But yeah, shouts to Dramas. Strong play. And again, after that Razy victory and just everything, I mean, he knows how good he is. He knows, but he's just having everybody little by little, week by week, put more and more respect on his name. And it's great to see.
Yeah, 56% rail for Dramas, and he did nearly 2,300 damage with the rockets. Like, that's just absurd. Don't get me wrong, like, you know, with how he was playing and how he was doing things, it was just both aggression and the defensive rockets, which is absolutely key here for Dramus, and especially the defensive one. The amount of times that Nosfer had a big stack or a decent in his stack in order to take an engagement, Dramus was always in a position, close quarters, or at least to a choke point to really do enough damage for onto Nosfer to make sure he can try and secure like an item, or maybe try and secure a frag. We saw it time and time again, but you see it in terms of the stats, and we'll have to see exactly what else he can do here, but needs to be really cautious on what is going to happen. But going into the next game now, which will be on Ruins, it will be the Sorlag versus the Slash, and this is going to be a fast-paced one. You said you wanted a bloodbath. I think this could be the one.
I hope so. I really hope so. I'm interested to see how Dramas approaches the game with the Slash going into the Sorlag. Again, very dangerous, especially off respawns, but, you know, Dramas, he's had a little something for everybody, so it's going to be a treat to see him on Slash. We don't usually get to see it, so very exciting nonetheless to see it on Ruins, and we're going to be loading up shortly here. So very, very excited. I think Nosfa could probably take this one, though. I feel like the stack is in his advantage. Again, he could take more of those risks that we are used to seeing Nosfa take, given the stack, especially if he gets on some of the items, heavies, megas. So yeah, bloodbath, like you said, please. May the Quake gods bless us on this map, Lethal. Yeah,
I hope so too, and I think we are going to get it. I think it depends on the circumstances. I do feel like it's going to be more rail heavy, especially on Dramus' side. He's going to play this how he normally plays Molten Falls, keep his distance, get a couple of rails in, contest the items if he can, and he's going to have to be very careful with the heavy, especially with the Slash. We know how squashy she can be, especially on spawn, and it's going to really be a way of how Dramus can contribute himself in terms of getting that damage done before making some of these engagements, and it's going to be very, very tough indeed. But we know how good he is on the Slash. We like his slightly champions, any kind of mobility he always takes advantage of. And Nosfer, we saw some elements of greatness here and there with his aggression, but not enough to really turn the tide here, and he did try and make it work. But the problem is Dramus' defensive rockets, or the position, especially the positional advantage he had time and time again, just making huge amount of work here. The only thing which Dramus needs to do now is to make sure to cover those choke points for the Mega, make sure he gets there early enough for the heavy so the Slash can't just dive on in to really make something work or make something happen here. We'll have to see though, as we're going to go into our second map between these two Titans, and it's looking very good for Dramus already. It's just a matter of how Nosfer can try and claw back these next 2 maps, and can he do it? We'll find out now. It's Dramus. We're going to start from his POV as he picks up the Mega straight away.
Mega straight away, sliding around everywhere. High flying action coming at us on map number 2. And shouts to everyone in the chat. I apologize. I don't have the ability to do anything about predictions, all right? I have too many responsibilities that I'm bad at already. Chat, give me a break. As Nosfa waiting for potential rail here. As spit, shotgun, deadly combo, especially against the light, but he misses the layup. The movement just too quick. Does get the clean heavy, but Dramus was in and out of there, free railgun, and that could be disastrous for Nosfa, depending on how Dramus wants to approach this. The hit and run with Slash is extremely easy given her movement, but Nosfa, I think he just got 2 items for free, Lethal. Look at that stack.
That's right, Nosfer's looking very beefy at the moment, and he's made the right route to take. It's just a matter of if he can be able to stay alive. Dramus is looking to see if he can clean him up. He cannot. Fair play to Dramus. Nosfer took a lot of damage, but the problem is he's picked up the heavy at the same time, and Not gonna lie to you, Jamis was so close on both occasions. He was hoping to try and at least, one way or another, try and go for the trade. But after picking up the heavy, maybe he should have just left it and just moved on, picked up the light, and just gone elsewhere to work on the weapons in his arsenal. But Nosfer, 31 HP. Jamis can smell blood in the water, looking to see if he can try and take him down, but decides to stand his ground, back away, and see if he can get him another angle.
That's exactly what Dramas has to do, keep the pressure up, and almost paid off for him. But giving Sorlag any time to stack back up, and especially getting the majors, is going to be painful, and there's a big rocket into the spit. Bad position here for Dramas as he's stuck trying to fight for this Mega. Goes down to grab a 25 and gets out of there. But again, Nosfa just really good at controlling the items, keeping that stack huge, and making sure that Dramas can't do any shenanigans off a potential frag to refrag. And that's going to be the biggest killer here, is the fact that Dramas can't just push in unless he does big damage and actually take down Nosfa.
A lot from Nosfer as well. He's trying to be as silent as possible, silent but violent, but just not going to happen here, as Dramas isn't going to fall for that at all. And the Sliders decided to play it safe and just go on the high ground to contest the Mega. And the items are segregated, so it does mean that Nosfer can just continue to keep control. As long as he doesn't take too much damage between now and the next heavy pickup will be in the next 10 seconds. Nosfer's just trying to see exactly where Jamis is going to go, feed himself some information. But look at that. Jamis is already down below. He's probably assuming that he may go up to rockets. But instead, Nosfer does have an inkling in his loins that Jamis is probably going to be down there, but decides to go for the Mega instead. And look like it's going to get good control of the choke point. Jamis just comes in deep as anything to make sure to try and clean up. Great stuff for LG to rocket combo. That was brilliant from Nosfer. Misses the spawn rail, but then again, we'll have to see exactly what path Jamis is going to take. If he hit that rail, that definitely would have been curtains again for Nosfer.
And I love that play. I love that play from Dramas, because he came in like an absolute psycho, keeping it 100, but he gets mobbed by Nosfa, unfortunately. And we're going to see more risks from Dramas like that. The Snail Trail not doing enough damage, in his opinion, I'm sure, as the Mega Pickup went to Nosfa. And again, another Mega Pickup, no damage from Dramas here. A little bit of LG on the way out, misses with the rail, and again, he's stuck in this awful position right now, Lethal. The stack just is not going Dramas' way, and he can't chain together this damage at a distance to even push in to try and finish it, as high-flying right past each other. Nosfa, though, firmly in the lead with 3. No signs of stopping. This may be his map. Dramas has to switch it up a little bit and start hitting some rails and just get more damage in before he can push in and get those frags he wants. This is a good opportunity here, but the spit to counteract the Snail Trail. Dramas using the Mega in the middle of the fight. Well done to Dramas, and that's the first frag for him.
Well, you wanted a bloodbath for it, and you're absolutely getting it here. And, you know, we've got to talk about Nosfer's position there as well. We know how hard it is to strafe on a staircase like that. I think he kind of felt uncomfortable in that position and decided he had to do what he can, you know, in terms of, like, best out of a bad situation. But Dramas does pick up the heavy to even the stacks. Has to take that first rail, though. Mega's up in the next few seconds, and looks like Dramas isn't be able to get there in the nick of time, but is ready for heavy. But the problem is, though, Heavy's not going to be up for a while, as Mega's been left there for quite a considerable amount of time. Finally gets picked up, but Nosfer's probably delaying the item on purpose just so that he can pick up both items, or at least contest both items to make Dramas' life even worse here. Using that trail again to do a lot of damage there, looking to get a little bit more down, but the suicide comes out. Does pick up the heavy, and there we have it, our halfway stage, and Nosfer's only up 2-1.
Oh, that's brutal, but again, look at this. Okay, big rockets to defend himself off the respawn, and that's exactly what Dramas needed to do. Ties it at 2, especially off the back of that self-frag from Nosfa. Nosfa with a nail gun and nothing else, and this has all gone horribly wrong as Dramas takes the lead, but he's so extremely weak, and again, this is the pain point for a light champion. Nosfa can just fly in with a machine gun and take that right before the heavy. Woo!
This is like a street fight at the moment, back and forth,
so
trading constantly. I know. You've been waiting for this all day, and, you know, finally we get it in the second series. And I don't think it's going to any signs of stopping at all in the sliders. It might do now because Dramas hasn't got any armor to his name, and he needs to start thinking about how to at least approach this heavy or try and eat up lights in the meantime. But you can see there already just trying to bait out the rockets from Nosfer to see if it's down there, gets the information he needs. Nosfer, though, looking really, really strong. Only up by 1 frag, though. We have to see how Dramas can try and chip away at the beefy Sorlag.
real thick and girthy. Down one. Does grab the light in the courtyard here. Does have Snail Trail as well. Spit is down for another about 15 seconds for Nosfa. If Dramus is keeping tabs on that, I'm sure that affects whether or not he goes in right now. Just trying to position at the rail, make sure maybe get some chip damage. But right now the positioning on the Mega going to be a little bit early. Nosfa can fly in from any direction he wants. 10 seconds until the pickup. Dramus trying to defend this T-Con. Barely hears him behind him in the nick of time here, and the Snail Trail comes out just for defense, but 12 HP. Dramus has to run.
Yeah, Dramus was completely caught off guard. He had his back turned at the time. He's, in all fairness, very lucky to be able to get away with his life. If he walks in, he's going to walk into the spit, and he has done. That was a fantastic plan of action there. Nice little trap there from Nosfa. People will say, you know, it's common sense really to do that just to block him off, but in all fairness, I don't think he expected Dramus to go for that. But Dramus, of course, didn't know that the spit was going to be outside that telly straight away. But Nosfa now looking very, very strong. Dramus does pick up the light, but at the end of the day, the stack difference is monumental. 2 minutes 45 left. Still a bit of time, as of course Dramus has a little bit more mobility compared to Nosfa to try and bring this back, but he needs to chip away. He needs to get something done now, because for Nosfa, it probably feels like 2.5 minutes is going to be a lifetime, but for Dramus, the clock is going to be ticking so fast for him and in his eyes, as now he needs to try and get a bit of real damage, or at least contest his items a little bit better than he has done over the last 5 minutes.
2:20 on the board. Time keeps on slipping. Lethal, as Dramus has to find a way to get back into this one. Nosfa with yet another mega pickup. Keeping Sorlag so thick. Has the spit in hand, and there it is, preemptive on the pickup. There's the Snail Trail from Dramus trying to get something going, but instead goes straight into another railgun, even though he gets the heavy, and Nosfa should be able to get away with this one. 2 minutes left, up 3, and again, just so tanky. Dramus not getting the distance damage that he needs to try and move in and make something happen, and now his hand is forced. He just has to go all out for the last 2 minutes here.
That could be the winning frag, and I think that's definitely going to confirm it, picking up the Mega. And I like how Nosfa's playing, even with his huge stack. He knows that he can't win this matchup by 2-3 frags. He makes sure to make the most out of his stack, and if something bad does happen, worst comes to worst, then he can start playing passive, start playing the defensive rockets and the defensive rails, making sure to cut him off at any choke points so he can trade him out straight afterwards, especially with the starting stack of the Sorlag. A minute 20 left though. Dramus is going to have to play that desperation game here, put himself in scenarios he does not want to place himself in, but at this stage here, Nosfa's doing exactly what needs to be done, using the split to make sure that for Dramus, there's not really many areas or places he can go without taking any damage. Trying to use his defensive rockets to good use, doesn't, but he's picking up the heavies. So small window of opportunity here for Dramus, but needs to get it done quick.
Oh, sneaky Nosfa! Does get caught out at the last minute here, but now still needs to hunt and chip down this giant dinosaur here. As for those playing the home version, this one is on Nosfa's server, if that affects how you feel about anything going on right now. The first map was on Dramus' server, so Dramus with another frag. 40 seconds left, does hit a rail, and this is actually getting a little bit dangerous. There's the rocket jump up. Nosfa's going to commit and somehow makes it happen. The spit machine gun up close melts Dramus, and that one should seal it. But man, if that went Dramus' way, we could have a whole different ballgame on our hands.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. If he didn't pick up that Mega, then the story could have been totally different, a complete role reversal potentially. But it's like I said, with the starting stack of the Sorlag, it's very, very tough. Again, trap him in a choke point. That's going to be G. 9-5 in favour of Nosfa. So for we got a bloodbath. He managed to bring it back. It's going to be 1 apiece. So we're not going to see the 3-0 from Dramus, as you optimistically said. But you never know.
Bad.
Dramus could. No, it's all your fault, mate. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Caster's Curse, that one's on me. I owe that man a Pepsi. But well done to Nosfa to tie it to 1. We're going to go to map number 3 as the decider for the set. And as a reminder, it's going to be Vale, DK versus Galena. In terms of the matchup, DK versus Galena, how do you feel about it on Vale specifically, Lethal?
It's going to be a tough one. It's like I mentioned before, we're not going to see too much what we're normally used to, but in the end we'll have to see exactly what's going to occur here, because, sorry, the channel picks were, oh yeah, Galena and the DK, yeah. So not something we normally see. Like DK, we've seen him like now and again. Galena we see quite a lot to counter maybe the Eisen, stop him from like holding top mid or at least the mega area. And it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to approach with the Death Knight. We're looking for a lot of aggression, I would say, compared to Galena, where he's going to hide a lot of the totems, especially around that rail area. And that's going to force him to have to push on a lot. But let's be real, he's going to be aggressive with the Death Knight anyway, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, just the burst potential is huge. I'm interested to see what the Galena setup's going to be from Nosfa. I mean, time and time again, we see usually totems of the jump pad, also the Mega Tele exit. But hiding him around the rail, as you said, to try and actually get that overstack going is going to be huge. So trying to figure out exactly where Nosfa might hide some of the totems. But as we take a look at the highlights here, that last skirmish, unfortunate for Dramas. Could have been a lot different, but 9-5 is going to seal it for Nosfa. Map number 2, tied 1 apiece as we go into the deciding map of Vale. You love to see it, Lethal.
Certainly do. And Vale, we thought that last one's a bloodbath. I think this could be equally, if not more, depending on how these two are going to approach right at the very get-go. I think both players at the start are going to kind of feel each other out, decide exactly how they're going to come at each other in terms of contesting some of the items, and depending on who gets what at the very beginning, especially going for the rockets at the start. But yeah, you can see here 11-8 in favour of Dramas at the start, and then the second map it was going to be for Nosfa. But the third one, honestly, it's anyone's guess. And I don't know who it was who banned the scale, but we can see that whoever it was did not want to play a part of it at all, because we know how scary the scale can be on Vale. We've seen it time and time again. A real nuisance, especially with that bull rush on numerous different areas. The map's just way too small for anyone to try and at least contend with the scale, especially with some of the items.
I'm again extremely sad at the Keel ban, but it doesn't matter what I want. It matters what chat wants and what happens on the server. So Nosfa versus Dramas shortly, but yeah, we won't see scale. I'm sure DJ Weed is popping a bottle because he's extremely excited about not seeing him. I don't understand the scale hate, but it's fine. We can talk to him later. As always, Weed will be on for the last 2 featured matches of the day. But for now, we're going to circle back up and get into Dramas versus Nosfa map number 3, the decider between these two. And as you said, I hope it's just explosive. That's all I want. I would like to see a 20-21, 35-minute overtime game on Vale, but I'm a dreamer, Lethal. You know, I'm a dreamer. I don't know.
I know you are. I know. We're going to see it. When you've got a Galena in play, it forces your opponent to, be on their toes consistently, just to put themselves in situations they don't really want to put themselves in. But you have no choice at the end of the day. You have no choice at all whatsoever. And this is why I was saying that this should be equally as aggressive. Of course, we don't have the mobility factor in here, but, Vale's like, it's a small map. The verticality is so important. It's all about who's going to get that top control at the start, and especially for the Rockets, it could be an absolute slugfest here between the two. But I do like the Death Knight pick. We see it now and again, considering what's been banned going into this matchup. But I'm glad we're not seeing a scale. I'm glad we're seeing something a little bit off meta going into this third map. But let's see who's going to get all the marbles here. Is it going to be Dramas or Nosfa? Third and final map of the series. Currently 1 apiece between the two. And we're going to start from Dramas' POV, not mucking around. Decided to pick up the Mega and the Light straight away. And then now it's going to go for those Rockets.
And I'm sure that he's going to play a little bit defensive around these Rockets. The Thunderdome, absolutely terrifying, especially going against Rockets and a Flame Strike. So Nosfa has to be very careful and calculate when he can get Rockets safely. And this isn't it, as he drops right into the Fire and Flame, somehow still hitting rails, but he's ticking away. He needs to try and grab health, somehow hits another rail, and he hits another one. Nosfa's absolutely insane.
What am I watching? That was... I didn't... At the start, I was thinking to myself, they'll speed each other out a little bit, but no, they're having none of that at all. In this slightest. The totems are going to come up again. And good positioning as well. Now, the problem is, if Nosfa wants to keep those totems up, he needs to stay in this area to then, of course, get the overstack and then be able to grab that heavy. Then he can free roam to do exactly what he wants at all. And looking at back and forth with these Rockets. Beautiful again from Nosfa, adding another one to the tally. It's only been 1 minute, but I kind of feel like we've already done an entire map here. This is ridiculous.
I'm still catching my breath from that first frag of Nosfa, and I think Nosfa heard what I said with my prediction, and he took that personally, as he should. Up 2-0, still a lot of game left, but quite the start from Nosfa here as he gets a little bit of chip damage. That's going to give him info as to where Dramas might be, but the items are very synced up, so it's a matter of where Nosfa wants to go, as stacks seem to be about even after that light pickup. So it's really up to Nosfa to dictate where he wants to go. It looks like Dramas is firmly planting his flag on the heavy, and Nosfa, just peeking over the edge just to get the info. And it looks like items will be split once again and still in sync.
It certainly is RBLG from Nosfa here. And the Rocket as well, just to make matters worse. Already 2 minutes in, and Dramas needs to find an opening in some way, because at this point in time, in terms of combat skills, Nosfa's been winning it each and every single time. And we expected this, didn't we, from Nosfa? This is what we wanted from the get-go, from the very first map. We saw flares of it here and there, but now we're seeing peak Nosfa now. Just going straight in, not really caring about how predictable he's going to be going for that telly. He knows he can risk it. He knows he can at least try and go for it. Good rockets from Dramus. Will he be able to finish the job? No, he does not. 40 HP he was left on, looking for Dramus on spawn, but he realizes that, yeah, there's no chance, but he still manages to hit it.
Crazy rails from Nosfa here, and I'm not sure why Drama switched off rockets in the Thunderdome. Maybe he ran out, but the switch to LG is really what cost him, as Nosfa, you mentioned, was so weak. Good rail from Dramas there as he sends Nosfa packing up the jump pad, but Nosfa has a mega to his back. Again, items still synced up, and a little bit of rocket damage from Nosfa giving him the information, and he still has a totem in the pocket as well. And another, oh, that would have been such a beautiful read. Drama stuck in a terrible way. Flame strikes his way out. No real damage. A little bit of rocket damage from underneath. Big dunks from Nosfa here. And a big rail as well, and Nosfa really taking over. But again, the items being so close in sync is the only saving grace for Dramas. He has to just pray to stay away from Nosfa and try and snake away one of these items to keep in it.
Nosfa's been so aggressive. He doesn't really care how predictable he's being against Dramus. But at the same time, this is where Dramus is probably second-guessing himself and not making his assumptions of how Nosfa's going to play. But Nosfa probably feels like this is the only option he has in order to continue on with the pressure. We know what Veil can be like. Done a tickle of damage again around the shoddy ramp, but Nosfa's just biding his time now, just waiting to see if Dramus goes for the TP, which he will not. We'll find him down below. Sadly, that rocket just missed by the tiniest of margins, but again, Nosfa just trying to hold that high ground, waiting for the next mega. Will be coming up in the next couple of seconds. Both items are almost in sync, only by a couple of seconds here, which does mean that neither player is going to get full control of the items as of yet, but I think it will happen at some stage in the next couple of minutes, depending on how Nosfa's going to play this. And you see here, Dramus is looking to find out if Nosfa's out of position, but he's been hanging around this area for a long time. As he goes for the telly, his back turns, and Dramus now looking to try and take advantage of that. But sadly, he does not. But it's done a fair amount of damage in order to try and push on forward. And it's backed away again. Great rail from Dramus.
Ooh, and I love this push into the Flame Strike, and this could take full control of the map. And, oh, he still gets the heavy. Nosfa, that's as best as he could have done there with all of that damage. But now this adds a split to the items, Lethal. So this is in Dramus' favor. A little bit of rocket damage as well for info, but not good for Nosfa here as he's backing up, hitting at least one rail. Tri-bolt, well placed, just out of reach. Dramus hunting right now, trying to get this third frag.
Patience from Dramus earlier on in that previous frag. He just knew that as he was burning, the only health bubble available was bottom mid, and he saw from there was nothing he could have done. Dramus just had to sit there, bide his time, and wait for him to drop on down, and he did exactly that. Good rockets again from Dramus. I can't believe the comeback we're seeing at the moment. He could just dive straight in at this stage to try and stop him getting the mega. He does at least pick it up and manages to burn it, but Nosfa still comes back with a retaliation rail. Hits the first one straight afterwards on the spawn. So desperate, looking for the second, misses it. And that could have been a huge dire consequences for Dramus if he did take that last shot.
60% rail from Dramus, and it shows. Or excuse me, from Nosfa, and it shows as he's stringing them together just when he needs them, up 2 frags. Trying to defend this mega from an odd position, and they fight in the air, and the rockets will take him out. And a casual totem placement there as Nosfa, just cool, calm, and collected, knows that he can mitigate the fire damage, and he's up 3, looking so strong, Lethal.
4 minutes left, and neither player's letting down at all in the slightest. It's Nosfa now. Didn't really have a read on his opponent. He does now, though, as he picks up the heavy, hits the first rail. That's going to be this cue for him to come on in and try and finish the job. But it's taken way too much damage, a lot more than we, again, anticipated, as both players has backed away. But now, though, Nosfa's picked up the next mega. Heavy will be up in the next 12 seconds. So Mano, if Nosfa wants to go for the kill, or at least wants to try and contest the heavy. He wants to do a bit of both, I think. But looking to see exactly how Dramus is going to approach this. Is backing away. It's actually going to go straight back through the TP, and Dramus realizes that it's probably going to have the high ground. Been tickled again by that last rocket. Just going to dive straight in here. Oh, the rocket
God!
Straight afterwards. And he picks up the heavy. Lovely.
Oh, and just when you think Dramus might have a glimmer of hope, Nosfa takes it away. Beautiful rocket right to the face to deny that heavy pickup. And again, just dropping rocket damage, taking so much. Dramus hanging by a thread, maybe 225s to work with, but Nosfa has to know exactly where he is with the pinpoint precision but he's just going to play around the items here, positioning for heavy. He knows he has a 4-frag lead. He knows there's less than 3 minutes, and everything looks to be in Nosfa's favor here. Dramas needs some big damage, and instead he takes big damage. There's the flame strike. It's not going to land as he thought. Nosfa was going to fall down into the flames. And it's the Nosfa show. 5-frag lead. And I guess we're seeing lightning in a bottle, Lethal. This is it. He popped it.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's only done 150 damage overall, but the rail percentage is 62%, and it's not like he's fired 12 or 13 shots. He's fired 27 shots and hit 62%. No wonder Drummers feels like he's running out of ways to get back into this matchup. He was looking really solid like around the 3-4 minute mark, but now things have changed drastically once again, and he could have his overstack just to make Nosfa a little bit more healthy going in, but it doesn't really need to worry about his HP at the moment. Picks up the Mega, and he can just stand his ground now. But we'll take that flame strikes, and he 10 HP. He will get taken down, and he just decided to do a tactical suicide just to spawn up straight away. He managed to pick up the rail shortly, but at this point, no, Dramas needs to be on full aggro, predictability. Just go straight in, or else that is going to be 2-1 for Nosfa.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see kind of the progression throughout the series of Nosfa, playing a little bit more crazy, looser, and then it's almost like he went to like a Quake correctional facility and he came out more disciplined, better decisions, more patient, and that's exactly what we're seeing as Dramas. Again, as you said, his hand is forced. He's got to start rocket jump. He's got to start cutting off. Big damage here. Does get a frag. Can he pull back this comeback? 4 frags in a minute 10. I don't know about that one, Lethal.
Yeah, I don't know about this. If he takes too much damage after each engagement, then yeah, I think it's going to be... Oh, that was a good first rail. It's going to dive straight on in, though. Hits the second one. Needs to try and clean this up if he can, and he has done. But once more, needs to try and recover from that last bounce. 50 seconds left. Still has a little bit of time, but needs to guide it now. No matter how predictable or how overzealous he's going to be, it needs to make it happen. But it looks like Nosfa's just trying to get away. He misses the first rail, and this could be, again, another time for Dramas to try and claw his way back, but Nosfa just doing what he should be doing, playing the defensive, just knowing, oh, the first row, he could go for the second, he is available, but it's picked up the health bubble. Dramas probably realises now at this stage, there's not really more he can do. But nice little comeback there from Dramas, just sadly just didn't have enough time.
Not enough time indeed, as that rocket against the wall will cut himself off, and Dramas got to be frustrated at the way that went. The chase looked good for a little bit, but Nosfa able to take this one away. A 2-1. Caster's Curse, Lethal. I apologize deeply, but fantastic play from Nosfa there. Throughout the series, getting progressively better and better, taking the set 2-1 over Dramas.
Well, you wanted a bloodbath and you got it, and that third map was definitely an indicator of that, especially 60% rail percentage there for Nosfa. And you said it yourself, it really showed, and it honestly, it did on a number of occasions. I kind of feel like both players had a huge advantage in terms of stack, but when they both engaged, the one with the bigger stack came out much worse off, and it was just bizarre how we saw that time. It wasn't just once or twice, it was on numerous occasions we at least witnessed it. But I think it's more due to weapon selection as well, one having LG, one having rockets. So of course, if you're in the Thunderdome, as you call it, or in some choke point, then of course that's bound to happen at some stage. So both players looking very strong in terms of their combat skills, but yeah, it was just an absolute massacre, wasn't it? But that's what we like to see, especially this early on in the day.
Absolutely. I think Nosfa kind of set the precedent for how that map was going to go. With this fight right here, on fire, hitting rails that he shouldn't be hitting, and just making it work, and it was just an incredible... Look at that! What do you do against that? You spike your mice into the ground, and you say, I quit this game. But just really well done. Dramas hung in there, almost had a bit of a comeback, but Nosfa just too strong in the end. 2-1, again, Caster's Curse, that's probably on me. I owe that man a Pepsi. My apologies, Dramas. But that's the way it goes any given Saturday. As Nosfa putting on a clinic, that defensive rocket to make sure that heavy doesn't go anywhere was absolutely glorious as well. So big shouts to Nosfa. I mean, lightning in a bottle. That's exactly what we got. 8-6, very close scoreline, explosive, high flying. But Nosfa, again, progressively throughout the set, each map got better decision making, more patient, picking the right weapons. I mean, sometimes when you don't have anything, you just want to hit rails all the time too. That's fair. I'm sure Kilson is shaking his head somewhere right now like, yeah, that works, just do that. And yeah, we saw that 61% there. Whether that was the reason he went through the finish line on top, I don't know, but shouts to Nosfa 2-1 over Dramas this week.
The man was on fire for it, literally, and had to go 3 for 3 in order to try and bring that back. If that's not a morale boost, I don't know what is, but it was definitely a clear indicator of what we're going to see. And yeah, I'm surprised Drum was even managed to claw back some of the frags he did, like considering the way Nossa was playing. I think as soon as he hit that one engagement and managed to come off on top, he was like, yeah, I think I've got this.
Yeah, that was just an insane way to start, especially on Vale. So we take a look at the recap. Those are your map scores. And yeah, just that's everything I kind of wanted in a set. I mean, more Keel, but again, it doesn't matter what I want, Lethal, but there it is. Map scores for you from set number 2, high flying action, and it's going to get even better as when we get back from this break, it's going to be Maxter versus Sparty. So we're going to go take a glass of water or whatever. I don't know. I'm going to try and find Nyx. She's probably just ruining my apartment. But we'll be right back after this with more Quake action. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League, and cat's out of the bag, Lethal. We have Maxter versus Sparty, two absolute alphas coming up. It's going to be exciting.
It certainly is, and I think Nix is looking to enjoy it as well, I think. And we are going to have Sparty versus Maxter, and we'll have to see what Sparty can do here. You know, we've taken out Nosfer last time round, and a strong showing, but we know what Maxter can bring to the table here. You love a bloodbath, like we already said time and time again in that last series. This should be another, potentially.
I imagine high-flying action, but just a lot of emphasis on railgun. Again, we have to figure out what maps we're on, of course, but I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. Again, both players fantastic. And yeah, we'll see exactly how it goes here as we're getting into the map picks right off the bat. Sparty versus Maxter. We got Ruins, we got Deep Embrace, we got Corrupted Keep. So I'm a liar. It's not all going to be Railgun. The third map, of course, not having one. So Athena got banned. It looks like Doom and BJ as well. So Galena versus Ranger on Ruins. How do you feel about that one, Lethal?
I would say the second map's going to be interesting, especially with the Anarchy as well, and Max is banned out the Doom. So that's going to be one I'm going to be curious to see how that pans out. Sparty with the final map, it's actually banned the BJ. That's going to be the Visor versus Sorlag. Again, not a matchup you would normally see, especially on Corrupted Keep. But for Ruins, I kind of say these are quite safe picks. The Athena being banned, I assume that's for Deep Embrace, just in case Maxter does select it on that second map later on. But yeah, I think these are quite safe, but the Anarchy pick intrigues me a little bit for Deep Embrace. Not something we normally see every day.
Yeah, definitely a speedster is Maxter, what Maxter wants to be on that one. And then Corrupted Keep, Visor versus Sorlag. Visor getting picked more and more, I feel like. I don't see it a lot. I mean, we're seeing it a lot in the league. Also, just like scrim games and people streaming their matches, I see Visor picked more and more across all of the maps, which is interesting. But first and foremost, Ruins. It's going to be Galena versus Ranger. Very excited to see how this all starts. And again, I cannot help but think emphasis on the rail. We'll see, though. We'll see. But either way, should be a great set. But again, it's that time, Lethal. What exactly do you think? Who do you think is going to take this one, and by how much?
Oh, this is going to be tough. I would probably edge towards Maxter 2-1, I'd say. Like, Sparty's had a good showing so far, but we found how strong Maxter is, especially on his maps in particular. It should more go his way. But the reason why I'm a bit, debating this is the fact that Sparty looks so good against Nosfer beforehand. It makes you wonder what else he can do here, what else he can bring to the table. But that's back in the first week. Max is making his debut, and this will be his first match here in the Pro League. But depending on how things go, I'm just questioning the Anarchy pick on Deep Embrace. I want to see how he can use his of course, his utility in order against a Strog, and it's going to be very tough indeed. Even with the Visor pick on Corrupted Keep, normally when you use the Visor on quite a small map, it's not really about giving you an insight on which item to contest and how to prep for it early, but obviously get those rail angles as well. But of course, Corrupted Keep, no rail, so that's one less thing for Maxter to worry about here. But we'll have to see. I think the second third map in terms of champion picks is a little bit iffy.
I like the idea of just using the vision to control the vials and making sure Sorlag doesn't have the spit to mitigate that issue when you get up close and personal with her. We'll see if that's kind of the game plan for Sparty, but again, first, we're going to have to get into Ruins. We're going to have to see exactly how the set starts. Again, as you mentioned, Maxter's debut for Season 3 here, so he's been hiding, watching all the game tape, running the demos, and we'll see if he can come out swinging against Sparty on this one. And again, as always, Bloodbath, please. Just high-flying action is what I want. And that's what we get usually, but it could start off slow and steady, which is also fine, Lethal. I'm okay. As long as it's Quake, I'm happy.
You just love a good massacre, don't you? That's all you want. And I thought you
I just love a good duel. I just love a good duel. That's all. I'm a simple man. I'm wearing a luggage tag on my chain, Lethal. If that gives you any indication of how I am, it's because I have a lot of baggage. But we're going to get into map number 1. I heard them load up, so we will be getting into it shortly. Again, sorry for the predictions. I don't have enough fingers to launch that. But here we are live, slowly but surely, on map number 1, Sparty versus Maxter, right here on week 3 of QPL.
That's right, the start game button has been pressed. Maxter's POV, we're going to be starting things off to see exactly what his thoughts and feelings are going into this map, but it looks like he's just going to play it safe for now. Just try and feed out some info towards himself to see exactly where Sparty could be, but he's already got great height control and great advantage here to decide how he wants to go about it. But Sparty also getting a little bit feeling that he's going to be in a bit of a tough spot here, trying to get away, and he does. That one rail hit, or miss rather, does somehow get away here. So he's going to be quite lucky. And Sparty was hoping that Maxter, not just that he would forget, but just maybe just turn away and go for another item. But instead he does not, but does find one totem. So, you know, every little helps.
Yeah, definitely want to make sure that the overstack doesn't come into play here, as you see Maxter giving it a little peek right there, just making sure, clearing it out while he's close. But more importantly, trying to maintain high ground and position on the Mega here. He's just trying to figure out exactly where Sparty's setting up. May have heard the drop as he makes his way towards this outer armor to have the optimal stack as best as he can, making his way back to the Mega. It appears it might trade out. Actually, Maxter giving it a little bit of a delay, trying to read exactly where Sparty is, and Sparty doing the same thing, delaying his item, and now we have this game of chicken. Who is going to pick up their item first?
Yeah, Max is probably thinking, why are you copying me? But all for the right reasons. They can stay here all day long at this point. It's been, what, 10, 15 seconds, and they're still right now just trying to decide who's going to go for what first. Finally, Maxter picks up the heavy. Sorry, picks up the Mega rather, as Sparty does pick up the heavy. Just drop down to see if he's taking another route, which he has not. Finds another totem. And yeah, Maxter really keeping these totems in check. Does manage to get away. Still got his orb if he wants to use that for extra damage or try and scutter away towards one of the items. But he's looking to see if he can push on forward. Does get him out that choke point, which is going to be huge here for Maxter. As now both of them are just going to let each other get the items. Nice gentleman's agreement once again. Oh, I say that though. Maxter's actually dropped down to see if he can take him out again, but he's in a position to try and pick up the Mega. Items are a little bit delayed, which does mean whoever picks up the Mega first has a bit of time, maybe not to get the heavy, but at least contest it and deal a bit of damage.
What I love, Maxter playing with sound a little bit there, trying to get a pre-fire from Sparty to get his location. Now that he knows he's down there, he's still going to eat a rail, has to retreat after that. So heavy is a bad time right now for Maxter. He's only picked up a 1, but he is going to live off the lights. Ooh, beautiful shot there. Nice little read from Maxter there. Whether he heard him or not, lined up the rail, got some damage. Here's the jump pad now. Might get another one as Sparty. Ooh, just missing out, but that's going to alert Sparty as to the whereabouts for Maxter now. So slow and steady, Lethal. Slow and steady. Not the high-flying game I thought it would be. Not quite yet as we approach the 3-minute mark.
Maxter, again, just doing a good job keeping these totems in check. Realises that Sparty's around that tri-bolt area, trying to get up top. He's actually orbed up to see if he can clean him up. Misses such an important rail, and he hits it in the end. And even if he got tagged, it would have been left on 1 HP. Great stuff there from Maxter. He's got the Mega, but Sparty does have time to trade. But I don't think he's got the weapons in his arsenal in order to make that happen.
Yeah, the 1 HP insurance is what Maxter had. Prioritizes making sure getting the rail out of Sparty's hands, but Sparty's going to make a beeline for it. He's going to get it just in the nick of time as Maxter a little bit too late on his rounds to make sure that he keeps it out of his hands. So Sparty can fight back from a distance now, and that's really all he has. Finally gets an LG as well, but still no rockets at his disposal. So Maxter does have the advantage in these kind of fights. Doesn't get any damage. Good footwork there from Sparty.
Yeah, good read as well, making the assumption he's still going to be on that left side. As now Maxter looking to see if he can get a couple of cheeky shots off, but not as of yet. He's seeing if he's going to go towards the nail, then towards the courtyard, but he's going to dive down once again. Bit uncharacteristic from both players, not really hitting their rail shots, and Maxter wasn't the best of angles, sadly for him, but we made the assumption that he weren't going to hit that one anyway, as both players are going to look to go for the items. Maxter's going to do what he did last time, see if he can do a bit of damage, and then rocket jump himself up towards the Mega, which he has done, and Sparty was hoping to get there beforehand, knowing that he had a small window to try and push on forward, but Max didn't even realise that he actually doubled back to hit that rail off. So good stuff for Sparty just to keep Maxter at bay, especially in terms of stack, and this is where Sparty needs to try and make this push before Maxter picks up any lights.
Ooh, a little bit of rocket damage as he flies by, but he's going to get a clean heavy here. Maxter just waiting on this Mega, more than content. There's the rocket jump up. Actually flails about. The orb will bail him out. The rockets won't land in the air, and Sparty is able to tie it at 1. And that was a little bit messy right there.
Yeah, that blunder cost him dearly as well. Both items still haven't been heavily segregated at all since this game started, and it's been 5 minutes. As Sparty now looking to try and stay alive. It isn't railable anymore, so at least he can continue to engage. Great rail there from Sparty. Give him room now to recover HP. He's got all the armor he needs in order to try and get this Mega. Great little rocket jump to try and get this Mega, and he manages to get Maxter at the same time, as well as keeping him on spawn.
It's a battle of the Alpha, Rail, and Sparty. Takes the bait on that Dire Orb, and that lets Maxter live a little bit longer here. Maxter has no weaponry, finally getting in on some rockets, devouring that totem. And the overstack, not even an issue for Sparty. He's not even attempting to go for it. He's laying down maybe one at a time, but mostly keeping pocket totems ready for mid-fight, and again another rocket, and then follow-ups with the Rail. 3-1. Sparty looking real good right now. 50% Rail against 27 of Maxter.
It's not something we'd normally see here from Maxter. Maybe just looking to try and warm up a tad in this series. But Sparty, if he's going to continue playing like that, then there's no reason why he can't take this first map in the series. Stacks are equal. Megas come up in the next few seconds. Sparty may not be able to get it, but can at least do some damage beforehand. And instead, it's actually taking a huge chunk. Maxter will win that bout and the Mega. And this is his chance now to try and get full map control, full items as well, as long as he gets to each of these items early enough in order to not give Sparty a chance.
Yeah, nice clap back there from Maxter, keeping the deficit at 2 as we get closer and closer to the 7-minute mark now. Maxter able to grab the heavy cleanly here, and there's enough of a split for him to make this move. The rocket jump could be dangerous, but Sparty's not there with the right weaponry to deny it. Tri-bolt instead as he falls down, just playing defensive. Good rocket from down below for even more damage, but now Maxter picks up the Mega. So still, stack is pretty good, and that Rail follow-up is going to be fantastic. Maybe another one, indeed, as the totem goes down, but this should be a frag for Maxter. There's a Dire Orb, there's the Rail, a little bit messy again. Can he hit it? He does! 81 HP, gambling it all, but still doesn't get the frag after that Rail damage. Sparty hanging by a thread.
Oh, he made the right read, but couldn't get the angle. This is that last one. And now he's looking to go towards the Mega, but the problem is Sparty's already waiting for him. Oh, great Rail again from Max there. We could go for the second here if he catches him off. He's actually directly next to him. I don't think he realised it. Now he will do. Hits it, but the problem is Sparty's still alive and kicking, able to get away towards the courtyard, and is waiting to see if Max is going to push him or not, which he will not. So he's camping up the heavy. Sparty, of course, is the one he doesn't need to engage, and why should he? And he's still looking to try and make some work, but is not going to be able to get this Mega.
That's got to be so frustrating, but Sparty appears to have weathered the storm. But another Rail, this next one will plant him here. He does grab a 25 to get out of Rail range. Looks like he put down a totem as well, so Maxter just constantly on the hunt, hitting good Rails, but none of it has equated to a frag yet. And Sparty just waiting out in the open, and Maxter, no, he doesn't check the corridor. Instead drops down for the heavy, and now he doesn't have any rockets.
One of the very minor issues with Maxter is his ammo management, but he realises that he had that one rocket left anyway, so now he's going to have to change the way he's going to play this. As long as he keeps hitting rails like this, it does not matter at all. Lovely stuff there from Maxter. Still got a huge stack, barely took any damage, but he misses that rail, and in the end still takes him out 4-4. Things are escalating quickly here, and he hits the spawn rail as well. Sparty in a world of hurt and a world of trouble.
You blink and you miss it as momentum firmly in Maxter's favor. What a play there. Knowing he had him dead to rights, just piling through the totem, barreling on through, and good defensive rocket there from Sparty, ensuring that Maxter doesn't drop to try and take the lead with 50 seconds left. Dead tie at 4 right now. Maxter does have the Dire Orb back. No totem in the pocket for Sparty right now as the items are synced up. It's just a matter of where Maxter wants to go. He should have heard the jump pad, and now it's all about positioning, Lethal.
Sparty's actually went to try and go for the choke point. He hit the second as well, but it might not be enough. Hits the rocket, 30 HP. And the thing is that will both players, or either of them, try and be a little bit overzealous and go for the potential winning kill, but it looks like it's not going to happen. It could be the first sudden death of the day, with 15 seconds left remaining, but Maxter needs to continue to recover. As Sparty had a little inkling that he could be down there around the LG spot. Does have the totem, hits another rail. Both these players are just going in and out and just constantly hitting these rails back to back, but is he going to give it the Mega? Looks like he may be. Yes, he is.
Maxter down to 40 HP, knew that if he hung around it was curtains, and it still might be as he has no resources to work with. Sparty coming out of the stairwell, just missing out with a rail, and now it's just cat and mouse. 40 HP, can Maxter survive? He has to make all the right reads here. Very crucial, and what a Dire Orb to just miss out on the rail damage there. What a play to grab the light, but you can see that Maxter is just working so hard for anything on the map right now. Firm control for Sparty, totem in the pocket as well, and now the Dire Orb is burned from Maxter. and he has to just try and work to get more rockets and position for any kind of resource that he can.
My heart can't take this. That was one way to be proactive. Hits 2 rails and he's going to hit the third. No, he does not. And that wouldn't have been the winning frag, but at least could have given him that opportunity. Both of them are just trying to do as many flybys as possible. I still can't get over the flyby which Sparty did in that choke point near Mega and still was able to get away with it. An engagement he had absolutely no right to win. But now they're both players on a very even stack. It's just going to whoever's going to go for what, when, how. Nice little bit of tri-bolt damage there. Both players are going to try and go for the Mega, but he pushes it as he comes in with the orb. And I don't know how both players are even alive at that stage. Both coming out with the same stack, but look at it, Sparty is going to get the heavy. He's going to take it down 2 for 2. And Maxter comes out on top in that first map. It was just how passive and defensive, and neither player wanted to make anything work. And both of them came out with so much flair and magic towards the later stages. Great stuff from Maxter, though. That was unbelievable.
Really good game from both players there, but Maxter says, everyone take a breath. You can relax her now. I'm here. Takes the first map, does a great job. Sparty just so close, but that heavy. I mean, you get stuck in that territory, and it's just rail wars all day. Maxter able to string together the 2, knowing he did good rocket damage at the Mega. Takes the first map, but very, very close game between these 2.
And both had the same idea. It's just all rockets and rails, wasn't it? Like, barely any LG damage from both players. I think it was like around 50 or 150, and neither of them touched it at all in the slightest. They were just wanting to go really aggressive and just wanted to play those rail angles. But I say angles, it was just constant flybys, wasn't it, for you? It was just absurd.
Yeah, just absolutely brilliant play. I mean, I'd love to see it. And again, it was a matter of 2 alphas going at it and just railing each other until somebody won. And that's really what you want to see with Quake, right, Lethal? As we take a look at the highlights. Lots of rockets in play too, but really patient play from Maxter there. I mean, this, knowing that he smelled blood in the water, perfect push. I don't care about the totem damage. I just need to get to you so I can give you a little bit of that tickle. Here's the orb play. Again, a little bit messy. That last rocket just doing enough damage after Sparty uses, I think, a totem to get down there. And then this was just it. I mean, you line up against Maxter. It's all about who can hit the rails at that point. You got to string together at least 2, and Maxter comes out on top 5-4 in a close overtime game from map number 1. But I would love to see this energy go into the next map in the 3rd as well. Close game. Wasn't necessarily the bloodbath high-flying intensity that I wanted, but I mean, any day with Quake is a good day. So fantastic start for Maxter. Again, this is his debut. And Sparty, with him, you can't really be upset about too much. Again, losing always sucks, don't get me wrong, but the game was just so close it could have gone either way with those last 2 skirmishes near the Mega and the Heavy. So
it was just madness, wasn't it? And I still find it's quite crazy how barely either player did any damage at all. I think it was like 72 damage with the LG with Sparty and 143 for Maxter. Not something you would see from both players, really, let alone just one. But it just shows what pace they were both playing at. Either it was always long range, trying to feel it out, or both were just going all in with the aggression of the Rockets. There was never really a middle ground, was there? Like, in terms of having the rights to use the LG, maybe apart from the tri-bolt here and there, but that was literally about it. And for Sparty, it's happening again. It happened last season where there was so many different occasions where he would lose a map by 1 frag. It must have been on at least 5, 6, maybe 7 maps it happened on last season. But I hope it's not happening again. He's obviously had a good start already, but he does want to keep what happened, the trend which he had last season, because that's the last thing he wants.
Don't you put that curse on him, Ricky Bobby. Don't
try.
you do that. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, again, great start for Maxter, but a very close game for Sparty. I think it could have gone either way based on those last 2 fights. So we'll see if we're going to see more of the rail action. We're going to get into Deep Embrace, Anarchy versus Strog. And as you said, you're a little sus with the Anarchy pick for Maxter, Lethal?
I'm just not too sure, probably because of the fact that we've not really seen it that often. Normally see, like, you know, the Kill, the Ranger, we've seen the Strog a lot more often compared to the months and months ago. We were very used to a standard meta, weren't we, in terms of champion picks. But obviously with the Inject, maybe he wants to do something which we're not really a little bit unsure of, but we'll have to see. It's but with the Strog pick, that's pretty standard, you know, with the Pika to feed himself info, especially towards the Heavy. So I want to see what Maxter can really bring to the table here with the Anarchy. And against a Heavy champion, it's going to be tough for him. It really is. But the way he's railing at the moment, there's no reason why he can't put on a show like he did last time. Like, he did what, 1900 something damage, something stupid like that.
completely agree. Yeah, I think around 1900 is what it was, but we are slowly loading into Deep Embrace. We'll get there, chat. We'll get there. Hang in there. But again, yeah, I'm just upset and ashamed that we haven't seen Keel yet. But that's just me. That's my own personal thing, you know. Can't let it go. Have to
Just
bring
being
it up.
selfish is
Lethal,
fine.
just being shellfish, you know. That's what I am. So yeah, I think the Anarchy pick is going to be interesting. I think the speed might work in favor of Maxter, especially if we see kind of those drive-by rails that we saw on Ruins. You string together a couple of those, and Deep Embrace can just spiral out of control. But Sparty, he's got a railgun of his own, and he knows how to use it. So I think it's going to be rail wars on this one specifically. We'll see. It's always exciting to see how it plays out, especially on the Deep Embrace with a pick that we may not have seen a lot, which is the Anarchy. So I'm going to get into it right now. Map number 2 is going to be live between Maxter and Sparty. Again, the debut set for Maxter. Sparty tries to go up and tie it at 1 apiece in this set.
Yeah, see what we could do. We've seen the strong enough times here and how it works with Deep Embrace, but of course with the starting stack of the Anarchy, it depends how Max is going to go about this. So a strong lead is vital for Max there. We'll be starting with his PFE to see what shenanigans he's going to be up to. Just biding his time here, just waiting to see exactly what Sparty's going to be up to. But it's just going back and forth, just going to keep Max with a guessing game. But it's got all the audio cues in the world here, especially from this angle. The question is Sparty made the assumption that he's gone for the heavy? No, he hasn't. He's actually decided to dart around the bottom to see if he can get anything going, but it doesn't matter. Both items going to be in sync as... Damn, does he hit the first row? No, he does not, but got tickled a bit with the LG.
Max just trying to find any rail angle and just missing out on these opportunities. Very unfortunate, but the saving grace is Sparty hasn't gotten a railgun yet. So Maxter, I don't know whether he's trying to defend it, but that side of the map is not safe as Sparty does try and break into it, trying to get on this heavy. Needs to be careful as the tri-bolt comes raining out from Maxter. No damage as Sparty with the double back onto the heavy. And that's going to leave the Mega open, but now Sparty has a railgun, so that opens up his game a little bit.
Certainly has done. He needs to make sure to keep an eye on his hourglasses as well. Feed himself a little bit more information later on. Maxter with the tiniest of advantages in terms of stack. Maxter knows the whereabouts of Sparty. It's just a matter of if he can get any damage done. The tri-bot will help a tad. It's a new normally a 2-minute stage here, but that tri-bot miss is going to cost him in terms of weapon selection because he took way too much LG damage and Sparty just literally dived on down, got the first frag. He's only got the LG to his name, and especially at the peak, lovely stuff from Sparty. He's going to add another one to the tally.
Wow, what a peeker. Just quick and easy, Lethal. Nice Hyper Blaster into Kamikaze there as the 2-frag lead will go into Sparty's favor. Does get hit with a rail, tagged with another one, trying to make his way to the heavy again. Just a straight line is what Maxter wants for these. Uses the inject, steals away the heavy. The damage is good, and the mutual comes out. What a play, Maxter making it happen from seemingly nothing.
So it was 5 seconds until this next Mega appears. Maxter manages to bag it, hasn't got any weapons in his arsenal, and he knows that, so the Pika could do a bit of damage, not a huge amount, which is a bit of a shame, but does have to shoddy if he does come up close range. He's going to dive straight on in to see if he can do any more than he can to try and get that second frag. Oh, great tri-bolt, and it made him slip a tad on that bit of brickwork, and that does mean it's going to be a free heavy now for Maxter.
Yeah, big frag there from Maxter, just missing out on that rail, just having issues landing some of these rails. It's not fully costing him, but definitely would turn the tide if he could land some of these, just giving him a haircut here, and that tri-bolt needs to be careful it doesn't knock him off the map, but he's going to take the fight straight to Sparty. What a rocket jump into rail, uses the inject as well, and steals away the Mega. And Maxter just has a way of flipping it on. As we're seeing right here, misses with the buckshot up close. He has to hit it. Finally settles down and grabs that one, but that one, a little nerve-wracking there, Lethal. I don't know if you could tell, but I was very scared for Maxter right there.
Yeah, I was as well. When he missed that second shot, I was like, please don't. You need to get one good shot off from close range in order to, because he was not really weak enough to even scrape with that shotgun. Good tri-bolt damage as well, just making the best reads possible in order to make Sparty's life hell. Picks up the Mega, so it will not be railable, and at the same time, though, Max is in a great position to go for this if it's heavy, but the problem is he's down on 45 HP, has to dive down and just try and back away once again, which means that the contestation of the heavy, it seems like Sparty will be able to pick that up, and it looks like Maxter will be on the back foot just for a little bit here. 5 HP, has the inject, and knows there's no really much point using it unless he picks up the lights, and he's managed to pick up in the end. available. And the problem is how Sparty are going to counteract this.
100 HP after that health bubble pickup in the Mega. Could be a trap. As Maxter taking a little bit of rocket damage, but the tri-bolt into the rail almost! 4 HP, and Maxter still wants to fight to the death, and he does hit a rail almost, knocking Sparty down into the sinkhole, but no dice. Sparty's able to grab that one, and Maxter cannot fight for this heavy. As the peeker came out just for a little bit of insurance there. I like that play from Sparty, just being patient, clearing it out, using the peeker. There's a good rail as the light does go to Maxter, but he's still so weak right now, and Sparty has to know.
He certainly does. As Maxter now waiting for him to go for the LGTP, but not going to happen, but it does a little bit late just to throw him off. Max has done a great job just keeping control of his Megas at the moment. In terms of item control, it's very even. 10 for Maxter, 8 for Sparty. And now just tanking all of these rails, and Max looking to see if it can at least cut him off in some way, but it hits the rail at fat range, and Sparty, it's only for him, does commit suicide, all tied up here for you.
Maxter does a little bit of damage on the rail pickup again, just making sure that Sparty doesn't get a free rail. There's a good play on the peeker here, a little bit of damage coming out from Sparty as Maxter claims another one. Rocket jumps up, mitigates with the inject. Big rockets knocking him off position though. Maxter needs to be careful, 61 HP, almost gets a rail from down below. But Sparty now has the advantage, has the position, and Maxter has to play a little bit more careful. But I think Maxter wants to be high flying. There's a great rail there. Sparty didn't even see where he got hit from, and now he's just posted up. Maxter looking for more damage. There's the rocket. No information on that one, so nice little dodge from Sparty there, not giving away the position. Maxter trying to get some damage from up above here, but again, too weak to fully commit and do anything overly crazy. But I mean, it's funny I say that because Maxter will just absolutely flip a switch and just go ham if he wants. There's another great rail as he grabs the heavy. So a good slugfest here, Lethal. 3-3, you love to see it.
You certainly do, and he's going to try and take him out here, and he has done. That's going to be the lead for Maxter. Barely took any damage, which means that's going to be another cue for him to push on forward, but the peeker, it's done so much damage here, 40. That should have been a clean kill there for Maxter. Just not going to happen. But what I like about Maxter and what he's done the last 45 seconds is his defensive rails. His positioning, especially the angles he's been taking, has just been phenomenal. And it's making sure that if he does miss a shot, he can re-rotate round and try and find another cut-off point here. And again, Maxter just eating up his Megas, making sure Sparty doesn't get a chance in order to collect them. But even though that tri-bolt shot did not hit, he knows that he's around that area anyway. It's just a matter of how he's going to try and approach this, but doesn't need to. Top mid, Mega's up next in the next 12 seconds. Just a matter of collecting the last piece to the puzzle in terms of the Holy Trinity. Destroys that peeker straight away, but Sparty's going to be the one with the stack advantage trying to progress into this Mega. Doesn't go for it.
Getting that positioning here, needs to be careful. He's going to push in, and that might leave him out to dry, and it does. Maxter says, I don't think you should have done that. Takes a 2-frag lead. Here's the rocket jump as again he lands on the buckshot. That one's going to hurt. Sparty trying to contest on the heavy, and it backfires, and now he's put in a position where he might have to play a little more aggressive than he'd like. Down to 3, 230 on the board. Tri-bolt coming out on the light, but not a ton of damage. Maxter trying to reply with a little bit of tri-bolt on his own onto the rail, so still plenty of time for Sparty as the game slows down a bit here, but Maxter still firmly in control as he's had 17 major items to Sparty's 11. So slightly in favor of Maxter, but he's also had the inject to be able to mitigate some of the issues, play a little more aggressive with his rocket jumps with Anarchy, and just play the style that he wants and dictate the pace. Great rail from Sparty there as Maxter trying to control this heavy area here as it's taken, but now he can't really escape.
Yeah, that Mega pickup earlier on, I think there might have been a misplay from Sparty. I'm not too sure if he maybe mistimed the Mega going towards it, but he's been so used to Maxter prepping so early for the Mega, but I don't think he was too sure because he had the stack advantage, so he had more than enough room to progress towards it and then just turn the tables, or at least turn the tide in some way. But the LG battle comes out between the two. This is huge for Sparty. Decides to switch to the rail, which is a bit unheard of, but still managed to bag it. But the problem is he's so weak, and you remember as well, Max's starting attack isn't the best either, so it depends on if he can hit the rail, but he doesn't. And Sparty's looking to see if he can try and add his 5th frag in the game. He's got 1:20 left. He needs to start pushing that panic button.
Oh my God!
And he does. He hits it in the end. 1 frag deficit for Sparty. He can easily do this.
That was just so beautiful. The patience, knowing exactly where his opponent's going to be and threading the needle. Sparty, just beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Still down by 1 with 1 minute, but now the Pika play comes out. This could do it. decent damage here, but Maxter has the Mega, has too much of a stack. But after that rail, Maxter's going to be hurting 225s at the murder hole, but another rail maybe? No, not with that light. Still hanging on by a thread. Good rail from Maxter himself here. Just trying to hold on to this lead, Lethal.
He's doing his best, but they're both so weak. But Sparty's the one who needs to be the aggressor, and he's doing it. He flips up a little bit, going towards the heavy, and that means we're all tied up here. We could be going to potentially another sudden death. 30 seconds left though, but for Deep Embrace, it wouldn't surprise me if another frag comes out in the next 30 seconds. As Sparty knows he's so weak, and Max, it's just a matter of how he wants to try and approach this, but he needs to do what he did before, take those positional angles, positional advantage, and try and hit these rails one by one. He's hit the first one, is actually able to pick up a heavy fade. 7 seconds left, comes out with a peeker, needs to try and make sure he takes it down, but he's already taken a lot of damage, but it looks like he's gonna have to give up this heavy.
What a rail. As the heavy is stolen away, but Sparty has the advantage. He can make his way cleanly over to the Mega after stealing the light as well, and so the pressure's all on Maxter to just survive. Also Sparty denying the upper, and what a rocket as well. This should be all Sparty here. He misses with the shotgun. Maxter on 25 HP could steal the Mega, but he drives right by him and the rail misses. What is happening, Lethal? Mega finally goes to Sparty, but Maxter is still hanging on, 75 HP. Sparty just has to find him, trying to fight from down below. He would be crazy to go through the telly right now. Maxter stuck in such a precarious position, gets a rail, but still survives somehow.
No, and he's still, Sparty does manage to take him down in the end. And some people may say he's just delaying the inevitable, but God almighty, Maxter did his best in order to try and survive that little scuffle for at least 30 seconds. And you can see how tight it was as well in terms of item control. 19 to Maxter, 18 to Sparty. And this one, we're going to have another map 3 on our hands here. Again, we mentioned it, and you mentioned it especially as well. Another rail-heavy matchup. 2 sudden deaths in a row. Can't beat it.
I'd love it. OT all day. One more. Let's go to Corrupted Keep. Rail is off the menu. But I think the way these two are playing, it's respectful, it's cautious, they're waiting for the right opportunity, and then for 2 or 3 minutes you'd be like, you know what, just rail only? All right, I don't care. So it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of take over Corrupted Keep, but these two are playing just insane Quake right now. This is top tier Quake, and you love to see it. Shouts to Sparty for taking that one.
Yeah, this is already becoming one of my favourite series of the day, and we're only literally at the halfway stage. And at this point, no, the last 2 maps, they might have just been playing insta-give, like, you know, don't actually worry about the other weaponry in that Arsenal wins. I still, that play was still debatable from Sparty, where he had the stack advantage, he was at the LG, could easily have pushed in, but maybe he was expecting, he mistimed that Mega because of the fact that Maxter was there so early. But it's kind of, you know, in terms of what he does, he went early for the Mega every single time by at least 5 to 7 seconds each and every time. But yeah, that rocket through the floor was just absurd. But both matches, you know, both going to sudden death, both have been 1 frag apiece. Can't complain at all, and hopefully this third one will also be that nail biter. But I must say, we'll talk about the Anarchy pick, especially me, in terms of how it's going to work. It did work. He did a great job of it, but sadly for him, it's not going to be enough. As Sparty, for once, he's the one who's going to win that sudden death, as normally he does struggle to close some maps out. We've seen it in terms of his history, his track record. 45% rail against Anarchy, especially the way Maxter was playing. It was really good stuff there from Sparty.
Yeah, fantastic. He broke the curse that you spoke of earlier already, showing us that, you know what, it's different this season, Lethal. It's going to be different for the Mayonnaise Man as he ties the series at 1, and we're going to go into map number 3 as the series decider on Corrupted Keep. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. Sad that there's no railgun, sure, but now we're going to probably see a lot more rockets, maybe some air rockets, maybe some craziness. I don't know. It's always fun to get on Corrupted Keep and see what goes down.
It certainly does. We mentioned it before, where with the visor, normally it can be quite rail heavy with him, especially getting those angles with a piercing sight. But yeah, you mentioned it, there is no rail. So Hourglass is going to be a key factor here, as Sparty needs to really keep an eye out in terms of on his whereabouts and where he could go for, especially once he just used the piercing sight to see exactly where he could go, either get the hourglasses from the red room or maybe even get it from just outside for heavy machine guns. So depends how he wants to go about it, we'll see. But you know, this should be a very interesting matchup. We don't normally see the visor on Corrupted Keep, but we'll have to see if Maxter can maybe, just maybe make it work.
Yep, and the players are readying up. We're loading into the server shortly. Again, this will be the decider between Maxter and Sparty. Quite the start for Maxter. I'm sure he wanted to put away in 2. Just 2 out of his reach at the very end. Those rails too strong for Sparty, so it's going to go to map number 3. A little bit tense here as Maxter wants to start off his season on the right foot. but he's one map away. He's one Sparty away, one party away from being able to say, okay, I won my first set. So you love to see it. Again, as you mentioned, the visor pick, interesting. We've seen it a couple times here and there, but I feel like we're seeing it more and more throughout the Quake Pro League, regardless of map. So very interested to see how Sparty deals with vial control and just using the vision to his advantage.
Yeah, it could be dangerous with Maxter having the piercing sight. We'll have to see. Normally we see a player like Cooler use the visor, especially on Awoken for the item control, or maybe, you know, Crop to keep, but then again, it's like quite rare on this occasion. We're not too sure why he selected it. Again, we're going to find out shortly anyway. But the problem is, for someone like Maxter to have piercing sight, it could be a very, very dangerous game indeed. It's going to be all about that heavy machine gun also, just to do all that damage from long range, to try and pin them in red room if they get the chance, depending on where they're spawning and if they're outside the spawn cycle radius. But that's all going to be behold here, as we're going to find out in this third and final map. It's currently one apiece between the two. We've had two sudden deaths. A third wouldn't go Miss 40, as we're going to go into it now from Max's POV, picking up the heavy straight off the bat.
Sparty grabbing an LG, popping that vision. A little bit of a tickle here. Maxter needs to be careful as he makes a little bit of Lipton's. Why not? Just to stop the LG damage from happening, as Sparty now caught out in the weird position, just has LG to work with. There comes out the spit from Maxter. Has an LG of his own, but he also has rockets, which might reign supreme here. Into the shotgun to finish it. Well played from Maxter there, and just looked like Sparty just got caught out. Uncomfortable positioning right there.
Certainly did. It's Maxter now. Looking to try and contest those rockets, but so much damage with the shotgun as well. And has to back away again. Then the problem is the items. Going to be quite a long time until Maxter can at least bag one of them, but at least he's got the heavy machine gun to do a little bit of damage from distance as he's able to recover. Quite surprised he's able to recover. In all fairness, he's looking to try and rotate round. He's actually pinned him down around that LG area. And if he kicks him up, he can get the mega straight afterwards. Sparty's so weak, and that rocket almost hit him. Looking to try and finish him up, but picked up the heavy just in the nick of time. But Max has also got the mega.
And Sparty was just playing with fire. Well, technically playing with acid spit right there, but he does survive. And he's able to get the heavy as well, but his vision's going to be down for a little bit longer here as Maxter waiting for the upper armor. Heavy is going to be the next item, so Maxter might make his way on over here, and Sparty's just waiting in the red room for the cutoff. Missing both rockets, though. Maxter drops to the low ground and should be able to get positioning on this heavy, as it looks like Sparty's more than comfortable with going for the mega. Oh, but he snakes it out! The speed! Oh,
as if he got away with that, and he uses the heavy machine gun as well, and still dishes the dirty onto him. Maxter 2-0.
Wow. What do you do against that? Sorlag just so fast. Maxter using her beautifully there. Rocket jumping out of the heavy, using that momentum to get all the way to the mega. And Sparty's like, what the hell are you doing here? Quite the steal there, putting Maxter up 2-0, but now he's stuck in an odd position where he has to give up the heavy. He's so extremely weak. Sparty's able to grab that for free. The mega's waiting right there. Sparty not quick enough this time here as the spit might come out. No, LG on LG. Sparty's able to take him down. 1 for Sparty on the board now.
Certainly is, as Max has done some good use of the heavy machine gun early on. Needs to make sure to keep doing that. And actually, Sparty's actually come out, well, was tempted to be a little bit aggressive, but decided to back away. A few rockets popping out, and it looks like he is going to back away completely as Maxter is waiting on the mega while Sparty's picked up the heavy, looking to see exactly on the whereabouts of where we could be. He's going to try and force this engagement out if he can, as he sees fit. But he also has the heavy machine gun to keep him at bay, but the problem is Max has got the better position. So you're going to see literally a little bit of his head. It depends on the accuracy, if you can actually try and do a little bit more. We're tempted to switch to the LG. Good heavy machine gun from Sparty. Tying things up here 2-all.
Absolutely shreds him, and there's not much you can do from that position. You just have to commit at a certain point. Maxter, luckily with the spawn and the positioning, is able to get the heavy. So again, with the Sorlag stack and the shotgun like that, right back into it, could get this frag and take the lead. The mega's up as well, and that's going to be absolutely monumental for Maxter.
Certainly is, and both of them are going to have a little scuffle and rocket area straight away, and Max is going to be the one who comes out in about 5 seconds until the heavy. And again, just collecting his hourglasses, making sure that Sparty can't get that pacing start a little bit earlier than he would like. As you can see, 30 seconds until that does occur. And now looking to try and catch him with that ability of his. Done a lot of damage, but the problem is he's almost equally as weak as he's picked up the Mega. Sparty needs to get away, and Max is more than welcome to try and tackle down Sparty, which he has done now 5-2, and does have the spit ready to engage. Heavy's up in the next 5 seconds. Depends on how Max wants to try and devote his life to this Heavy. It looks like he's not going to be contested at all, which is definitely a win-win situation here. Using the spit to keep him at bay, but it doesn't matter because of Sparty. He can pick up the health bubbles in the red room. Gets away again. We'll be able to pick up this Mega, which he has done, but with the Shoddy not doing a lot of damage, as both players almost an equal stack, not until Sparty picked up that light in the red room.
Yeah, that was a good fight for Sparty to make sure that he does some damage and stops letting Maxter get away with seemingly free items here. As Sorlag is just so difficult to deal with. She's thick, she's girthy, she could be super stealthy with some of the rocket jump and air strafing that we've seen earlier in this game for Maxter as we hit the 5-minute mark. Still a 3-frag lead, but Sparty looking a little bit better now. He's going to have the vision up temporarily. The items are in sync right now and actually gets picked up, so stack advantage to Sparty, but can he get out of this banana without taking any damage? And I like that preemptive spit from Maxter to make sure that if you're going to exit that way, you're taking damage and you're going to know exactly where you are. The vision's popped, the float is on, and Maxter, so much damage hanging on though, and sending Sparty packing. What a play.
Sparty could have taken that fight. He had at least 50 more HP, but he was a little bit worried about the timing of the Heavy in case he doesn't get them in time to try and seal the deal. So Mats has taken a little bit of damage here from the red room, but decided to back away a little bit. Done some decent damage with that heavy machine gun, and actually catch him off with the rocket and the spits whilst he's on the floor of the red room, and it's going to be Sparty who takes himself down in the end. Now picks up another Heavy. This is looking really good for Maxter, and with the mobility of the Sorlag as well, if he needs to try and get away in those dying moments here, 40, he'll be looking fresh.
Yeah, time is ticking. Not really Sparty's friend here is the LG on LG. He's just going to float it on down, and he steals the Mega, and that was clutch, Lethal. What a play from Sparty, going all in, balls to the wall, makes it count. But still, after that suicide, down by 3. 4 minutes left, still some work to do, but that was a fantastic scene of aggression there from Sparty, just right when he needed it.
Certainly was, and Maxter doesn't have any info on where Sparty could be, so can't really use his stack to full effect, or Sparty can get away and pick up those lights as he sees fit. 3.5 minutes left, plenty of time to work with. Only problem is it's a starting sack of Maxter if he does get into a fight which takes off most of his stack later on. And I must say, again, the defensive rockets from Maxter really, really good. Even though he should be the aggressor in all due respect, but Sparty does have the piercing sight ready to use. Realizes that he's already in the red room, but it's actually dived away once again. It's all about this Mega in the next 7 seconds. Sparty needs to try and pick this up if he can, as he's got the angle. He knows that Sparty's just up above him. Great LG, and just caught him completely by surprise. Sad of him though, that last shot he did only 5 damage. Good use of the rocket though, and he just needs to be on the hunt. Needs to try and chase him down if he can.
And that shotgun was heartbreaking. 5 damage, maybe half a pellet hit him, and that would have been a big frag there for Sparty to have, but he's got to go back to the drawing board. Is Maxter able to heal up and grab the Heavy now? And again, time ticking. Sparty, that was such a good attack. Just couldn't get the frag. Uses the vision again, eats a little bit of tribal, knows exactly where Maxter is, and now it's just a matter of time of laying the perfect trap on this Mega, but Maxter might not even want it. I mean, time is so close. He just wants to hold on to this 3-frag lead, Lethal.
He has no reason not to, and it seems like at some stage Max is going to be lurking around that tri-bolt area in the dying moments once things get a bit dicey later on. But look at the stack of Maxter now, just a few health bubbles just to make things a little bit awkward now for Sparty. Sparty's just diving straight in, but that last miss rocket may not help, but the other one might do itself justice. Sadly not, as Maxter now up 6-2. 2 minutes left. He's the one with the stack, and we know what he's like. He's not going to let anything down at all for him. He's going to look to try and add to the tally if he can. Then a lot of LG. He's trying to clean up with the shotgun. Decides to switch back to the LG anyway. And still, though, minute 40 left. But this is looking very good for Maxter. And for Sparty, he's going to have to put himself in some pretty awkward situations in order to try and come back in this. 2 HP cleans up. Nicely done.
Sparty does get that frag, but he's extremely weak and just working with the stack that Sorlag has. Maxter can bully his way onto this Mega, but he doesn't. Again, playing cautiously, not leaving anything to chance here, as he does have the 4-frag lead with a minute 20 to burn. So he's going to put the cards in Sparty's hands and say, look, chase me. Show me how badly you want me, Sparty. And Sparty has to get going right now. There's the fake rocket jump to try and cut off, and it works beautifully. Maxter right into his open arms, and Sparty takes him out, but he's so weak, he's going to pick up the heavy, needs a health bubble immediately, and even after that, he's so weak. 225s, and the hunt is on right now, Lethal.
Certainly is. Piercing Sight's coming up next 10 seconds. He may have a second one later due to the outglasses. He's going to try and at least cut off his path, but look at that, Maxter already knows. Not just the reads, but the audio cues especially, and he's just waiting for his first move from... Oh, the rocket jump comes out. He's going to try to do the exact same thing. It's actually not too far behind him, but the defensive rockets from Maxter's already done so much damage, and he's going to clean him up with the LG. Great stuff from Maxter. That's one way to really sort Sparty out, and the heavy machine gun just to make matters worse.
Just not a lot you can do in that situation. You know, Sparty's hands were tied. He went for it, and dropping into LG is just going to be obliterating, especially in this league where everyone's LG is just immaculate. So that's going to do it. 10 seconds left. One more frag maybe for the books. But Maxter with a strong showing in his debut for Quake Pro League Season 3. Sparty so close, just so far, especially on this last map. Leaves you to wonder, you know, the visor pick. What don't we know? I know there's a lot I don't know, Lethal. I know that, but nonetheless, Maxter takes a 2-1 in a close set.
Yeah, I have to completely agree with that as well. And the LG accuracy, as you can see, 44% from Sparty, Maxter 37%. Kind of feel like it should be the opposite way around from the champion picks especially. But no, it was very good indeed. Probably the most amount of LG damage we're going to see, because finally the rails have been taken out. There was a few openings and opportunities which Sparty definitely could have taken. But
that thievery right there was just chef's kiss.
It was.
Let me use this mobility. Let me rocket jump through the telly, grabbing the heavy and swiping that mega, and Sparty just had to be like, how the hell did you end up here so fast? And it's like, because I'm sorbet. I'm delicious, I'm fast, and I'm just devastating in the right hand. So really well played there as we take a look at the rest of the highlights. And just, yeah, I mean, for me personally, I just got to wonder. Maybe I'll message him later and be like, so what about the visor pick? He'll be like, don't you ever speak to me again. I'll be like, that's fair. That's fair. I was just wondering, because it does leave you to wonder, well, why the visor pick?
That's you getting blocked. You know that, don't you?
Probably. I deserve it. That's fair.
It's fine. I'd understand if he did. So, you know, if you go on his profile and it says blocked, then you'll know why. But Maxter 9-4 manages to secure and seal the deal there with the last series, with that being 2-1. We've still got 3 more great series left to go, and it's nice. The last 2 series, it's just been an absolute slugfest, hasn't it? It's just been an absolute carnage and mayhem from every single one of these players today. We know the first series wasn't what we, you know, anticipated, but these 2 have definitely made up for it. Certainly for Sparty, will fall short. At least it's not by 1 frag like he's normally used to. But yeah, the visor pick, I don't know if it's debatable or not, but I would love to know his thoughts as to why he selected it, because there's plenty of other champions out there, of course.
Yeah, interesting to say the least, and it's even more interesting to think that we're halfway through the day already, Lethal. I mean, those that have missed it or tuned in late, Razy versus CNZ is postponed. That was going to be the first set of the game, but internet issues had led us to postpone it. Whenever they get around to playing it, it will be recorded and it will be uploaded to YouTube. I'm sure we'll blast it on Twitter and social media all over the place when it's ready, so don't worry about that. But yeah, already 3 down, halfway through, and we just have some absolute heaters. Lethal, you're talking about these games being close and fantastic. It's going to get even closer and more fantastic because we have more sets to go. But just a huge shouts to Maxter again. Debut for week 3, season 3, first set, coming out on top against Sparty. Not a bad showing, but Sparty, you know, showing the world that, like, I can do this. I swear I can do this. So I don't know. Put a little more respect on Sparty's name. That's all I'm saying.
No, I completely agree, because we weren't really too sure. He's had a blazing start, hasn't he, considering what we saw from there. And, you know, the reason why he's been doing it is obviously been practicing a lot in order to try and make up for, you know, some of the bad times he had to witness himself by those 1 frag defeats on numerous occasions on so many different maps. It was just ridiculous. But it should be happy with the start he's had, you know, beating Nosfer 2-1 at one stage, and of course beating the Psygiv 2-1. So, you know, he's off to a good start. Okay, yeah, fair enough. He's had that last loss in the last series, but he can't complain considering the position he's in at the moment.
Yeah, Maxter's in chat. He's saying, like, that was easy. I just needed to give him one for free. Anyways, we're going to get into more Quake action. We will be back after a short break, and we're going to get into Chain Kilson. Do not go anywhere. 3 sets left, and we have Papa Wheat joining us for the last 2. We'll be back in a little bit. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League. I am 40 Lions, joined by Lethal, and I can address this right off of the bat. I'm sure there's a lot of questions right now, but don't worry, baby birds. I'm gonna feed you. All right. The information is, unfortunately, Kilson Shane has to get rescheduled. I don't know what's going on. There's some sort of difficulties, so we're just gonna move past it. I know 40's a liar. I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart, but what that means is we get Papa Wheat in a little earlier, and then we get Rafa Avec. That's the trade-off I have for you. Welcome back, Wheat. Always a pleasure.
Yo, it's great to be here. Jumping on a little bit early. I'm glad I was ready. I was like watching, and then all of a sudden I had to run upstairs and get show ready. So I'm glad to be here. An amazing match for our first featured match of the day. Thanks for having me. What's up, everyone? By the way.
Always a pleasure. Lethal, Rafa Avec, talk to me. Tell me a little something about this matchup. In all fairness, could be like grand final set. Like, it's amazing that we get the crossplay. So let me know your thoughts.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the same thing before we go for the, picks and bans. It's the fact that it can be a grand final. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would agree on that as well. And it's going to be a true testament to how they progressed, during the off-season and how Avic's been playing. Because Avic, a few months ago at that offline event, he was able to really put on a show, a great performance overall. And again, Rafa, as usual, coming out on top, to be expected. And of course, being one of the favourites here. But for Avic, though, we want to see that pure pedigree of adaptation against Rafa, and both these players overall must have 25-30 years dueling experience total. That's like more than some of the players' ages here. That's like ridiculous in itself. But for Avec, he really needs to put on a show, really needs to get the gate strong, and he did in his previous series a couple weeks ago. It's just a matter of if he can do it again against the likes of Rafa. It's going to be tough, but definitely not a tall order at all in the slightest.
Wheat, some thoughts on these players?
I mean, this is a perfect example of why sort of the changes here in season 3 or 2022 are right incredible, because we get to see a match like this right out of the gate, right out of the bat. In previous stages, we'd have to wait for the for the weekly matches to actually play out. Gosh, I didn't say week matches. Like, come on, don't put words
Chat is blowing up right now. They're like, how dare he say that?
The context matters here. The weekly matches, but we get a chance to see that now. So, Ray, where are these players at the beginning of the season? We've spoken to Rafa a little bit in some of the previous matchups. We've watched Avic kind of come to the table with a full set of silverware and ready to eat. So I'm pretty excited for this one because, as you mentioned, these two have met before. And previously, if we just look at what's on paper, Rafa, this is someone that Rafa respects, right? He's played him for years. And certainly, I would put some respect on Avic's name for sure.
100%. As let's take a look at the pick bans, and just a quick reminder: in the finals of last season, Avec dropped Rafa to lowers, made him run through the nightmare that was Sparty-based Cypher Kilson, and in the end, Rafa just didn't have enough gas to take it. Wenger, of course, our reigning champion. But let's take a look: Avec versus Rafa. The breakdown is going to be Awoken, Blood Covenant, and Veil. Wheat, I'm actually going to start with you with the champ picks. What do you think about this setup?
Yeah, so, first off, I feel like we've definitely had some players go all in on Insomnia, and in this case, I'm not surprised to see these map picks, actually. Everything looks pretty solid, although I'm now I thought I had them backwards. No, expected Avic to pick Visor based off of the picks on Blood Covenant. Really kind of interested to see Anarchy on that one, because I think that definitely favors Rafa a little bit. And then on Veil, I think that to me is probably one of the matchups that I'm the most excited to watch here. So I tend to think that this does favor Rafa's pick with the Ranger on Veil, but especially the Anarchy on Blood Covenant, assuming he can get a lead there. Awoken should be an interesting set as well. But I think this is sort of what I expected to see in terms of maps and champ picks.
Yeah, and in terms of the bans as well, the Athena's been banned almost every time today. Definitely not a pick which anyone wants to deal with at all in the slightest. But I think the Athena's been banned for Avic just due to the fact that he doesn't want to deal with it on Blood Covenant. He knows that Rafa's played Athena really well back in the previous seasons. And you got to remember, I do agree with what Wheat said. It's the fact that in terms of map choices alone, just not talking about the champion picks, it's the fact that Rafa's, his best map, Veil, had been the last one, but he was also, back in the day, very, very strong on Blood Covenant. So it's going to be a very tough road for Avic to decide on how he wants to go about this. But I think this first map needs to be a win for Avic to have any chance in taking the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
And also the
tone with
scale
W.
ban. Right.
Oh, of
like,
course, of course.
Yeah, that was so. Yeah.
I was wondering when you were going to point that out and be like, "See, I'm always right." But to your credit, you've always said that Rafa scale is a different situation than others in scale. Which shots fired, whatever, they can come at you if they want. It's none of my
scale,
business.
40, right? I mean, he plays at a level of aggression that you just don't want to be up against. So I don't blame him.
Completely agree. We're going to get into it slowly here as we're working on the settings, some fine-tuning before we start the series. For those playing the home version, again, if you are unaware, Liquid Rafa is playing from the Liquid Center, LAN Center headquarters, I think, from the Netherlands. So ping, if that's a thing for you, not going to be an issue in this one. It's just going to be Rafa versus Avik, a game for the ages. It should be close. If we had full-on predictions, gentlemen, what do we think here?
I'll start things off. I think it's going to be a 2-1 for Rafa. I do believe that Avik will have a great chance to dictate the pace in the first map and be able to take it. But the problem is with Blood Covenant and Veil, we've seen how strong Rafa is. The fact that Blood Covenant's back in the pool, it's another map which sadly everyone's going to have to deal with. And the only advantage he does have is that the Athena's not in play, which is also a good thing. But at the same time, the Scale's also been banned on Veil. Because let's be real here, guys. I don't think anyone wants to play against a Scale on Veil. It's just one of those things which you just don't want to deal with at all in the slightest. And if you've got the opportunity to ban it, then of course he's going to ban it on the very last map. You couldn't ban it at the very beginning because it means Athena would be available on Blood Covenant. But I would say, I'll give Avik his dues. I'll probably say 2-1 though to Rafa.
So I'll agree with Lethal, but I feel like that first map win from Avik would need to come from map 1, right? I think if Rafa wins that one, it could set him up for a 3-0 based off of the rest of the champion picks. Maybe map 3 is kind of, but it also depends on how these players are playing, how they're feeling today. So I will just say 2-1. I'm gonna agree with Lethal on this one.
I think 2-1 is fair, but I need to be crazy, so I'll say 3-0 Rafa. Yeah. You know,
you're so crazy.
So crazy and unheard of that would happen. But Lethal, I want some alone time with Papa Wheat, so why don't you go grab a cup of tea, let us handle this one, you kick back, relax, and we'll bring you the action. Again, we are loading up slowly. We are getting there, Chad. Hang in there.
Yeah. We'll see you on the other side. Teleport Lethal away. There we go.
There it is. We did it. We did it.
Whoa. A disembodied voice somewhere. I don't know. That was
What was that? Did it hurt,
Lethal?
Lethal?
Let me ask you a question. You feeling good? I saw last night your throat was a little, you were worried. You're a professional, so I know I've been there before, but I heard
Chad is probably like, what does he mean by your throat hurt? Yeah, no, just a ton of lozenges and tea, and I'm good. You got to power through for Quake, anything for Quake. So I wouldn't miss this for the world.
That's right. Glad to hear it. And I'm excited for this matchup. I mean, to think this is just featured match 1, I mean, as a little preview, yes, Wenger versus Base is going to be coming up right after this one, but sights are set here on the next 3 maps that we've got. And, I do think Avik is, he's been playing great this season, but there's no doubt about it, Rafa has been too. And both these players have been putting their time in. I was kind of hoping 40 that maybe we would see the new map between these two, but I just don't know. Based off of how Rafa was talking about it last week too, I think it was smart to see it out of this particular matchup, even though deep down be looking forward to that one later on.
I'm sure we'll see it later on. There have been some alterations to the map to balance it a little bit. The rail positioning has changed. I believe we went to the power-up cove, so it's not as strong to just wait on rail and be able to do damage at the mega and fall onto the heavy. So slight changes. I feel like players are going to play it for 1 or 2 weeks, get acclimated, and then they'll probably see it more throughout the season. But it is a fantastic map. I think the changes are great, so it'll be good to see it. But right now, I mean, it's going to be the classic lineup, right? So we're going to see these two titans battling it out across maps we've seen time and time again, and it's just going to be raw skill, positioning, mechanics, and you love to see it. Again, the cross worldwide play is going to be so fantastic throughout the season because we get matches like this. Rafa Avik, week 3 of Quake Pro League. Like, what more could you want, Weed?
Hey, you know what? I really appreciate it, but I want to give a shout out to Original Fist of God, who is wishing me a happy 50th birthday. I want to wish him a happy 9th birthday. So, I mean, it's amazing that we share a birthday first and foremost, but hey, happy 9th birthday, man. It's great to have you. Let's jump into this match, 40.
We're jumping into it right now, and, at least someone gets 30 minutes on the computer. So, starting off Tribald here is Avik, trying to make sure that there's no onslaught from Rafa. All in all, a slow start here as Rafa has the Doom ability to just jump around the map and control center map easily. Avek again, the slide for the speed, but not necessarily the scaling of getting across the map.
Yeah, and in very traditional form, these two players starting things off a little chill, 40, and to be expected. We've seen this time and time again, especially from Rafa. He just likes to make sure that he's not going in full on Rafa, and Avik is doing kind of the same thing. So obviously exchanging a lot of fire here early on. May actually see the first frag as the LG battle kicks off here, and this looks not good. Peeker is going to come out. Rafa taking some solid damage there, and Avik's going to chase. No armor on Avik, though, so he will back up. So both players, I'm expecting, will be picking up the pace here as we continue on, making sure that they've got their arsenal weapons needed. Nice rail coming out there for Rafa with a rocket that will equalize things. And heavy picked up by Rafa. Big rocket jump. The chase is on. Can't get that railgun angle. And Avik gets away.
Just lives to fight another day, but you could tell Rafa knew blood was in the water. The rocket jump aggressively to get the rail angle, just couldn't connect, but the play was right. Avik with an LG, the last stand, as Rafa takes the first frag here on Deep Embrace. But still, after all that, solid LG damage from Avik. That LG is very strong.
Yep. It is very strong, and get caught back there. Not a whole lot you're going to do. Had to put his feet down, just take the fight. Didn't really work out in his favor. Tri-bolt damage coming out from Rafa as he will once again control that heavy. Another volley of tri-bolt damage, and now again using those rocket jumps to his advantage. Jumping rail comes out. Avik trying to play that defensive rail.
Oh.
Nice rocket from Rafa as he is just setting up nice. I mean, reading Avik real nicely. He has full control here, 40. This is not looking good as he catches Avik once again, even stealing away that light. This is a complete lockdown by Rafa right now.
The calm that comes over Rafa, knowing that, okay, my opponent is so weak, I'm just going to take more from him rather than push for the frag, is terrifying. It's like serial killer level of good. And I feel like EU Rafa is even scarier than ONA Rafa as the rocket plants Avik from up above, and just a great start. It's not action-packed, but two rails in a row. But Rafa's just snowballing in momentum right now,
He just looks so good. Big shotgun blast, but is it going to be enough? A rocket connects from Avik as well, but a rail and a rocket for the trade. Avik does get the frag, but Rafa with the from the grave. He is up by 3 now, 3 minutes left to go. And even off the spawn, he's going to get a little bit of control. Avik catches him with the railgun out, and the shotgun can't get the job done, despite the fact that Rafa, despite the fact that Rafa picked up the heavy there, 40. Avik was able to bring that right back, which is really impressive considering the string of frags that we just saw out of Rafa.
Oh, the rail through the telly, 8 HP. Does Avik press forward? He can. He's got 50 HP, but the clutch rail, and you're absolutely right. After all of that, Avik is still throwing his punches, his haymakers to keep it close. He's only down by 1.
You know, they're like in that first 3 minutes, 40, it just seemed like Rafa knew exactly where Avik was. Off of that trade, he kind of lost that map sense overall on where his opponent was. Got caught with that railgun out, but now he's got another LG battle going down into the wire. Rafa picks that one up 5-3. You know, Avik caught Rafa out with that rail. There wasn't much that he could do. Now the question is how is Avik going to bring it back? That's a great start, getting that heavy. And we saw the wave coming out by the peaker, but it's not going to be enough. Those dance moves won't quite get it done. Rafa with another great rail, but Avik picking up the frag, making it a 1-point game, 5-4, as we're about to hit that 5-minute mark.
Just amazing play from Avik right now to keep it close and maybe even tie it right here as he catches him out. Perfect play from Avik. And I'll never forget in the post-game interview for one of the sets where Avik just said, you know, Quake is like boxing, and that's exactly what this was. Rafa hit a couple great punches, but Avik with punches of his own with the nail gun getting it done, looking like Bob Villa out here. 6-5 with a heavy pickup, and now momentum firmly in Avik's favor.
Absolutely. I mean, I love what you said, reinforcing what Avik said about boxing. It was exactly right. Rafa was the aggressor. Avik looked like, oh, this doesn't look good. He's turtling some shots. but staying at it, saw an opening, went for it, and now he's got the lead. Just barely misses that rail that probably would have resulted in yet another frag, make it 7-5, but Rafa gets away. Now a fight over the heavy. LG's out, and once again, Aavik is just one step ahead of his opponent. And although Rafa was there and the timing was about right, it was Aavik who had the weapon set and the positioning that came out on top. But Rafa with the tri-bolt from above. 6
How often
to 7.
do you see that?
You don't. You don't see it often at all.
Rafa just heard the telly, and again, more tribal. The onslaught doesn't stop as Aavik trying to get some damage here. The peeker out the rocket up the jump pad, plants him 7-all, Wheat. As now we got a game. I mean, it's always been a game, but we're tied again. Damage pouring out from both players in the rail. Nice shot from Rafa there to take the lead.
Can we talk about that tying frag? Because that was very risky. You know, the peeker went down, but Rafa decided to go up the jump pad, a perfectly placed rocket. But you could imagine if that rocket did not hit its mark. There's another nice direct rocket. That could have been real nasty, but Rafa's taking advantage now. He's on, and he is the aggressor. He's now going to pick up another frag, making it 9-7. And once again, let's just talk about it. I know chat reinforces this, but I really do feel like Rafa has one of the best tri-bolts in the game. It's just incredible the way that he uses it as a zoning tool, even as a direct offensive tool. It's really quite impressive, and we're seeing it yet again, as this is a great, great start to this series.
Yeah, just fantastic weapon choice from Rafa here as he's raining down rockets from above. Nothing chunky yet. Trying to get some damage, just chipping. Has to be careful of not getting floated if he drops. And Aavik, after all of that, does bully his way onto the heavy. Does get damage as well. The next shot can win, and the rail through the drive-through window will plant him. But that play from Aavik was fantastic because it made Rafa use so many resources, so much armor. But the Mega bails him out again, and Aavik almost gets the refrag, but just can't do it. The Mega saves Rafa's life,
I think that Rafa was kind of feigning a little bit there because I'm not sure that jump through the drive-through window with see ya. I don't know that it's gonna matter, but this is an opportunity, big opportunity for Aavik. And what I was saying is that, you know, Rafa hit that rail through the window. I think that Aavik thought Rafa was a bit weaker than he actually was. Staying on top of the Mega again will grab it. And Rafa still maintaining control, even though it looks a little sloppy. And that's partially just due to how well Aavik is hitting his shots. Another LG battle on the stairs, but it's going to be an easy-peasy pickup for Rafa, making it 12-8. And how quickly the momentum can change.
And that rocket just right in the chest of Aavik. He could battle back and throw his punches, but Rafa's just hitting meteor ones right now, Wheat, as the Mega goes to Rafa, this time uncontested completely.
Yeah, I mean, the LG has been great from both players. The rails have been on point, but some of these direct rockets and tri-bolt shots that Rafa's been hitting, and he's having no problem defending and fighting from these positions. There was another pickup of the heavy. He kept the damage on, then went to the rail. Oh, almost sick timing on that rocket, but it didn't matter. The first rail and then the second rail as Strog just sits there completely defenseless as Peeker cannot get the job done. 15-8. Looks like with a pause there, that is probably going to be the end of that game. How close that one was, 40. Through and through, especially those first 4 minutes and that comeback from Aavik, but Rafa really turning the tables once again as the game progressed.
Yeah, and Aavik just kind of saying, you know what, this is out of reach. I just need a minute to reset. I'm going to take some time to compose myself going into map number 2, and that's a play that you could certainly do. That's championship level Quake, knowing, hey, this is out of my reach. I need this extra minute to get back into it for map number 2 because there's still 2 maps to go. Aavik still has an absolute chance to take this 2-1. But yeah, fantastic back and forth play, but you could see, like, every time Aavik would get a frag, Rafa would get 1 and 1.5, 1 3/4, and just do better chip damage. And eventually just Aavik couldn't fight back and Rafa snowballed out of control. But a fantastic first map, but But what scares me is what you mentioned, where you thought if Avek falls on this one, it could landslide into a 3-0. And that's why I think taking that extra minute and just saying, you know what, this is yours, that's fine. I just need this to like compose myself. And I think that's a big play. That's a big brain play from Avek, and I'm glad to see it right there.
Yeah, and I mean, Avek had such a remarkable comeback there. I mean, Rafa looked really strong off the start. I kind of had that slow moment, both players sizing one another up, but then Rafa kind of got that momentum going. Avek was able to stop that, had some really nice shots. They had that trade. It worked out well. Where I really feel like the game changed in Rafa's favor was when they had the fight on the on each side of the heavy wall, and then the other side. I don't think that Avik should have took that fight. It was an easy rail for Rafa. It looked like the machine gun came out for Avik. It just was not going to be enough. And I don't know. I mean, right? Hindsight's 2020. We can look back and be like, oh, that was silly. Should have done this or should have done that. And in the moment, seemed like the right thing to do. Sometimes you think you've done a certain amount of damage to your opponent, and you've got a clean up kill, but it just didn't work out. And here it is right there. That was a beautiful shot, seeing it from Rafa's perspective there. I saw it from Avik's, and that was a little rough.
Yeah, definitely rough. And that whole engagement at that heavy, you saw Avek just pushing in, Rafa doing chip damage, not really landing anything big. And Avek worked so hard to get in the heavy, but in the end, that kind of snowballed out of control and was maybe potentially the decisive frag for Rafa as we take a look at the stats. 15-8 for map number 1. And I'm just interested to see if Avek's back, because again, we're all worried kind of about, if you lose map number 1 to Rafa, maybe that's not going to be great based on the picks and the maps we see, but I think that extra minute is magic. I just have this feeling. Even though I said 3-0, I always want to see close Quake, because we as fans get to win every time it's a close game. So we'll see.
Sure. And this will be an interesting one on Blood Covenant. In fact, I think we saw this exact matchup last week. If I go through my notes, I'm wrong. It was I was thinking Kilson Cypher, but Kilson played Slash actually, and Cypher played Visor. However, a similar situation of someone who might get the vision advantage versus someone who's got the need for speed. And you all know, I don't need to tell you this story because you know how this goes. It's up to Avik to kind of keep that and potentially grab an early lead and hold on to it. In a situation where a faster champ gets that lead, it becomes a real tall order to try to chase that rabbit down and get the frags that you need to take it back. So that's one of the reasons I was a little concerned for Avik here in map 2.
Yeah, I think patience is absolutely going to be key, and we're going to see if that comes into play. I mean, Rafa, he's more than comfortable aggressing a lot, especially with that inject.
Definitely.
Having that pocket, inject is going to be huge. So we'll see which Rafa comes out, which Avik comes out. And again, the adaptation from both of these players mid-game is just unmatched. So we might see the game evolve within 10 minutes 3 or 4 different times.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing, too, you mentioned that Rafa's playing out of the Team Liquid training facility. It might change the way that both these players play a little bit. And I think once Rafa found some comfort knowing that, like, okay, no considerations needed here, that's a little scary, too. So we'll see how things... Wow, right off of the bat, look at that plasma coming out from Rafa. He did not get the frag, but he kind of bullied Avik out of there. Great rocket from Avik. Going to try to follow up with that LG, but oh my God. The plasma just does so much work, and Rafa picks up that first frag again. Got to give the guy credit. He takes weapons that are used much less 40, and he figures out how to make them work for himself.
And Rafa looking like Kid Sister out here with those pro nails and the aggression that we talked about. Yeah, I guess we're going to get an aggressive Rafa here. EU Rafa is terrifying as he is up by 1, uses that inject to grab that armor, the lower armor denial into the heavy again, and just like that, look at that stack on Anarchy.
It's a big stack. We've got the rockets coming in. Gosh, these rails are just going to make a huge difference for Rafa. He gets Avik out of Mega Room, but now he's going to be on the hunt. And what is Avik going to do? Vision was popped only about 25 seconds till he sees it again. And Rafa knows exactly where his opponent is. Big pop-up rocket and pinned him to the wall. 2-0 as Rafa finds Avik down below. checking out the wine cellar. Fortunately, it was empty. LG coming out. Will follow up the rail. Misses that one. Tri-Bolt coming out. Aavik has a chance here. But is he going to play aggressive? Rocket jump over to the side. I'm just really impressed with the acrobatics that we're seeing from both of these players right here. Definitely playing dangerously, but I like it.
I love to see it. I mean, Rafa with the rocket jump just to prevent Aavik from getting rockets. Weapon denial is fantastic. Just missing out with that rail, unfortunately. And Aavik is going to start running that lower armor that we saw Rafa running into and chaining into heavy. But now Aavik has slightly broken that map control. And now, ooh, the jump over. A little bit risky here. Again, playing with fire, or playing with LG, rather, as Rafa now on the weaker side. And that rocket pop's going to be huge. Can he get follow-up damage? The rail somehow connects for Rafa. And now the LG has vision popped, and it's a fight to the death.
Wow.
And the LG and Rafa comes out on top again, Wheat.
I do think that was the right move by Aavik to take that fight right there. It was very close, believe it or not, down to 35 points of health for Rafa. But, you know, it's like a tough situation that Aavik is in. And, you know, down by 3, he's got to be really careful. You know, I don't think Rafa's just going to go into any sort of turtle mode anytime soon, but even like a 5-frag lead would be very, very scary. And Rafa does not have any issue traversing the map. He's hitting those rail shots. There's another one right between the columns. Now make his way over to the heavy. And just look at the map awareness of Rafa, you know, spamming every corner over to the other side, pins his opponent to the wall as he goes up the jump pad, and he went from one major item to a second major item in a matter of moments, nanoseconds. I don't know how you'd measure that, 40, but it just goes to show the champion difference that we're seeing Aavik go up against.
Just so speedy, able to traverse between the items so fast that I think it caught Aavik off guard. I'm not sure why he was so high up in the air. It sounded like a rocket jump off of the jump pad, but Rafa gets there quick enough to pin him to the sky with the LG, and again, he's able to just do damage as he wants, get in and out, and just traverse the map so fast. And now Aavik just fighting for his life on this Mega. He's able to take it, but now he's going to take more damage as well. Rafa slowly starting to back up, wants a rail. He's going to miss, and he's going to use the inject for a little bit of insurance. So now Aavik has cut him off, but he can't get away from the rail. And again, Rafa prevails, and this is just a nightmare for Aavik right now.
You got to give Aavik some respect, though. I mean, the fact that he's like surviving as long as he is in some of these fights is incredible. And I mean, I suppose that Rafa is kind of a light here, and we're gonna have another fight over by the Mega. But you know, Aavik is a confident player for sure, letting that LG do some work. Unfortunately, just not able to get the job done. And Rafa, between his rail and his rockets and everything else he's throwing out, just real nasty. And there he catches Aavik completely turned around. Had no idea where Rafa was coming from. And here we're going to see another fast movement over to the Mega. Up the jump pad he goes, and Jet comes out. Rocket's going to get up close and personal, but that LG does some work. And Aavik with the jumping rail from up above is finally on the board.
And just a huge fight for Aavik right there. Not only winning it, but able to take more map control now slowly, and has the vision back almost instantaneously to try and pin down exactly where Rafa is. And at the 5-minute warning, this is as good as it's going to get for Aavik. So he has to try and make do with what he has, using that lower armor shard, but the heavy will be taken. And hopefully he's still got track of it in his mind, as he is going to claim another Mega. So good opportunity here for Aavik to slowly claw his way back into this one, Wade.
Yeah, I think the next couple minutes are going to be pretty big. If Aavik could get one more frag, I think that would at least put him in, well, I mean, obviously it's going to put him in a better spot, but he needs to start thinking about that clock hitting 10 minutes. Nice rails exchanged as Aavik is looking for an opportunity. Obviously doesn't have the same speed, and we're already seeing some of this. Look at the rocket jump dodge coming out from Rafa as well. He knows exactly where his opponent is. Now, this is the first time that Aavik has kind of had some item control here, and 2 great rails coming out, but then look again at how fast we see Rafa just get on the escape, and there's not much that he can do. Oh my God, yes, up the jump pad of the sickest rail, and now the vision comes out. If he can use this as an opportunity, knows where he is down below, huge rocket to the face, and in the LG room, picks up another one. And I mentioned that I thought another frag in Avic's favor would be especially helpful, and this is exactly the setup that he needs in order to be thinking about a comeback. But don't forget about the speed that Rafa has. If he can get an arsenal, if he can start grabbing those weapons, and if Avic misses a rail 2 in a row, Rafa in the danger zone yet again. Can Avic pick up the 4th? That would be huge.
Avic hitting 75% rail and playing with such patience. For the first frag of the comeback, he didn't use his vision at all, knowing that Rafa was weak. Instead, after he got the frag, popping it so he can get the frag off of the spawn and make the deficit even less, and it's just really sublime play from Avic. The rocket somehow missing, and that's so unfortunate for Rafa's. Now Avic is down in the pillars. Rafa has better positioning, and he stole away the Mega. That's heartbreaking, Weed.
It is. I thought that that rocket was going to be a direct hit. And this is a scary moment. Oh my gosh, as Avic is searching for just any sort of health bubble, he gets tagged by a rail from Rafa coming from across the map. And now he's got to be thinking about not taking any of these fights, but how am I going to put a stack back together? And then we're going to have Vision come out. That will give him an opportunity to reposition here. We'll be having a fight over the heavy, but a huge rocket into the rail combo. Not much that Avic can do. Rafa knows he's very low, and the machine gun will drill him down and put the final holes inside, but the machine gun right back as Avic will recover by grabbing that Mega, and he's in a good spot, but needs that full arsenal, right? He's got a rail, a tri-bolt, and a machine gun. Needs to get his hands on a rocket launcher as well. There's the LG. You'll be looking for that, and now at least he's a little bit in a little bit better spot. But 2 minutes 40. That's like the race could begin here for Rafa. He could just start running away.
He could indeed, and with rails and damage like this, just baiting items for damage now, as Avic has to grab them and has to make his move, and just unfortunate positioning here. Good rail with the vision. Going for a follow-up, and Rafa's actually going to give it to him, trying to deny rockets, and instead takes a lot of damage. So opportunity here for Avic, but he's got to play this cat and mouse game without vision now. There's the inject, decent rocket. LG up the jump pad, but nothing doing. 14 seconds till the Mega, so Avic's just here to try and get the frag, but Rafa with the defensive rail holds the zone, and now we got a minute 20 with a 4 frag deficit for Avic.
It's just amazing that Rafa doesn't care, that he's on the lower level. He's got kind of a disadvantage fighting from down below, but he makes it work between the tri-bolt and some of those rails that we're seeing. Just absolutely crazy. Unfortunately, Avic in another position where, unfortunately, he's going to have to take a risk to get out, and he does hightail it down below through the lower levels. Through the teleporter, big hits coming out. Rafa down to 28, and avoids a rail and hits one of his own. Rafa's still very low. There it is, Avic with the shotgun blast, but less than 1 minute to go. Can he realistically make up 3 frags? I'd love to say yes, but I think it's going to be hard as hell.
Yeah, I mean, Avic is a fantastic player, but I just don't think this matchup lends itself to the 3 frag comeback, especially on this map as the war wages with machine guns and just so much damage that Avic can't push forward even if he wanted to, Weed. It's just too crippling, and I think this is going to be Rafa's map number 2 taking the series, and just such a good game between these two. This is incredible. You love to see it. We're spoiled.
We really are. It has been great. You know, Rafa is going to be up 2-0 after this. It looks like 7-4 will be the final score. But I completely agree with you. Avic has still shown these moments of brilliance, and he is a player who is completely capable of such things. But we saw some amazing shots. I just really think it's a tough champion matchup on that one. Certainly, Rafa was having no issues with the speed of Anarchy and some of those drive-by rails and rockets, even the tri-bolt that we were seeing once again. Don't forget about the plasma or the nails, like right off of the bat. It just seemed like Rafa, being very comfortable, decided to go into that to Blood Covenant saying, I'm going to grab a weapon, whatever is closest to me, and I'm just going to be aggressive right off of the bat. It netted him that first frag and ultimately the series win. But Avic brought that back, and these have been a lot closer games than even the scores have shown. but it's all going to come down to this last one. Vale with Rafa on the Ranger and Aavik on the Galena. And can Aavik bring it back based off of what we've seen? Think he's capable, but Rafa is playing like a monster right now.
Absolutely a monster. I think the pivotal moment for me is when Aavik was aggressing onto the Mega. Rafa was taking a jump head up, and those two rockets didn't connect the way that I thought they would. And if Aavik was already kind of spiraling with momentum, that was an absolutely huge fight there. And unfortunately for Aavik, it went Rafa's way. 7-4 is going to be the final map score as we take a look at the stats. But I completely agree with you. Aavik showing everybody that is like, you know, even if when I'm down, I'm never out. I'm always in this. It's just a couple decisions and a couple rockets that really didn't go his way. And I feel like it could have gone his way on that, and maybe still can on map number 3, although mentally it's tough to go 0-2 and be like, I can't believe I lost that. I was so close with the comeback, the momentum, but like, this is the pro level. I mean, he's able to reset. He's able to come into the third map with hopefully a fresh outlook and maybe get some pocket change, but we'll see. Rafa, again, scary as always. Scarier than usual, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I would say scarier than usual. I mean, let's think about that. Anytime international play has occurred, right? You probably, as a player, are kind of taking that into spot as great as the ping balances, attempt to be in the map selections and the server selections, etc. You've got to imagine, right? Like in EU, it's kind of just like playing on LAN. Right? I mean, like, let's call it what it is. Your internet's awesome over there in the EU. I've always been eternally jealous, but that's the equivalent, I think, of what we're seeing Rafa. And that mentality probably changes a little bit when you're like, okay, let's take a few less rail shots or make sure that we're certain about these, where, right, this is practically like a LAN game right now.
I mean, he'll be the first to admit, if you ever watch Rafa practicing on stream, he's like, you know what? They won't get away with that on LAN. So with the ping difference being a little bit easier, maybe that's why we're seeing this aggression. Also, maybe the nail gun changes help a little bit. I mean, that's what doing your research, reading the patch notes, trying it out does for you, because you're absolutely right. On the start of that, he was like, I'm just going to grab this nail gun. I'm going to go in right now. And we're going to go into map number 3 and see if Rafa can put up a 3-0 or if Aavik can hit the haymaker he needs to put a map on the board.
You know, Aavik really does need a big old haymaker. And is it possible with Galena? Sure. I do think it's possible. Good setups, getting those totems out. But it's all going to depend kind of on this first little exchange as, another delay of that Mega. A little bit longer. And this is going to be real interesting to start this match off, because grab the Mega and now we'll set up for this heavy. If he wins the heavy fight, he's going to have a clear track over the Mega. Didn't see his opponent, had an idea on exactly where he was at, got aggressive with the orb, boom, and now the heavy is up. He's going to grab that, will be able to easily transition over to the Mega, and that was a very, very 5-head delay of the Mega in order. And look at that, I mean, Aavik is there, but maybe a little early, and it's not going to pay out for him. That worked out perfectly for Rafa. He knew exactly what he was doing from the opening salvo of that match.
Absolutely. And Aavik looked good for a little bit there, that dodging, where it was like the cooler dodge, where it was like, I'm not going to move, I'm going to move a little bit, and it worked, but Rafa chained together what he needed to 2-0, and more importantly, still has full item control now, as Aavik is starting to build his totems, but the Rafa rocket cuts him off from the telly. He can't get away.
Going to try again. The orb comes out, but it's more just to zone Aavik away, and I'm okay with that usage. Aavik, though, using that LG, great defensive position, making sure that Rafa can't just willy-nilly head on in and has to think about how he's going to take that battle. Rafa is going to be picking up that heavy, and now up 3-0. Aavik needs to find a frag and then start to hold on to some control here. One good news is that Rafa is not necessarily doing much totem house cleaning. Is not taking care of those right now, and that could play well into Aavik's hands here soon. So we'll see what happens as Aavik extends himself, or Rafa extends himself out a little bit. There we see one go down. Now he's going to go in for that heavy, up a little bit there too early. Rockets coming out. Rafa's going to grab it, and he can easily take this fight.
Ooh, and the cutoff with the orb to make sure there's no shenanigans and Avik doesn't get away into the rail as well. And yeah, Rafa taking that extra second to clear out at least one totem, making sure the overstack doesn't really come into play. And even when it did, it feels like Rafa's just doing so much damage, it doesn't really matter. Big rockets, and Avik just getting caught out again.
Yep. Clears another totem with his face, which is okay.
Face
too.
clearing still counts.
You can do that. Might have to give up that heavy, and will indeed do that, but immediately going to head on over to the Mega. Rocket's already firing in. Oh my God, he is just hitting godlike rockets today. Perfect bounces in his favor, 6-0. And what a solid opening 3 minutes here for Rafa.
6-0, 3 minutes in. Rough start for Avik. But again, saving grace as he's down early and there's still time to try and get back into this. That rail almost hitting, but the item control from Rafa is just amazing. 10 major items to Avik's 3. I mean, what can you do? And just like that, the aggression with the stack, knowing that you could just push at will, Rafa's going to take that and run with it, Wheat.
I'm a little worried for Avik here. I mean, these setups that we're seeing from Rafa are just bonkers. They are just on point. Here we're going to get a little bit dirty there. Nice job by Avik as he does put himself on the board. And this is going to be a crucial these next couple minutes. You know, if he can just keep control out of Rafa's hands, it's what he needs in order to be thinking about any level of victory here, and it's not going to last very long as Mega's picked up, but it won't matter. Rafa picking up his 9th frag in 4 minutes, and despite Avik getting on the board, he's not going to be able to chase down those spawn frags very often if he cannot maintain some control.
It's just brutal right now. Absolutely brutal. A little bit of a rocket pop there from Rafa. Trying to fight from below. There's the rocket jump taking the fight to him in the dire orb. Fearless from Rafa. A little bit of LG to take the frag and bully him off the Mega. And this is a Rafa that is terrifying, Wheat. The aggression coming out from him is just absolutely unmatched right now. And Avik can't really match it. I mean, there's nothing he can do in this situation.
I mean, this is beautiful Quake 40, but there's no doubt about it. I'm gonna have some nightmares about this Rafa right here. You know, chats keeps on calling him EU Rafa. I'll tell you what, is a scary Rafa indeed. His aggression has really kind of been, gosh, I don't know. I mean, we know Rafa can be aggressive, but it looks like a comfortable aggression, right? Where it's just like, I know I am going to kill my opponent. Therefore, yes, I'm going to go up in your face. I'm going to fire this orb. I'm going to bounce you up. I'm going to pin you to the wall. I got a frag. Let's go. And I feel like that is a little bit different than what we normally see out of Rafa.
Yeah, and again, I think it's the comfort of, okay, these matches are a little more even on ping. Like, there's no necessarily shenanigans that my opponent can get away with. And Rafa just showing he's firmly in control. And a lot of people in the chat that were like, you know what, Rafa has an easy time in NA, blah, blah, blah. Well, what now? Again, I'm impartial, of course, as always, a professional, Weed. But, I mean, this is a display that we're seeing from Rafa in EU, week 3. I don't know.
It's looking... I mean, Dan's sweating right now. You know, he is.
Well, that's because he's at the gym eating chicken, doing bench press, whatever they do at the gym.
He's like, wow, maybe Rafa can do it. He's looking as strong as ever. And you know, we can't forget what happened in the finals of the last stage, right? That probably didn't sit well with almost a 3-time champion right there. I'm not surprised in the grand scheme of things, 40. But we're 6 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. It is 10-1. The game continues on, but again, the aggression from Rafa is just almost too much for Avik. And even if he does get some control, he's got to deal with this. You know, this Rafa who can get aggressive because he's got nothing to lose. He can give away a couple frags and it would not be that big of a deal. That could be really scary in what we've got here in this matchup.
Indeed. I mean, this is, I think, the first showing of Rafa versus an EU opponent with more to come, and this is quite the start. Avik fighting back. Good rockets. Takes him out, plants him. 8 frag deficit with less than 3 minutes. I don't think that's something that can be done. As good as Avik is, but I mean, yeah, quite the display from Rafa. We said, as you mentioned, map number 1 going to Rafa might lead to a snowball, and that's kind of exactly what we got here.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the map picks, and that second map pick, that one didn't sit super well with me, given the champion picks. I thought this one could go a little bit better, but again, I suppose I was not expecting Rafa to turn the heat up in the kitchen, to turning the boiler on, basically, is what's happening here. 11-2, so it absolutely is going to go in Rafa's favor, and it's going to be another very, very clean victory here for Rafa. I think there's no doubt about it between what we've seen from Kilson and what we've seen from Rafa so far this season. Not to say other players are not going to prove themselves throughout the season here, 40, but those two are looking mighty spicy, and I think someone said they will meet up in, I believe, week 7. So either way, we're gonna be getting a lot of special Quake treats here over the next 18 weeks.
I love it. I love it. Nice long season of worldwide content and gameplay here. As another skirmish in the Thunderdome, but Rafa comes out on top, and yeah, just insane play from Rafa. It's not all the time that you see Rafa off spawn charge in with a nail gun, and yes, that's probably because, okay, Anarchy has inject, the nail gun got a little bit of a buff, and the ping is better, but still, like, it's not all the time you see that, so when the conditions are perfect, now you see that Rafa will just balls to the wall aggression, and it pays off, and it's just insane to see. It's very scary.
What a dodge into the tribal, through the floor. And you know what? It is funny because, he's chasing him down. The totem comes out, but not going to matter. The funny thing is, 40, you were talking about that opening of map number 2, and if Rafa would have gotten, melted somehow, right? If that did not work out, chat would have been like, oh my God, why would he even try that? That was ridiculous. But of course, he looked like a literal Quake god when he did that right off the bat, as if he had a plan. This is our opening kickoff. This is what we're going to do. And he stuck to it, and it played out perfectly. However, he visualized that happening in his head. Well, that's exactly what we saw happen. But in the final seconds of the tick down, 17-2, was I expecting this score, 40? I was not. I think that is quite a showing here from Rafa, especially given the first 2 games and how close I thought that those actually were. But Rafa was playing like a beast, like a monster, and GG.
Definitely looking like the final boss of the Quake Pro League, which we've seen before. Quite the set. Rafa is a scary, scary human right now. But Lethal, let's bring him back and see what he thought about this set. Did it blow your mind, Lethal?
It did. The third map was just... it was just a joke, wasn't it? But you kind of feel like at the 9-1 mark, Avik just put his hands on the head and just went, yeah, I'm done. There's nothing more we can do. I kind of feel like Rafa's also improved his Veil game a lot more in comparison. He says he enjoys it the most. It is his favourite map, even though it's not statistically, I'll say every time. But he does look much, much better and a lot more consistent from what we normally seen before, because in previous opponents he's played against on Veil, he gives his opponents a little bit more room, a little bit more opportunities in order to come back. But I don't think we saw any of that. I don't think there was a moment where I kind of felt like Rafa, it was out of his hands in any way. It was just a great showing. Avik on the second map on Blood Covenant, he put on a great performance. I think Visor was a great pick. Visor's always been very good on Blood Covenant, but yeah, it was just a real shame. Avik played well, but Rafa is just an absolute monster, isn't he? Let's be real.
That I like, it seemed like that 10-minute game actually was 2 hours, but thinking back to 2 hours ago, the opening of Veil on Rafa's part with the super delay of the Mega was, I think, also pretty huge, and just kind of throwing this, you're not expecting this wrench into Avik's own game plan. It just worked out beautifully for Rafa. Quite impressive.
Yeah, that was like an 18-second delay, wasn't it? It wasn't 5 or 10. He made it so bad.
Yeah, it was huge.
The timings were segregated heavily, and then he just wanted full control straight away, wouldn't he? He was being very greedy.
Yep, very, very greedy. But, if you've got that confidence, right, sometimes playing greedy is exactly what you need. It can really work against you, and then it could snowball. But it's impressive to see some of the aggression that we saw today from Rafa.
Impressive and terrifying. So maybe putting
Nightmares.
other players on notice, maybe just being like, hey, with the high ping, or the lack of high ping, no more shenanigans. We'll see for the weeks to come, as I believe he will be in EU for about 2.5 months to play through some of the QPL games. But gentlemen, as weird as it is to say this early, we only have one set left, so we're going to take a quick break, and then we are going to bring you Wenger versus Bait to close out the day. Versus Base, not Bait. Sorry, that was a bait, but we'll be back, so don't go anywhere. One final match to finish off the day here at Quake Pro League. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to week 3 of the Quake Pro League. I am 40 Lions, joined by Lethal and the one and only Papa Wheat. And the day has come to a close. Only one set left. Again, 2 of the matches got rescheduled. Follow social media. I'm sure there's going to be a post about when those matches are going to be ready and how they're going to get sorted. They will be on YouTube. But for now, focusing in, last set of the day, gentlemen, it's going to be Wenger versus Base. Wheat, I'll start with you. How do you feel about this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I've been really excited to see kind of what Wenger's play style looks like beyond now being a champion. Does that elevate his skills? He's a player who's very humble when he talks about his own skill sets, where he feels like he is, his dedication to the game. And frankly, I really like the evolution of play that we've seen come out of Base over the course of the last year. Very frequently he was referred to as plus back all the time. But then some new maps were introduced. Base started mixing things up a little bit, and I think he started surprising us as casters. I think he surprised the other players and even the audiences as well. So, I think 2 different lenses in which I'm looking at this match through.
Lethal?
Yeah, I just think it's a completely different clash of styles, really, isn't it? You've got Wenger, super aggressive. You've got Base, who's just, I wouldn't say defensive, but just counter-reactive with what he wants to do. And, depending on the picks and bans, we're going to see if it works in his favour. But I do believe Wheat is definitely right to a certain extent, because we've seen elements of aggression coming out from Base. Because of these different maps now in the map pool, he's had to force himself to be, a different type of player compared to what we're normally used to, like back on the Blood Runs, etc., etc. But I do feel like even with his ability, especially his accuracy and everything else, it doesn't really complement his style. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, like his defensive rockets and rails are amazing, and that's why he's quite counter-reactive on a number of occasions. But a little bit more aggression from him will definitely do dividends, especially against the likes of Wenger, because it will probably throw him off a tad. But again, it's like I said, it depends on the map sense. For Base, though, he's going to be extremely dependent on it, because there's so many maps which Wenger's good at. It's very hard to tell what weaknesses he has. And we know a few months ago we saw him have quite of his weakness, sadly. But hopefully this time around he can really put on a showing, because he has dropped a couple of maps leading up to this match itself.
Well, let's get a look at the pick bands and maps, because I got a little surprise for both of you. We're going to get Insomnia, and that is exciting. And not only that, but we're getting a Keel. Lethal, run me through everything. I'm so excited for this set.
Well, do you know what? Scale's been banned again. Surprise on the likes of Vale, but we're going to see an Eisen. I know, surprise, right? Absolute shock to the system as we have Eisen versus Galena. Again, Wenger's chosen Galena specifically just to get Base off the high ground. Everyone's played against Eisen one way or another in Pro League challenges, ranks, you name it. There's always an Eisen player lurking around, 7-8 times out of 10. And Galena is a great choice in order just to get him off the high ground, force him to move out of position if Wenger can, but it depends on what kind of style he's going to bring to the table. Even for Insomnia, I think Keel's a good pick, considering if he gets to high ground early and prep for those items, then it's going to definitely worry Wenger a tad, but we'll have to see how that goes. He has banned the Nyx, and I think champions like Nyx or Strog can be very good on Insomnia. But going on to Wokener, we're going to see the Sorlag again. It's not the first time we've seen it either, and Athena is, I'd probably say, a pretty standard pick for Awoken. We're just not seeing it much today, just because it's been banned every single series long, as well as Scale. But Scale being banned on Vale, again, no shock at all.
Yeah, I'm really liking what I see here. I think Vale is pretty standard matchup. I'm really excited to see new Insomnia. Keel is actually one of the champions that many of the players have talked about is a good pick to the Ranger, but Ranger has pretty much the first few weeks kind of dominated. So excited to see how the outcome of that could be. And then Awoken, love Athena, love Athena on Awoken. Kind of curious to see how Base is going to play the Sorlag, and I think on paper makes a lot of sense. Use the spit, zone a little bit, but I mean, can you zone an Athena? I don't know. I don't know if it's possible. I do feel like Wenger has the upper hand here, but I do think a lot of it will come down to how Insomnia plays out.
Very excited to see how it plays out, and I don't know if it's going to be a question so much of are we going to see a 3-0 rather than who's going to get the 2-1 between these two. I just don't see anyone necessarily getting that big of an advantage in snowballing the series, but I think it's going to be 2-1. I'll slightly side with Wenger personally. I don't know about you guys. Wheat, in terms of predictions, what do you got?
I would agree. You'd think coming off of a championship, right? Wenger should be posting 3-0s, but he did drop a map to Cooler, who played remarkably in that first week. Wenger kind of talked about, like, I need to get in my flow. I need to find my groove. Has that happened yet? Maybe we're going to see here, but I do agree with you that I think that it would be tough for either of these players to scrape out a 3-0.
Yeah, it's a month into the Pro League now, so hopefully Wenger has settled in nicely, and against like the base, you pretty much have to, don't you? I think it's going to be 2-1. I do feel like base will take the first map. It depends on how he does with the eyes in and just making sure to keep Wenger as uncomfortable or as suffocated as possible. Second map, I do feel like for base on Insomnia, it's very, very difficult to play how he wants to play. I always feel like for base, he always needs a bit of distance from his opponent in order to execute any kind of frag here and there.
Insomnia? What?
This is it, isn't it? So for Insomnia, I can't see it happening, but now I've just said that, he's probably going to win that map anyway. And the third one for Awoken, yeah, again, Wenger's very, very strong on this map in particular. We've seen it to Razy a few times in the past as well. So, yeah, I reckon a 2-1 for Wenger's a safe bet.
Well, we're all settled here. Chad, I know that you can't lock in your predictions, but you could type them out and we could pretend. As far as I go, I've had my fun of shenanigans, so I'm going to bow out gracefully and let the adults handle this one. Lethal, Wheat, take it away. Have a good set. See you soon.
Cheers,
all right,
mate.
cool. Can you ask Nix to come close the show when we're done here? That'd be great. Thanks. All right, awesome. We'll see you in a bit, Forty. We'll see you in a bit. Lethal, welcome. What's up? Good to see you. First time we've been able to share the desk since this season has begun, but good to have you back. And yeah, I am excited for this matchup. I think, one of the things that's clear after that first week from Wenger, and Chat has kind of said, hey, Wenger hasn't looked like super great. He hasn't looked like championship form these first couple of weeks. And we've seen that happen before, right? With other players throughout the season. Might take a little time to warm up. But I am still excited for this because I think like that journey might be just as interesting as it was for both Wenger and Base last season.
Yeah, Wenger's been a little bit of a question mark, and I don't like to say that because he oozes confidence normally, doesn't he? And we know back when he played in a studio environment at that land back in November, he was basically a shadow of his former self. And I kind of thought to myself, okay, once he's had a bit of a break and come back in, he should be okay. But, end of the day, you shouldn't be dropping maps to Chain or Cooler. I think him and Cooler have always had that little scuffle where it always goes to the third and final map.
It was a hella good match, too.
Yeah.
It was really good. Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
But I'm still curious to see how Base plays out Insomnia. It's very difficult. I've always said it before. He needs a bit of distance to kind of, collect his thoughts on what his plan of action is going to be, what paths he's going to take down Wenger. Because Wenger, this could potentially be one of his main playgrounds. I've not seen him really utilize this map as of yet, but everyone's had a bit of time now. Base is going to be quite a handful, we can say. But this first map's definitely going to be definitely gonna be the talking point dictating the pace, because Vale against Base, it's tough, it's difficult. He's just always around you, but you can never get him off the high ground either. It's tough indeed, which is why he's using the Galena to kind of bring him down a peg a bit, but we'll see.
Yeah, and I mean, of all the maps, this is probably the most standard here in the matchups that we're seeing. This map number one on Vale. Expect totems beginning down, a lot of turret action on that top level. But here we go. Warm-up has concluded, and we are about ready to kick things off here on Vale. Good luck, have fun's coming out, and we are going to start looking through the eyes of Wenger. Right off the bat, we do get some exchange of fire through the teleporter. The turret does come out, and doing the teleporter dance, the rocket jumped up to the top, and Lethal, it does not work out for Base. I like what he was doing there. Smart move. Unfortunately, Wenger kind of anticipating that, and it worked out great.
With only a machine gun in hand, didn't really need to dally around with any other weapons in his arsenal, but the OG's looking very good here for Wenger, but Base just manages to claw his way to that first frag for himself. Tied things up, has picked up the light, but now was tempted to bait the rockets, but realised that Wenger's not going to make that kind of predictable play. Decides to back off. Base now just in one of his favourite spots at the moment, just got the Mega. He can throw the turret up there if he wants to put a little bit of pressure onto Wenger if he does approach or contest the Mega later on. But I like this from Base. He decides just to push on forward straight away, but that last rocket's not going to help at all. 66 HP, and Wenger could easily just drop down here and just seal this second frag to his name, and looks like he will do with the LG. Lovely stuff from Wenger.
Yeah, that was real solid. I mean, I think Base was completely thrown off guard with that rocket, the tri-bolt to take out the turret, or at least attempt to. And then dropping down below, knows the opponent's going for that rocket. Base is going to kind of ramp up the aggression here. Some good LG damage on the outside. He does force Wenger out, as it is now 2-1. Is Wenger going to be getting those totems ready? He's got 2 down in the back stairs in the rail room. Look at that tri-bolt damage. Huge. There's the rocket jump for Wenger. That one does work out for him, but not the second rocket jump, as he plants his noggin right into the ceiling and unfortunately takes some unwanted damage. Is immediately evicted as well, thanks to Timmy the turret. And 2 minutes in, and Wenger had like a solid grasp on the map, but Base kind of just shut him down.
Literally did maximum damage with that tri-bolt, not something you normally see every day. And Wenger's doing exactly what I predicted as well, just making sure those totems are behind and run that rail room so that Base has to push. And the problem is, when is Base going to push up on that though? That's going to be the question we're going to be probably be answered soon enough. And now he's got the Holy Grail here, literally got the overstack only 2.5 minutes in. And once again, Base realizes it. The only time he pushed up was when he's been a little bit aggressive after picking up Mega earlier on to try and get that frag to his name, but in the end Wenger took him down. But he didn't go back far enough, and he damn well knows but those totems are going to be in that rail room soon, because it's the only place he hasn't physically checked at his fullest. Oh, the tri-bolt again. He could take him down here if he just cleans him up, if he goes back through, and will he be able to? Yes, he does.
Nice.
3-1 in favor of Wenger.
So very smooth. And, you know, I mean, I do feel like Wenger's missed a couple of rail shots where I was a little surprised that he missed those shots, but he is now kind of bringing it back into his favor. Very, very solid. These last 2 frags, another one converting off of the spawn. 3 minutes, 20 seconds in, Wenger finds himself with a 3-frag lead. He seems to be a little bit more aware with where Base is and likes this upper level. I also kind of just really like the teleport dancing he's been doing, but sitting on the Mega, gets knocked off from a rocket. No opportunity to grab that, and it is delayed just a little bit there by Base. He'll now come into the rail room. LG firing away, and it could be a shock both literally and figuratively, as Base does find him. Rail from the top to bring it back. It's 4-2.
And he barely took any damage at all, and this is why Galena is a very good pick against the Eisen. Not a full-on counter, but he rocket jumps up straight away. Base is looking to see if he can finish him up, and he does. That was beautiful, and he can take that risk, no problem, knowing that the Mega's going to be up if he does get that frag, and he has done. But now he's going to push on forward straight away. No plus back at all, and gets a good rocket off a 60 there. Looking for a little bit more if he can. Decided to favour the rockets, whilst Wenger's trying to whip out the LG to see if he can do any more. But Wenger did so much damage to Base, considering the position he was in. Should not have been able to get away with that. But instead, Base comes out on top, does have a little bit of recovery, and does get the heavy. So it means that Wenger needs to back away again and be careful on the whereabouts of Base as he hits the first rail. But now going to see if he can try and clean him up. But will he be able to, though?
Yeah, both players, I think, just playing really great right now. I like what I'm seeing. Ooh, almost gets tagged with that rocket, jumps on in to grab the Mega, and underneath the heavy, a fight breaks out. Wenger takes a lot of damage there, but a rail's going to help equalize things. The heavy is up, and there's a rocket jump to the top, a real risky one. He floated in the air for a while, but Base with 2 solid rails to tie this game back up. We're halfway through, and it is 4-4.
And Wenger on spawn took the risk to go for the rail, but even though he gets it, he's going to be quite weak. His Base just biding his time here, just slow playing it. He can do now. He's tied the lead, so now he can do what he wants to do. And he realizes that he's just consistently placing these totems in the same place every single time. But what you got to understand is Wenger has to, because if he places them anywhere else, it's not really going to do him much justice due to the fact that Base is lurking around the whole entire heavy side as well. Both players miss the rail though. Hits the first one in the end, and this is going to be the cue for base to push on forward to see if it can take him out before the Mega comes up. Going to be too late though, as now he needs to try and contest heavy, keeping this high ground.
Like the infinite turret coming out of there, destroyed, and immediately new one put down. Tribal from the top coming out by base. This should be an interesting battle. There's a rail returned, and heavy is up, but base looks like he tries to cover the teleport exit, but does not make the shot. Allows Wenger to get that. Heavy's got to be careful here through the teleporter, and Wenger in a great position to be able to do that damage. Rocket in hand, easy peasy, closes it down, and that does put Wenger now up by 1.
Yeah, the Maestro man himself, proving why he's still one of the best players in the scene. Just looking to see if he can try and keep this lead now, rather than potentially giving it away. Some good rockets, though, just to really push him out of position. Some decent rockets, decent damage as well. Is hoping to take him down before the Mega comes up. The Mega is actually still up, actually. It just depends on when he's going to be able to grab that, but that does mean for Venke he needs to back away straight away, but it doesn't mean that he can't contest this heavy. He's coming up in the next 10 seconds. He's got a totem just in that corridor and one back in the light of the heavy room. And I like this as well, just making sure to take as much of these hourglasses as possible, as it's more viable for Wenger at this point compared to base. And he does hit the first rail, which is really important, going for that heavy at the start, but still they've got 1 frag lead, and base is going to be looking for that aggression shortly.
Is really solid exchanges of rails back and forth. I mean, neither player letting the other really take much of a lead in any way, right? Health armor stacks, even the score line. We're ready to hit the 2-minute warning, and yes, base is down by 1. But is in a pretty good position, has a better stack, is hitting these really nice rails. If he could clear out the totems and give himself a nice opportunity to dish out that damage and no means of recovery, he could pretty easily tie this one up. And Wenger's stack is definitely lacking a bit. LG battle happening here in the rail room. Base is going to get aggressive, jumping around the column, and a rocket to the feet is tithing this one up. 5-5 in game 1. This could really set some momentum here, Lethal, and we've got less than 2 minutes left to go.
Rail percentage for base 62%, and it's really showing throughout the entire course of his first map. 90 seconds left. Wenger can't rely on those totems anymore. He needs to show some aggression, which is not something we would normally see from Wenger. Normally see a bit more flair from him, but we haven't seen it as of yet. And the turret in the back pocket of base ready in case he does get contested for the Mega. But the problem for Wenger now is the fact that the items are so segregated that it looks like base has to, or for Wenger, he needs to try and watch out in case, depending on how base is going to try to push this from the high ground, but he's going to push him forward anyway, gets caught off guard, hits the rail as well, and now he could potentially drop down or wait for him to go through the rocket room, but he hasn't waited.
Yeah, I was watching that through Wenger's eyes there, and what a nice little pop of the rocket jump to kind of give him that move, or that movement speed and momentum. Back on base now, 30 seconds left to go, and I think, are we going to actually see a battle? It looks like both players do want to try to contest this heavy, and Wenger sticking around maybe a little too long. He's got to be careful. No armor stack at all. A single rail could end it. He knows exactly where he's at, but totems are down. Overstack up briefly there, and then a totem was taken out. A beautiful rail from base, and again, Wenger finds himself in that danger zone. It looks like we're going to go to overtime here in the last moments, unless they will commit to a battle, but I kind of feel like they're just going to back off a moment. Looks like base wants to get aggressive. A change of rails and a second one to follow it up, and base give that man an aggressive award there. His aggression paid off. He did not go defensive going into overtime. That was not the case. Some remarkable rails is really what told the tale of both base and Wenger, but base coming out on top with 2 very nice shots there at the end. And you know what? It made a lot of sense. Wenger probably retreating back, making sure I'm fighting at the totems in these last couple seconds. Base was ready for it. 2 super sick rails to finish it up. 5-6. Nice game, base.
Yeah, that pixel peak at the end was just disgusting, wasn't it? And you've got to remember, 25 items were in control of base. And the talking point I was saying was the fact that you're going to be forcing base to come to you every single time in that rail room. And it's exactly what we expected. He did it time and time again. And that was like his safe haven, wasn't it, for Wenger, in terms of how he wants to try and approach this. But he was probably depending on that room too much to try and recover, and not too much for the item control. Don't get me wrong, it was great sometimes because it means you can re-engage a little bit earlier than necessary. The only thing I could have said for base is probably to enter that room a bit more often. Maybe after taking out all the totems in the rail room, he probably assumed that maybe he'll be laying the totems elsewhere. But he had full control of the heavy in the mega room anyway, so it's just a matter of where else could they be, and just being a little bit predicting with the totem placement. So at least that's the first map in favor of base. This is what we hoped for him to be able to take down Wenger if he can. But this is different kettle of fish here. This is Insomnia. This is going to be a map Base may not be too keen on, especially against the likes of Wenger, but we'll see.
I mean, you know, I do feel like Base won that Veil game because he was really smart about when he chose to go in for a kill and attack. I'm almost specifically thinking about some of those fights around Mega, where he was definitely able to kind of make it play out in his favor. Wenger had a couple of great frags there as well, but Base picking and choosing made all the right decisions in that regard. Now, Insomnia with Keel, right? I do think that this champion makes a lot of sense versus a Ranger, who can do some wild stuff in the realm of movement and whatnot, but maybe just having a little bit more meat on those bones is what Base needs to feel a little bit more comfortable saying, let me extend my aggression out a little bit and strike when I think it's appropriate. Maybe it'll play in my favor. Is it a risk? Sure, it always is. But paid off in map 1. I'm curious to see how he'll approach it here in map 2.
Literally, the Kill has all the defensive tools in order to be a real nuisance for Wenger. Wenger knows that clearly. It's all about getting the advantage top mid straight away to make sure he can contest for Mega and Heavy with ease. I wouldn't say with ease either, because we know Kill from the low ground, it's very, very tough for him. It's very, very hit and miss depending on the scenario you put yourself in. But with the Ranger, it's going to give a lot of work out for Base. A good workout indeed going into this second map as right now Base with the lead. And to see how long fought in this series, going straight for the Heavy behind him and literally got his back turned. So already a good start here for Wenger, dishing a huge amount of damage from the get-go.
Yeah, and I think that's a real smart way to fire off your first orb to get, some sort of major item damage. Now, nice job by Base, though, kind of preventing Wenger from grabbing both of the majors as he did stick around and grab Mega. But this is, still one of those things is that you've got to still find yourself a stack, playing to the rail already. This is how I think we all thought Insomnia would be played here. And then I like the pineapples coming out from Keel. So far, so good. In fact, I haven't really seen Wenger dominating that top middle at all. He is going to steal away that Mega, though, and still 0-0, but Base is going to take the first frag with the perfectly placed rail.
He's going to be happy with that, and he just made a good read. Sadly, just didn't hit the shot to complement that. Base now, look at this. Again, just hovering around these narrow corridors, daring Wenger to push in, but he's already tanked 2 rails already. Needs to back away as soon as physically possible. Heavy's going to be up now, and Mega's going to be up any second. But the rail just not going to help at all in the slightest. Was hoping to catch Wenger with that last rail before he pushed on in, but it's just not going to happen. I kind of feel like it's just a matter of time before Wenger finds him, and he does have the orb for that extra damage or to pick up and sneak around that next item. Again, Base is wondering where we could be. Both players don't have any info on each other as of yet, but Base is going to be happy with the situation he's in now compared to what happened those few seconds ago. And now that he's made that read that Wenger literally sits on the Heavy for at least 3 or 4 seconds before going for the Heavy, he'll know that to throw some pineapples before going in for that Heavy. And it looks like will he be able to stay alive? Still got 1 pineapple to use if he does push on forward. Decides to prioritize the rail, but Wenger comes in with the shotgun. And there we have it, all tied up.
I like this so far. I like what I'm seeing here on the redo of Insomnia. I feel like it actually, right, it's a lot of risk and reward. It's pretty great from what we've seen so far. The rail being now in a different position really does make it a possible comeback tool. And Base landing 2 ridiculously accurate pineapples right down the throat of Wenger, and that is going to put a second frag on the board. But I like the long range. You know, suddenly this has changed from like a control one area to, you know, madness, hitting those rails and then following up. I like the use of the pineapples here. Unfortunately, Wenger has not been super on the money with his orbs outside of grabbing that major item in the first, but he did get himself in a nice position to be able to do it there. Rails exchange again, both players in the danger zone. And I'll see how this one's good. Oh, the flick down. He just looked away for a second, Lethal, and then bye-bye.
Yeah, that was not too good, was it? But Basto is going to continue laying down the damage there onto Wenger. It's so weak. One more will do it. 3 for 3. Base looking to try and take this map 2 as well, and trying to at least employ some kind of dominance here. He just hasn't missed at all. Finally, he's missed one. All the pineapples are coming down. Misses the orb to try and get back on top. But actually, Base could fail here and actually get back down. Wenger, in the end, takes him out. And already it's a 1 frag deficit. Wenger really trying to keep himself in this matchup here, even with the earlier deficit.
It really is pretty amazing how just swapping around a few items can really change how a map is played and how players approach it. Wenger now looking to not only tie it up, which he's done, but hopefully try to convert at least 1 frag here. Rocket jump off the wall to get some momentum. Now trying to find a lower rail shot. Has an idea where he thinks his opponent is, but needs to be careful. Heavy is going to be up soon, and both players not looking so hot in the armor category. So there, drop down rail. Oh,
lovely,
my God.
Lovely.
I feel like Wenger hesitated for just a moment on whether or not he should travel to the orb, and then while he was making the decision, the pineapple went right between his eyes, and Base takes the lead yet again.
It was exactly what I said as well. Wenger seems to drop onto the heavy 3 or 4 seconds before it spawns. Base picked up on that, and Base realised, right, this time round, I'm just going to throw the pineapples down before I enter into that room and then go for the heavy. And he did exactly that. And sadly for Wenger, he made that same choice again and again. So great read from Base. Only took a couple of attempts in order to make that read and was able to take full advantage of that scuffle. Halfway stage here, as Wenger still got plenty of time left on the clock to try and tie this up and potentially get the win here, but Base looking much better than I expected, and proving why Kill is also a very good pick in this matchup, with the orb coming in, trying to use those pineapples to full effect, but just manages to dodge it, but he's still got loads of pineapples here. Wheat doing a bit more damage onto those rockets, misses the round. This is going to be an opening for Wenger to come in, but the direct comes out and he gets the heavy, but he needs to recover ASAP before the trade comes out.
Yeah, another thing that Base has just been doing so well is when he has fragged his opponent, he's kind of baiting his opponent to the rail, right? That's the second time he's caught Wenger in what I would say a really good spot to be able to utilize his grenades really well. Also nice rockets, but oh my God, the LG from Wenger, even Base kind of shrugs a little bit like, I guess that does happen every once in a while at Quake, but it's a solid accuracy to bring it back. And frankly, I think Wenger really needed that. He needed a momentum shift there. He'd gotten trapped twice by Base, and he keeps on eating a lot of these pineapples. Another rail. Oh, he's down to just a little bit. He cannot finish Base off, though. His Base did grab what he needed to there to survive. And the rails continue to be exchanged. This time, Wenger on the giving end of a rail kill. But watch out. Look at this very aggressive Base coming into the room. And Wenger is only down by 1.
Again, Wenger doing the same thing, just landing on the heavy 2 or 3 seconds before it's even appearing. And Base knew that straight away, which is why he was darting in, trying to get the trade. So Wenger just needs to be a bit more cautious when he tries to contest this heavy, but that's the high ground. But the problem is he can't be the one playing defensive. He needs to come back in this matchup at some point, but Base going from behind 2 for 2. And now it looks like there's a 2 frag game. He's going to be picking up the heavy. Oh, look at the stack as well. And he hits the first round, looking to try and take down Wenger again. And Wenger's so weak. Surely this is going to be a frag. And that's going to be a 3 frag deficit here,
It's just like, I see what Wenger is trying to do, but it's like Base is just, he has this 3-second future vision where he is just reading through Wenger solidly. And I don't think that Wenger quite knows how to handle handle some of those pineapple situations he's getting in. Lands 3 rails, still doesn't take Base out, and that has got to be frustrating as Base is potentially setting himself up for a victory here. A potential map 2 win will still go to the 3rd map, but then we have another orb coming out, but a pineapple just waiting for him on exit. And then again, like, what do you do? If you go forward, you could be met with a couple more. A solid rocket at your feet could end your life. 6-10 now. Base just seems to be playing this really well. And you know, we've talked about how much time players have put into Insomnia. It's pretty clear Base has put his time in. I like how he's playing this. We talked a lot about how Keel seems to be like a legitimate pick given the new layout of the map. I have to agree that is absolutely the case.
Certainly is. I knew Keel was strong on this map, but I didn't think it was going to be this strong. But obviously, it's all about the player who controls the champion, and Base is just doing just that. And he's got all the pineapples in the world now to have that defensive stance. And look, again, just keep an eye on the heavy. And Wenger's changed it a little bit. He's made sure to go for the heavy literally on point rather than diving for it a few seconds beforehand. But even though he's made that change, it could be a little bit too late. He has a huge stack. And every single time he comes to engage him in the next few frags, he needs to try and not take too much damage. And he hasn't. That's great stuff from Wenger. This is what he needs to do. Now it's the aggression is on. He needs to try and find where Base again. But Base, you know what he's like. He's very good at playing this type of game here. I'm a little bit worried for Wenger.
Yeah, I mean, Wenger gonna hit a rail, a second rail. We see the grenades coming out. A lot of those hit. Base is very hurt, and he does go down. Now, 2 frags, less than 45 minutes left to go. This is definitely going to be a tall order. Possible? I kind of think that it might be, but not after eating that rocket. The rail misses. He's going to go back up. He's waiting for his opponent. He throws out the orb, grabs the mega, could get one last rocket, and he does. 30 seconds left to find one more to tie this back up, and if he can tie it back up, that's all he needs to at least take it to the end. He could slow down the pace a little bit, but what is his opponent going to do? Base is sitting on a fair amount of grenades here, has that defensive capability. Like this from Wenger, he's going to wait for the heavy and now move in, but time is ticking away. Up the jump pad, Base knows exactly where he's at. Here comes the chase. First grenade out. We're seeing the LG as he drops down. One grenade hits, second grenade hits, and Base lands the clean shotgun kill at the end. Wenger knew what he needed to do. That was the right play. He had to get aggressive, but Base just kind of positioning himself into the back area, knew that Wenger was going to come through, also knew that he ate at least 2 grenades. Perfect ending to the matchup with the shotgun. 9-11. Base takes the series, and, you know, I want to say color me surprised, but also at the end of the day, we talked about how Base has really evolved his own style of play to be able to match aggression. I wasn't sure how he was going to do on that Keel, but I feel like the utility, the orbs were just not connecting for Wenger at all, but the grenades were the star of the show. Phenomenally done by Base. Congratulations on the 2-0 series. We're still going to play through the 3rd map and see how this one shakes out, but what a remarkable showing from Base.
It certainly was. I think none of us would have predicted Base to win that second map, especially not with his track record, but of course of how aggressive that map can be. But the few little reads which Base made very early on in the matchup definitely made a huge impact into Wenger's gameplay. There was also times with Wenger's rail where sometimes he was looking absolutely solid, and other times he did miss quite a few. But it's all about that heavy pickup. He knew after the first 2 attempts for the heavy that Wenger would drop down 3 or 4 seconds for the heavy in particular. He knew from then it's like, right, just throw a few early pineapples or just get into a higher position in order to let him grab it and then just take advantage of it from there. Again, Wenger did change how he picked up the heavy and contest it, but by then that's when he had a 4 or 5 frag deficit and very difficult to come back from. The Stein stack didn't help. The fact that he had all the pineapples in the world at the end to keep him at bay if he goes down one of those narrow corridors or choke points in the bottom side of the map, that's what just makes it even worse. But one thing you did mention was the orb. We didn't really see a lot of the orb used for damage or for picking up the items as much as we'd like to think. It was more to regain position.
It definitely, we saw attempts. It just was not working out for Wenger. And I think Base was kind of ready for it in so many different instances of the orb where it's just like, cool, I can spam my grenades right on your exit. And he nailed him a couple of times. Like, just, it's not really what you expect. So I do agree. I think that is the solid changes done in the map, and I'm excited to see the meta continue to evolve in that regard. But Keel, welcome to the game, because I think you look at that, and Ranger has pretty much dominated the previous form of Insomnia. That is now a really exciting matchup. I'm looking forward to seeing that evolve out even more.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see a lot more Ranger versus Kill, aren't we, on that map in the future, considering what we just saw there. But we're going to go to the third and final map, as Base is currently up 2-0 in the series. We're going to start off with Wenger's POV and see what Wenger can really bring here. Sadly, it's not really been his day. And see if we can at least take this last map away from Base in order to make something happen. Already showing a lot of agility here, just absorbs that split. Some good rockets, but Base is the one who still comes out on top with the LG.
He does. Maybe frustration from the last two matchups. I don't know. Definitely got ultra aggressive there with the grapples. Got some damage in, but, there's a nice rocket through the window. I think we might see Wenger kind of slow down a little bit. I think he really expected to get that first frag, and Base played it well, and didn't really work out in Wenger's favor. But 1-0 now, just in the first minute. Still a lot of time here on Awoken. And what is Wenger going to do? Well, not surprised to see him up at the top. Does hit a rail, but pretty low. Got to be careful. Second rail doesn't hit. Spit down at the entrance there to Heavy. Heavy's up. Might be an easy pickup here for Base. Actually, it is, but Wenger holding on, and great positioning there. He gets the double rail to get his first frag and picks up the Mega, and even finds a conversion frag. Nicely done by Wenger.
And Wenger realizes this as well. He needs to play a really rail-heavy game. And the reason why is the fact that any kind of close-range combat fights he takes, of course, most of the time he's going to take a lot of damage, and it's the trade potential which Base has with the starting stack of the Sorlag. And he's, made note of that. He knows exactly that's obviously a possibility. That's if maybe an item doesn't come into fruition, but we'll have to see. 2-2 now is just 2 minutes in as Base looking to see what he can do now to try and establish some kind of map dominance, especially with the Sorlag, and he does have that spit ready in case he wants to contest one of these items. But the spit's obviously very good for contesting the Mega, but looking to go for the Heavy first instead. The Mega still come in the next 5 seconds. This could be a moment here, or a cue for Wenger to jump straight on in. And will he be able to? Yes, he does. And Wenger manages to take him down, gets the Mega straight away, and needs to keep this pressure on. Wow.
That was some real solid aggression there. Great movement coming out by Athena. Great read from Wenger. He's going to pick it up on a second one. And, that first little exchange might have looked a little sloppy, but this is kind of what I was thinking about when I saw Wenger versus Sorlag here, or Wenger versus Base here, him on Athena and Base on the Sorlag. But can he keep this up, right? Less than 8 minutes left to go. It's a really heavy pacing that you've got to keep up. Is he going to be able to get that last hit on Base? He does. Quick little cleanup with the machine gun. Is now 5-2 as Wenger has really turned it around in the last minute and a half.
The bloke is literally not missing at all. 66% of the rail is going to hopefully add to that if possible. Waiting for Base to try and come out from that Heavy. Maz hit the first shot, so that's going to give him a bit of leeway later on. As Wenger now just going top mid just to recover a tad before picking up that Mega. Misses that last rail, which means that for Base, he knows he has plenty of time to work with, and of course, being able to get that spawn frag potential if he's able to, depending on his spawn of his opponent. But looks like Wenger now just backing away, just trying to get his hourglasses for the additional grapples, getting a grapple frag earlier on, as we have to mention. And still they're hitting the first one, looking to go for the second, which he has done. When he go for the third, he just barely misses. And sadly for him, he won't be able to help himself out to that frag, but will pick up the light. Spit comes out, but it doesn't matter for Wenger. He can just back away and pick up the Mega.
Just great control by both players, really respecting one another, knowing there's some situations where they can't rush in. I like watching Wenger kind of using the speed and the momentum to try to regain position and steal away some of these heavy items. There, he's ready for base coming around the corner. LG coming out. They're going to battle it out. Electricity style, and Wenger does pick that one up. He's going to try to make his way over to the Mega as well. It's up in just half a second, and there it is. He uses the grapple to move it on over. That should allow him to win the fight, and it does. And there's the killing spree, as that's Wenger's 5th frag, making it 7-2 as we are about to hit the halfway mark of this matchup.
Yeah, Wenger looking much better. 10 times we saw some of the previous matchups, but the last couple of minutes of that Insomnia game, Wenger did look very strong. It's just we're seeing small but great moments here and there, not the consistent great moments we normally used to from Wenger's base.
Wow.
Again, great rails from him again, top mid control, leaving the Mega to delay attack just to throw the timing off of Wenger as he is out of position to hear that cue for the Mega pickup. He's just going to dive straight in, and do you know what? Why not? Look at the stack. He might have to take advantage of it, but in saying that though, the amount of rocket damage he did, and the trade comes out as well. Is Base looking to go for that heavy maybe straight away? Yes, he does. And of course, Wenger didn't want to go for it because he knew that he wouldn't have the rockets to play with it.
Yeah, very smart by both players, really. Positioning, Base going for that, and Wenger knowing, like, probably not the smartest move. That column saves his life as he's railed into safety and almost went off the map there had he been just a little bit aligned differently. Through the teleporter, Base comes. LG is out, and now Base very low, and he peeks the rail and lands it. And Base is not going to let Wenger run away with much of a lead here.
As if he got that as well, when Base is in a terrible spot at the moment. He's just daring him to go through the spit, but Wenger knows exactly on his whereabouts. Just a matter of how Wenger wants to approach this, but he's almost as weak, and that's why he's going to get the high ground to go for the Mega. Good use of the machine gun as well. Just one more shot should do it, and there we have it. He managed to pick that up nicely. A few minutes left, and now Base needs to try and find a way in. Running out of ideas at the moment, as now Wenger looking, again, as I said before, night and day difference.
Yeah, real solid, but Base getting aggressive, going in on this heavy. It's not going to work out for him. He popped up the jump pad. He will force out a trade, but I think that actually works pretty decent in Wenger's favor. He's going to be able to get real quick off of the spawn here. Not much of a stack. Does take a little bit of spit damage, but the rail from Base, the one weapon that you hope Base didn't pick up off of the spawn, but exactly the one that he did. Up the jump pad, boom, shutting it down. 10-7. We're about to hit the 3-minute mark, fighting through the window here. And look at how 147 points of damage, and follows up with that rail. Nicely done. 11-7. Both of these players putting on a show.
Yeah, they really are for this final map of the day. Is Wenger looking to try and do a little bit more onto Base before everything doesn't go his way, because Base has picked up the Mega, looking to go towards the heavy next. He just takes the standard route down below. Wenger realizes this, and this is the good things about the grapple, having to get away if Base does mistime it, but it didn't at all, of course. And now knows that he may have gone into the LG room, but I think Base actually doubled back. No, he didn't. He actually went all the way around instead to try and catch him. Now 68, misses the rail and grapples away, but will he be able to get away? 2 HP. He couldn't really stand anymore to try and contest that Mega. That is going to be Base's. And it looks like now, how is Wenger going to try and approach this? Stack is still almost similar, but not after picking up that light from Base. We've still got a couple minutes left as Base really needs to turn things into overdrive to try and bring himself back.
I really like the decision that Wenger just made there, instead going for the middle light instead of making his way over the heavy. He just won Mega. Now we're going to have a battle here in the LG room, and Base comes out on top. Now there's still enough time here for Base to make something happen. I thought that because of that move, it was just going to be in a nice position to, you know, let Base kind of trade one of the major items, but would give him some space, and, you know, Athena can run if need be. So that played out very well by Base too. Nicely done. These rails that continue to hit are just absolutely immaculate. We're gonna have a fight over Mega here shortly, but Base is ready for it, controlling that middle area. Did use spit, so that's gonna be down for about 30 seconds or so. let's see what happens here, as the next is going to be a battle for heavy.
The map presence from Wenger has been unreal. He's already done 1,600 more damage than his opponent, which is massive, or monumental compared to what we normally see on a Woken. But he catches him on the jump pad as he's going up, and surely that's going to be the winning frag. But Face does get away. Heavy is up though, so he's got a little bit of time. But at this point, I don't know how it's going to work out. Yeah, sure, he's got the starting stack, but looks like Wenger catches him straight away. Manages to stand up once more. Face has been very, very lucky to get out both times in the last 15 seconds to keep himself in this matchup, but he realizes that he's got no choice. A little bit of damage with the rockets, 20 HP, but he has to go. He realizes he's got no choice in the matter. Wenger's going to clean him up with the rail. 20 seconds left, and Wenger is going to take the final map.
Yeah, I mean, again, evaluating the decision-making there. Base knew, hey, time's ticking away. I've got to make some sort of a move. Spit wasn't really able to be super effective, but he circled back around, dropped down, went in for it. Wenger was waiting there with the rail. And 12-8, the final score. And, you know, our predictions are somewhat shattered. Base really brought it today. Both players playing well, but I think Base's aggression was very calculated. And he does take the series 2-1 versus Wenger. The solid results against the previous champion. So let's bring 40 back in, see what he thought of this matchup. 40, welcome back.
Pretty crazy set. Did not expect it, as you said. We were all wrong here on the desk, but shouts to Base. That first map, extremely close. Second map, pretty nuts. I mean, I hate to break it to you, gentlemen, but Keel's the best champ in the game. So I wasn't too surprised at that. And yeah, it's just insane to see. And this last map was just so close. I mean, you see how hard Wenger had to work just to keep that lead. Base was just always on his heels, keeping the pressure on. Wenger able to sneak out that one, but well played to Base, 2-1 over Wenger. That was quite the series to end the day on.
Certainly was. That second map was just a real treat. You know, we were spoiled, weren't we, in terms of like what was going to happen, and it's just a shame for Wenger, but the fact that Base made some very early reads in order to be able to counteract exactly what he wanted to do against Wenger. That was all it was as well. And Wenger, don't get me wrong, he made those reads, realized what he had to do, and rectified his mistakes and adapted. But the problem is, at this high level, you need to adapt around the halfway stage or early. Because he adapted quite late, it was a shame, because I think he realized that as well. If he adapted a little bit sooner with the item contention, it could have been a completely different story. But yeah, of course, the scoreline doesn't really tell the tale, considering what we saw there. And yeah, look at the damage with the LG and the rockets. To be fair, it was just overall, I think it was 2,070 more damage compared to what Base had, considering the amount of work Wenger had to do, like 40 said.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to see Wenger kind of come out and bring us a solid support performance in that final game. But you know, big props to Base for how he played both game 1 and game 2. I think game 1 specifically, that super close one frag game on Vale, it did come down to the final moments, and you know, I think Wenger probably almost assumed that Base was going to back off, considering there was less than 10 seconds to go. But give it up to Base, man. He was like, nope, I'm going to start throwing some rails out, and you're either going to catch them or dodge them. They caught both of them, so really solid. I mean, I think for Wenger, that's got to be a bittersweet victory in map 3, because clearly some good dominance, great play, but you know, unfortunately dwelling maybe on those game 1 and game 2, like what could have changed, what could have been done differently. And 40, I'm gonna agree with you. I loved it when Keel started coming out on Deep Embrace, and then Keel just started moving away from Deep Embrace, and now here we have Keel back, and welcome to Insomnia. I really like that matchup. As I mentioned earlier, I can't wait to see more of it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players don't want to let out the secret that he's literally the best champion on any map, but that's fine. We could take a look at the recap of today. There's been a lot of action. I know some of the matches got rescheduled and everything, and again, keep your eyes peeled on social or something. Yep. We will post when the matches are recorded and live and ready and done and dusted, but that is the review of the day. Wheat, I'll start with you. Anything shocking out of what we saw today based on these results?
I mean, I think, well, I mean, first off, Zanaku, congratulations. Solid win over Cypher. Dramus, who's been playing so phenomenally, right? Seeing Nasva come out with a great, great performance. Rafa kind of, giving us an amazing championship level performance, EU Rafa, if you will, coming out for Havoc. So there wasn't a whole lot other than, unfortunately, some internet issues to be upset about today, because every single game that we saw had something magical happening in it. And again, I can't believe we're only in week 3. This is awesome. This is great.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But yeah, it's a shame about the first series. Like, we know that Cypher was nowhere near his peak performance. But, 41 in the Bloodbath, he got it every single series. So, well done for you.
Yay me.
Yay.
Yeah, I want to say it's been a long day, but it hasn't. It has been full of action, but unfortunately, it has to end here. Any closing statements, Lethal? Anything you want to say about the day? That's a wrap.
Fabulous day, and couldn't ask for more. That last series, 1 or 2 frags per game, can't complain.
Wheat, how about you?
Hey, I just want to say thanks for showing up to Quake. Appreciate y'all being here. Had a great day today, despite the fact that we weren't able to watch a couple of matches, but I'll be catching up with those on YouTube as well, so I hope you will. And I'm already excited for week 4. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, worldwide every week. So we will see you next week with more Quake action. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate each and every one of you, everyone at Bethesda, id, all of the production team at PGL. But that's it for us today. Don't forget, next week, QPL. The week after that, Challengers. It's 2 on, 1 off, 2 on, 1 off. Remember that. But we're going to get out of here. Heart you all. Take care of yourselves and others.